Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 351. 351. The Second Coming of the Demonic Dragon. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, cried Jiang Fei nervously at the bomb when Isabella's health points were dropping faster and faster. However, as much as Jiang Fei wanted the system to go faster, the system would not budge. After defending for some time, Isabella's health points had reached 50%. At this point, there were more than half of the prevailing members remaining. Even so, the pressure on Isabella did not decrease. Instead, more and more players began to gather. Before the players from outside of the city could return, members of the Iron Blood Alliance were gathering as fast as ants. Even though the melee attackers could not get close to Isabella, more and more range attackers had joined the fray. Jiang Fei said to himself, 100 level 50 advanced elite hounds would be able to defend this spot for as long as Jiang Fei needed. Isabella scoffed proudly as she felt she was being overwhelmed. She gave up casting the Rain of Fire skill and used Demon Flame Infusion instead. Thump! With a kick at the ground, Isabella gave up attacking with spells and dashed into the crowd of players and attacked them at close range. F***CK. Melee Fighters. The scene where Isabella dashed in a crowd of players was akin to a tiger barging into a den of chickens. Magicians and rangers were easily ripped apart by Isabella. It only took her less than 2 seconds to kill off a magician. However, even though she had effectively disabled range attackers, she had opened herself to attacks from melee attackers. In no time at all, Isabella was completely surrounded by swords and shields, yet none of them could deal significant high damage to her. Some of them could not even deal damage, for her defense was too strong. Sadly, Isabella was fighting, not against monsters that would generate aggro, but players who had their own free will to choose their targets. "Ignore the girl," cried someone from amongst the crowd. In that instant, everyone gave up attacking Isabella and focused more on Jiang Fei and the rest of the party. At the sight of players rushing over Isabella and toward him, Jiang Fei heard a chime that indicated the complete installation of the bomb. Even so, the bomb required 20 seconds to be triggered, and it could not take any single damage. Jumping slash. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei leaped toward the closest enemy and started a fight. Instant Ice Burst. Minus 9,012 minus 8,952 minus 8,879. A blast of icy cold breath was released, and all players with only a little health points left were killed. Those who survived had little health points left were frozen instantly. Jiang Fei had been using that skill for some time now and had gotten extreme efficient at using it to maximize its attack range. At that point, the angle of attack was good, and Jiang Fei had eliminated more than 30 players in one go. "It's time to turn the tables around, guys," cried Billy Boy. There was one thing left to do, and that was to defend the bomb and survive. Burning-Eyed Shauna activated his Berserk skill. By sacrificing a tiny bit of his health points per second, his attacking speed and power were increased tremendously. The spear in his hands danced around the battlefield, splattering blood all over the place. Those players who were frozen by Jiang Fei were easily killed with a single stab of his spear. At this point, more and more players of Iron Blood Alliance came. Jiang Fei was the first person to greet them with a swing of his hammer. By alternating Bash and Cheelant's Fist, Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage had stacked up to the max. In a few seconds, every single hit that Jiang Fei had landed was close to 9,000 damage. At this point, the skill Cheelant's Fist could deal as high as 13,000 damage. Non-tank players were instantly flattened to the ground if Jiang Fei landed the skill on them. Jiang Fei was a god in that battlefield. His ultra-high defense and attack had rendered him almost untouchable by all the players. Only magic damage could hurt him, yet they were only a few hundred damage at best. Even so, Jiang Fei made sure that he had deconstructed all possible projectile-based magic skills that were coming at him. The moment Jiang Fei started to retaliate, the Iron Blood Alliance suffered a huge loss. No sooner all of them started to retreat. Isabella took this chance and attacked the enemy from behind together with Jiang Fei. "There's no time left. Get away from here," said Jiang Fei to the party when he noticed there were only 5 seconds left before the bomb detonated. Even though they currently had the advantage, things would change as time passed. The current players who were defending their base were of lower-level players. They were not any important members of the guild and were just there by coincidence. If they waited any longer, the real core members of Ironblood Alliance would return from outside the city and their numbers would soar by the thousands. Since Jiang Fei and the rest of the party could not use their return scroll, they would be killed, said Billy Boy as he and the rest of the party summoned their mounts and ran away. This was not a drama show or some typical shonen manga where the comrades of the protagonist would insist on staying with the protagonist until the end. No one in their right mind would be willing to do that in the real world. Jiang Fei was fine for if he wanted to escape. He would do so by simply summoning the dragon and flying to the sky. The rest of the party could not do that. Hence, there was no reason for them to stay any longer. Beep, 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 boom. The bomb had detonated and the walls of the storage unit were destroyed. All the materials and items in the store were there to be looted. Ding! Everyone in Jiang Fei's party had received the notification of the completion of the quest. After 10 seconds or so, Jiang Fei could clearly see that a tsunami of players were coming toward him. Instead of being worried, Jiang Fei laughed. "Bella," said Jiang Fei as he leaped out of the crowd, toward the storage unit. Orc. Within seconds, Isabella morphed into her dragon form and growled. Cried someone. "TTT, that's the dragon." Everyone's swords and wands were lowered as the entire sea of players piped down. Iron Bloodheart, who had just arrived at his base, started to sweat like a leaking water hydrant. He had only heard of the devastating power of the dragon that had decimated the previous top 2 guilds of Twilight City. At that point, there was only one thing that he could think of. Would his guild be the 3rd guild that would be decimated? Chapter 352. 352 Cash Cleaned. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When even 200,000 players were not enough at stopping the dragon, how could a few tens of thousands of players stand a chance? Iron Bloodheart had started to feel despair at the sight of the dragon soaring into the sky. "Bella, intimidate but don't attack just yet," said Jiang Fei as he noticed that everyone had stopped in their tracks instead of trying to run. At that point, he knew that everyone was not paying attention to him, which gave him the golden opportunity to loot everything he could. Lucky for him, the ring had just leveled up in time, granting Jiang Fei extra inventory slots. Almost all of the items stored in the guild storage was maxed out per slot. If he did not have enough, Jiang Fei would have missed out on a lot of materials there. To intimidate the crowd, Isabella continued flying over the crowd at high speed and hovered around for some time. It was to draw as much attention as possible while Jiang Fei took his time looting the materials. If Jiang Fei had Isabella started attacking, the players could do nothing to stop her, leaving him as the only target for attack. If he were to be killed, Isabella would disappear as well. When everything was looted, Jiang Fei would then leave. There were so many players then, and if Isabella did not use the forbidden spell, she and Jiang Fei would not be able to kill everyone in time. In fact, if they could, they would not have time to loot all the dropped equipment. When they respawned, they would have the time to equip and fight again. Hence, Jiang Fei had decided to just empty their storage. The truth was Jiang Fei's sleight of hand was not very good. Many Ironblood Alliance guild members had noticed his movements. However, with Isabella right there, Iron Bloodheart was still scared to do anything at the moment. They did not have any more information, aside from Jiang Fei's humanoid pet turning into a dragon and eliminating 200,000 players. Being the guild master, Iron Bloodheart could not afford to act rashly. His loss was the storage unit being destroyed. Whatever materials that Jiang Fei had taken was only a small matter. They were but material that over time could be regained. On the other hand, players' level was the one that mattered then. If Isabella had attacked and all of the players were killed and their levels dropped, the loss accumulated would be far worse than having the storage emptied out. Besides that, there was the suffering that Iron Bloodheart could never explain to his members. With that thought in mind, Iron Bloodheart did not issue the order to attack. From the looks of it, Iron Bloodheart concluded that Jiang Fei and his party were there to complete some kind of quest. Fine, they were the ones who got the short end of the stick. If they needed to destroy or cause some kind of damage to the guild as a requirement to complete the quest, so be it. At least send that demonic dragon away and spare all of them. In the end, Jiang Fei emptied out the guild storage and Billy Boy and the others escaped to a safe zone. Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile sky-lighting dragon and shot into the sky. When Jiang Fei left, Isabella flapped her wings and followed closely behind. Once they were high in the sky, Isabella shrank and flew toward Jiang Fei. When the two were finally gone, Iron Bloodheart sighed in relief. Iron Bloodheart replied angrily, asked the same member. The young master said so. I'm not to have any enmity towards that verger glider, said Iron Bloodheart disgruntledly. Enough with this, said Iron Bloodheart. After that, he had received a call from a player. Young master? Yes, said Iron Bloodheart in a tone that did not fit his character. He sounded extremely happy. It's lucky that I have obtained the news fast. If you have fought him, you might be extremely unlucky. Even so, it's best that you did, said the young man who was on the other end of the call. Young master? That player's name is Verger Glider. I expect him to, if he cannot reach Twilight. How am I going to give him his present? Asked the young man as he got a little nervous toward the end. I'm sorry, young master, said Iron Bloodheart bitterly. Jiang Fei was not the only one. Almost every single player who was slightly famous would have set up their communication system in that way. If one wanted to talk or even send him a friendship request, one must have the password. If their communication system was set to open, their inbox would be filled with friendship requests, as well as 24/7 disturbance from random players wishing to be their friend. It's fine, said the young man understandingly. Young master, did you know him? Asked Iron Bloodheart. He was quick to understand that there was something hidden. This does not concern you. I don't have to remind you again that if he does strike again, you must never allow him to be wronged, said the young man before he hung up. If Jiang Fei could see the person who was talking to Iron Bloodheart, he would immediately recognize that man. He was Zhang Yangshu, the head of Zhang family. Zhang Sung had given Zhang Yangshu the order to make contact with Jiang Fei. It was not limited to just in the real world, but in the game as well. He knew that Han Tianyu had invested a lot of money into the game just for Jiang Fei. Even though Zhang family had no metahumans backing them, many already knew that Jiang Fei was the only person who was supplying Han Tianyu the miracle recovery potion. However, even though the potion was very useful, Han Tianyu would not have gone through all the lengths just to be with Jiang Fei at all times. That only proved that there was something more about Jiang Fei that no one knew. That was why when Zhang Yangshu was asked to approach Jiang Fei, Zhang Yangshu had given Jiang Fei their family's weapon prototype as a sign of trust. However, Zhang Yangshu had no other means to remain in contact with Jiang Fei. As for the game, Zhang Yangshu was greatly discouraged when he discovered he was based in a different city from Jiang Fei. The Iron Blood Alliance was Zhang Yangshu's guild. The current guild master was the same as Happy Drunk, a lackey of their young master. On that day, when a report came in about players from Dawnlight City attacking their guild storage, Zhang Yangshu had a sudden thought. He predicted the outcome and the possible perpetrators. When the scouts confirmed that there was a player with a flying dragon mount and a humanoid pet that could transform into a dragon, Zhang Yangshu immediately drew the conclusion that Jiang Fei was the said player. As such, he gave an order to Iron Bloodheart to not attack, even when they were all attacked by the dragon. No one was to disturb Jiang Fei in completing his task. Chapter 353. 353, Bandit's Lair. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After successfully escaping from the guild's territory, Jiang Fei felt a little weird that he was able to run away without suffering any attack. It could be that they were all too nervous and scared of the dragon, or that he was just that good in escaping. Billy Boy and the others ran to a place outside of Twilight City before logging out. Since the teleportation circle from twilight to dawnlight was incomplete, they could either run back or wait for a few days. If Billy Boy and the rest chose to run now, they would be easily chased after and killed. Hence, they had informed Jiang Fei that the entire party will chose to stay offline for a few days. At this point, Jiang Fei was left alone at the outskirts of Twilight City. He did not need to run around or hide since he had the Sky Lighting Dragon and Isabella. Bored and out of any fun ideas, Jiang Fei decided to take things slow for a moment and fly around the empty fields with Isabella. It was nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of the wind accompanied them. Isabella had even wrapped her arms around Jiang Fei's waist and lay on Jiang Fei's back. Jiang Fei was definitely enjoying the moment as well. At that moment, Jiang Fei did not care where he was since he was flying without any obstruction. However, the blissful moment was quickly interrupted by the sound of blades crashing loudly against each other. When Jiang Fei slowed down a little to find the source, the wind had carried the smell of burning metal to him. Out of the blue, Jiang Fei could see an arrow that flying toward him at high speed. When the arrow got closer to Jiang Fei, he realized that the arrow was not fired by an archer. The arrow itself was as thick as steel pipe that was 3 meters long and had an arrowhead that was 2 feet long. This arrow was not used to shoot a person. It was to shoot down a dragon. Jiang Fei then descended quickly and discovered that he was flying in between 2 large mountains that were covered in clouds. Obviously, the peaks of the 2 mountains were occupied by civilization, as there were many buildings and well as defensive array. A quick circle around the mountain had revealed that the arrow was fired from the top where a huge mounted giant bow was placed. Jiang Fei continued to observe and found that the mountains were not occupied by a proper nation, but bandits. The mountains were their lair. Aside from a few main roads made from stones and bricks, the other smaller routes around the lair were only made from wood. All the NPCs that were roaming around the mountains were also not in a proper uniforms. They were all dressed in rags made from leather. The buildings were built with wood, and as the mountain got higher, so did the quality of the buildings. There were big halls around the lair, and at the center of it all was a huge Colosseum-like stadium that had a large banner saying, "Unparalleled Loyalty." The earth in the Colosseum was flat and smooth. It seemed that that was the place where training took place. "Oh my God," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Jiang Fei flew higher and got out of the ballista's range. "Oof, how dare they attack us? If only I could transform again," said Isabella, pouting as she did. For 2 days, Isabella was trapped in the pet slot since Jiang Fei had not logged into the game. When Jiang Fei came back, Jiang Fei was immediately thrown into a fight instead of his regular crafting session, which she loved. She had been craving for a chance to talk with Jiang Fei. Just as she finally had the chance, the two were interrupted by an arrow. That was why she was pouting. "Looks like there's a special map in each city," said Jiang Fei as he was completely focused on the bandits' lair. In Dawnlight City, the main enemy of the city was the Kadia Brotherhood. It appeared that the main enemy of Twilight City was these mountain bandits. If one were a player from Twilight City, one would see the bandits' name tag in red. However, Jiang Fei was a Dawnlight City player. From his perspective, he saw them as yellow-tagged, a neutral target. Even so, the Scout Tower and the Ballista were considered as red-tagged enemies, since it was an auto system that would attack any non-bandit entity that approached the lair. Said Jiang Fei. He descended quickly and unsummoned the dragon at the foot of the mountain. There, he and Isabella climbed up and finally reached a route that led toward the bandits' lair. Jiang Fei was certain that even though these bandit NPC were neutral, the black dragon scale on him would make them fear him. The reason he descended and walked was to avoid the Scout Towers and Ballista, since they were considered to be mechanical units that were not affected by fear. Halt! Jiang Fei was nowhere close to the lair, yet there was already a team of foot soldiers stopping Jiang Fei from proceeding. "Sigh, this is troublesome," said Jiang Fei. Human-type NPCs were the worst, since they could not sense the draconic power that Jiang Fei was emitting. How else would these level 50 NPC would block his way? Jiang Fei bellowed, asked the soldier at the front and closest to Jiang Fei. He must the leader of this small squad. Who am I? I'm the person that you just shot. Jiang Fei bellowed again. This time, he pretended to be holier than thou, cried the soldier as he took a few steps back. Dragon Knight were considered to be legends in the game, an existence that surpassed even the strongest fighters. Destroying a mountain was nothing but a small feat for a Dragon Knight. The soldiers were confusing Jiang Fei to being a real Dragon Knight because Jiang Fei was riding a dragon. As a matter of fact, that dragon was just a mount. However, the skylighting dragon was just too similar to a real dragon. Even though the combat power of a skylighting dragon was only mediocre, the appearance of it was all that mattered. These NPC soldiers were nothing but programmed to not know things. Enough, said Jiang Fei as he puffed his chest and crossed his arms. This was not the first time he had intimidated an NPC. This kind of pretense was easy for him. Please wait, oh great Dragon Knight, said the same soldiers. The poor fellow looked like he could be pissing any moment then. As he ran up the mountain, he even fell down many times. Isabella, who was sulking the entire time, giggled at the sight of him. Boom! 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 Not long after the soldier disappeared from sight, Jiang Fei could hear and see 3 cannons blasting into the high heavens. After that, the entire mountain was filled with the cries and cheers of the bandits. Chapter 354. 354. I'm holier than thou. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At first glance, Jiang Fei thought that the place was huge, but he never thought that it would have so many soldiers. After the cannon blasts, the never-ending soldiers that came pouring out was truly a sight to behold. These soldiers were bandits, but they had training. When they came down from the mountains and got into their formation, Jiang Fei was then able to see the number of soldiers as well as their rankings. In total, there were 10 ranks. Rank 1, 1 sword, huge blade, powerful as its shine. Rank 2, 2 swords, capable of chaining, men at their prime. Rank 3, man with trident, thrust as they tear, formidable as the weapon. Rank 4, 4 daggers, quick as they attack, heads in cauldron. Rank 5, 5 sharp claws, not a cat but a tiger, wounds abroad. Rank 6, 6-point spear, bashing as they pierce, red as blood. Rank 7, 7 curved bow, shots that never miss, arrows that pierce the heavens. Rank 8, hexagon hammer, stone break, heroes be killed even. Rank 9, 9 chain chakram, slit and slice all enemies diced. Rank 10, 10 flags, the proud flag and symbol, only death as the price. What a powerful army. These are not ordinary mountain bandits, said Jiang Fei to himself, as when saw the soldiers in formation. Even though they were intimidating, they were all neutral target. As long as Jiang Fei did not attack, they would not. When Jiang Fei walked closer, the army immediately split in 2 sides, opening a path for a large man who was holding a large flag. The flag was painted in dark green and had golden borders. There was a symbol of the moon at the background with the letter Aurum on the front. There was another man standing in front of the flag carrier. He wore a green robe and had a long green J-blade with a dragon design on the hilt. No matter how one looked, the man looked exactly like Guan Yu. Shame that he had no long beard, or Jiang Fei would have bowed down and started praying. Oomph. The man that looked like Guan Yu shouted until his face was all red. Ho ho ho. Jiang Fei laughed as he said. He then proceeded to walk in front and stood 10 meters away from him. He kept quiet at all times, and when he looked up and crossed his arms, the other man started to sweat. When a little soldier came to him and started blabbering about a Dragon Knight coming, he got angry and rallied his men and marched to Jiang Fei. In his mind, he thought it was impossible for a Dragon Knight to come to his godforsaken mountain. That was why when he came down, fuming with rage, he thought that the person must be a fake. He planned to humiliate the impersonator by flaunting his entire army and scaring him away. However, when Jiang Fei walked closer, the red-faced man panicked. He was a level 60 Lord tier boss, which was stronger than the level 50 normal tier soldiers. When Jiang Fei walked toward him, he could feel a genuine aura of a dragon coming from him. The girl that was walking beside him had even stronger and powerful draconic aura. That only meant that one of them was a dragon that could morph into a human, and the other was a human that had spent too long with a dragon that he had gained the powers of a dragon. They were genuine dragon knights. They had to be at least level 90 overlord tier. Destroying this mountain would only be child's play for him. The girl had so much latent power that the red-faced man could not even fathom. So what if he had an army? Those two could easily carve a crater at the mountain if they wanted to. Ho ho, not bad, little one, said Jiang Fei. He had started his act. My lord, it is my fault, said the red-faced man as soon as Jiang Fei and Isabella stood in front of him. The man quickly knelt down with both his knees touching the ground. The luxurious blade on his back was immediately offered to him. Raise, said Jiang Fei as he patted his head. Jiang Fei had never thought that the man would immediately succumb to him. Even though he had pretended to be strong in the past, he had never tried it on a human NPC. He had always thought that he could only scare intelligent beast-type NPC to give up all their treasures. However, once he saw how the red-faced man cowered on the ground with fear, he knew that humans had feared death even more than beasts. Thank you, said the man as he quickly got up to his feet and smiled from ear to ear. He had to bend the knee. If he had angered the Dragon Knight, the whole mountain would be flattened. The man had truly believed that Jiang Fei was a Dragon Knight because Jiang Fei did carry the black dragon scale on him. Even though it was faint, he did give out the aura of a dragon. Isabella, on the other hand, was emitting much stronger dragon aura since she was a real dragon to begin with. When the soldiers had informed that Jiang Fei had arrived with a dragon, the red-faced man did not believe. At that moment, after he had felt the powerful aura from Jiang Fei, he ate his own words. Even though they might be fake, the red-faced man dared not to gamble with the lives of all tens of thousands of his men on the mountain. I'm here to discuss something with you, said Jiang Fei as he glared at the army with condescending eyes. My lord, please, said the red-faced man almost immediately as he led the way up the mountain. The army that was supposed to be a display of power had turned into a welcoming party. Jiang Fei scoffed and followed the man up whilst giving the kind of expression that the men were nothing but insects, said the red-faced man as he sent a soldier to call in the two other leaders of the mountain. The red-faced man led Jiang Fei and Isabella to a hall that was commonly used to distribute spoils of war. There were 3 large chairs, all decorated with tiger skin as well as jewels on the armrests. Outside of the hall, there were 2 more chairs that were lower and smaller. Those were meant for other people besides the 3 leaders of the mountain. My lord, said the red-faced man as he led Jiang Fei to sit on the largest chair. Bella, sit with me, said Jiang Fei as he held her hand and sat her down on the chair next to him. Even though there was one more empty seat, which was meant for the red-faced man, he merely stood at the side. Thump! Thump! No sooner heavy footsteps akin to an elephant's steps echoed outside the hall. The door was flung open and 2 men came in. From the looks of it, the 3 brothers had arrived, and they were generals who led the mountain bandits. The red-faced man that Jiang Fei had met was funny enough, but when the 2 men came closer, Jiang Fei almost laughed since one had redder face and the other man's face was so red that it was almost violet. Third brother, why did you call us? I heard that there's a man who was trying to cause trouble, asked the man with the reddest face. When he was done talking, he saw Jiang Fei sitting on the seat. Shut up, big brother, said the youngest one of the 3 as he quickly slapped the man. Chapter 355, 355, Money for Life. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, third brother, asked the man with the darkest face, pointing at Jiang Fei. In an instant, when the 2 other brothers finally came up to Jiang Fei, their face turned pale. Blood drained from their faces as they started to sweat. Even their hair fell down to their forehead. Thump! Before the red-faced man could even explain anything, he ran to Jiang Fei and kowtowed to Jiang Fei immediately. Please find yourself to forgive these stupid brothers. At that point, the red-faced man's heart was beating too fast that Jiang Fei could even hear it from his seat. The red-faced man was so scared of the bad treatment that he would take it on the entire mountain bandits. The two men who had just arrived felt that something was odd when their youngest brother had suddenly bowed down to a stranger. However, they quickly understood the reason. When they came in a hurry, they could not feel the aura from Jiang Fei, and when they had calmed down, the draconic power that the two individuals who were sitting on their seats blasted across the room. Thump! Thump! The violet-faced man and the black-faced came down to their knees and cupped their hands to salute Jiang Fei. All of them could feel the genuine power of a dragon coming from Jiang Fei, not to mention the overwhelming raw power the girl was emitting. Neither of them dared to stand against Jiang Fei, for if they had even tried, they feared that they would lose everything. Not even the mountain would exist when the Dragon Knight decided to unleash his wrath. "On your feet," said Jiang Fei with a simple hand gesture. He then quickly returned to the thinker pose and act all benevolent in front of the three brothers. He had to be slightly lenient and not push them to a corner to force them to fight. If they had, Jiang Fei and Isabella would be destroyed almost instantly, especially since Isabella's dragon form was still on cooldown. All three brothers got up to their feet and bowed repeatedly. At the same time, the youngest one thought to himself, "The Dragon Knight might be in a good mood today. If he was even a little bit annoyed, one of our heads would already be rolling." Jiang Fei asked politely. Even though he had the ring function and could see their names as well as their attributes, it was still important to be polite. "My lord, this useless one is called Orem Goose. My brothers here are called Orem Lion and Orem Elephant." The youngest one, the man with the red face, opened his mouth and spoke. The other two dared not speak since the oldest one, the one with the darkest face, had accidentally spoke wrongly in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded, asked Orem Goose politely, "Ho ho ho, you didn't know?" teased Jiang Fei with a smile. All three brothers exchanged looks. After a while, they seemed to understand the reason behind. The Dragon Knight must be sent from the Twilight City to eliminate them. Such a sad day indeed. I have no quarrels with you, nor you I. However, I am a man of honor. I was paid to be here, and I must complete the task that I am paid for," said Jiang Fei. When he was done talking, Jiang Fei grabbed the armrest so tightly that cracks formed on the old wood. He was merely pretending that he was about to attack. "My lord," cried Orem Goose as he quickly leaped to the front and kowtowed again. The other two behind was so scared that the spot they were kneeling had a pool of sweat. Jiang Fei did not need to explain much, for the three brothers had already understood the reason of his presence then. The Twilight City had deemed the bandits of Green Peak Mountain and the Orem brothers fit to hire a powerful Dragon Knight to be exterminated. Luckily, Orem Goose had come up with a way to save themselves. He then quickly stepped up and begged the Dragon Knight. However, it would seem that the dragon had nothing to be impressed of: power and authority, women and wealth. These sort of thing could never please the Dragon Knight. Yet it was the only things that they could offer. Even though Orem Goose had always thought that men will never be able to reject beautiful women, of which he had plenty of them in the mountains. The problem was the Dragon Knight had a beautiful woman beside him. That girl might also be a Dragon Knight, and if Orem Goose had given Jiang Fei another girl, that female Dragon Knight might not be happy and would cause trouble. After squeezing his brain juice, the only thing left for him to buy his life was money. But the Dragon Knight had clearly accepted other parties' money to exterminate them in the first place. In the end, Orem Goose had resorted to the last option in order to save the lives of the mountain bandits. "Do the three brothers have any last wishes? If it's not too much, I will bring myself to grant your last wishes," said Jiang Fei as he stood up. The fact was that even though the three level 60 Lord tier NPC were on their heads like ants, Jiang Fei could never defeat even one of them, even with Demon Morph. "My lord," Orem Goose stuttered. "By your lives?" "Humph," asked Jiang Fei as he smirked, purposely to grant a chance to the three brothers. That was his main purpose. Jiang Fei got excited when the three had finally offered something. On the other side of things, the three Orem brothers were happy as they could finally breathe. They did not fear Jiang Fei's greed and felt lucky that the great Dragon Knight could be moved by treasure. As such, their lives would be spared. If the Dragon Knight was a man of virtue and honor, they might have already lost their lives before they could talk. Big brother, second brother, ordered the youngest brother as he bit down his pride and quickly commanded his brothers to take the treasures to Jiang Fei. It was their treasure that had been obtained for so long. Even though they could not use it, it was extremely valuable to them. However, on the day of the apocalypse, they would have to offer it to him in order to keep their heads. Yes, said the two, even though they were greatly disgruntled by the decision. Even so, the great Dragon Knight was already there to deliver the death sentence. What use would a treasure be to a dead man? Said Oram Goose as he bolted out of the hall. Before Jiang Fei could thought of ways to intimidate, the ring glowed. It was treasure indicator. Seemed like the three brothers were true to their words. After 5 minutes, Oram Goose came back with a beautiful box and presented it to Jiang Fei. "My lord, this is my offer to you," said Oram Goose with the widest smile Jiang Fei had ever seen. Even though Jiang Fei did not notice, Oram Goose was twitching madly from having to give away his precious treasure. Bella, if you don't mind," said Jiang Fei with a hand gesture. Isabella nodded and accepted the box and handing it to Jiang Fei. Fuck. Jiang Fei unlatched the box and opened it. The next thing he knew, a bright crimson golden light filled the room. Chapter 356. 356. Crimson Reaper. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Crimson Reaper. Cape. Ancient. Skill 1. Bloodthirst. Passive upon entering battle mode. Burns 100 health points per second. Increased 10% attack speed. Skill 2. Bloodthirsty Echo. Passive increased lifesteal effect by 100%. Allies within 30 meters will receive the same healing effect. Skill 3. Bloodmark. Inflicts poison on a target, dealing 1% of the target's maximum health points as damage per second. All allies that attacks the marked target will receive 20% health point recovery. Mark lasts for 30 seconds. 5 minutes cooldown time. Skill 4. Bloodlust Demon. Morph turns into a blood-sucking demon. Increase 50% attack speed and obtain additional 200% lifesteal effect. Effect cannot stack with other lifesteal effect. Lasts for 1 minute. 10 minutes cooldown time. Level requirement. 40 note. Putting on this cape will make you an enemy for all in the light faction. Jiang Fei was stunned by the effects of the cape. Strong would be an understatement at this point. Even though he would be branded as an enemy by the light faction, Jiang Fei had no qualms about it since he was of a demon race. That downside effect of the cape could be completely ignored. Asked Oram Goose politely. This is fine," said Jiang Fei whilst maintaining a stoic appearance. Jiang Fei was not pleased. He was greatly gratified by the cape. With the cape, his lifesteal effect would be boosted. The best effect of the cape was to grant healing to his allies too. This cape alone had negated the need for Jiang Fei to build his self-healing gear. As long as he focused on increasing his damage, all his teammates would be greatly healed in the fight. In fact, being alone in a dungeon with Isabella, he would never have to worry about his health, said Oram Goose as he retreated. Since Jiang Fei had received the gift, the almighty Dragon Knight would surely spare the three brothers. Even though it was painful for him to lose his precious treasure, it was worth the sacrifice for their lives were spared. "All right, I have received your compensation for your lives. I would like to see what the other two brothers would offer," said Jiang Fei as he sat down. The two elder brothers who had relaxed got tensed immediately. They had all thought that the youngest brother's gift would be enough for the lives of the three brothers. "Oh no, my lord," Oram Lion stuttered as he tried to speak, but could never form a proper sentence. "My lord, I've suddenly remember that I have 2 more treasures in the vault," said Oram Goose, thinking quickly. It was obvious then that Jiang Fei's greed knew no bounds. However, what could he do then? The man was a Dragon Knight. There would only be bloodshed if his greed was not sated. When Oram Goose disappeared from the hall, Jiang Fei relaxed. Orem Lion and Orem Elephant quickly retreated further whilst clenching their fists. The more Jiang Fei demanded, the more hatred they bore. However, it was not toward Jiang Fei, but toward the Twilight City that had sent him. No matter how much damage he brought to them, the man was an invincible Dragon Knight. As much as they wanted to have their revenge, they could not afford to challenge a Dragon Knight. Thus, their hatred was directed toward the people who had hired him in the first place. At that point, whatever damage Jiang Fei had caused them, they would reply them by several folds. It did not matter for them since they were in the banditry business. Whatever Jiang Fei had robbed from them, they would rob it from Twilight City. Orem Goose returned to the hall with 2 more small boxes. Each of them were small, the size of a teacup at best. It must contain some kind of accessory. "My lord, I'm sure that you would be pleased with these," said Orem Goose as he brought the boxes to Jiang Fei himself. A bright golden light shone, and Jiang Fei had received the second gift. Warrior's Heart, Jewel, Legendary. Use. Fix into a chest piece. Increases 20% strength. Grants immunity to fear. Effect and mind-controlling magic. "This is good," said Jiang Fei with a simple nod. This sort of jewel was far stronger than any attribute enhancement jewel. Typically, when a player had obtained a jewel at this point of the game, no one would use them yet unless they had an evolving chromatic equipment. Once a jewel was socketed in an equipment, they cannot be removed. Jiang Fei proceeded to open the last box. This time, a violet light shined, and inside the box was a small vial that was filled with red liquid. Berserker's Blood, Potion, Epic. Use. Instantly raises your level by 10 and resets all your skills cooldown. Effect lasts for 3 hours. After 3 hours, player's level is reduced by 12. Oh my! The effect of the potion was extraordinary, since gaining 10 levels with just one use of the potion was like skipping time and into the future. It would be great to use against enemies with higher level advantage. However, the downside of the potion was too severe, since after the effect expired, one would lose 2 levels. 2 levels was no laughing matter. Lately in the game, or perhaps even now, players would take several days to gain a single level. Dropping even a single level was so severe that no one would be willing to use the potion unless it was worth the while. Said Jiang Fei as he sulked. Even though Jiang Fei could not deny that the 3 gifts were considered to be treasures, it was not good enough for him. The reason why Jiang Fei had said that aloud was because there was one more treasure that was on Orem Goose that he had not offered. When Orem Goose went away to retrieve the treasure, Jiang Fei's ring glowed. Even when he had received 3 gifts from the 3 brothers, the ring was still glowing, indicating that there was still something that was kept from Jiang Fei. "My lord, forgive this useless one. This useless one still have one more treasure that this useless one had hesitated to offer. It was useless and priceless. For this useless one fear that it would spell disaster for my lord," said Orem Goose immediately. It was as predicted. Orem Goose had originally thought that he might satisfy the great Dragon Knight with the Crimson Reaper cape, and if that one was not enough, the Warrior's Heart was the second item that he would offer. The Berserker's Blood was supposed to be the cherry on the ice cream, but since Jiang Fei had expressed his displeasure with the potion, Orem Goose was forced to give up the last treasure. Chapter 357. 357. The Bishop's Tomb. Translator. Endless Fantasy. Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Trouble? To me you say? Said Jiang Fei with a smile. Although he did not believe that there would be a thing in the game that would bring him trouble. Said Orem Goose bitterly. He ignored the 2 brothers who were whispering something and proceeded toward Jiang Fei. The treasure might be precious, but ever since they had acquired it, no one dared to use it. Leaving it in their care would also draw in trouble. Might as well gift this thing away when there was a chance. "Please accept it," said Orem Goose as he offered up a dull-looking box. It was a foot long, but seemed light. Jiang Fei nodded to Isabella, gesturing her to fetch it to him. Crack! This time, a violet golden light flashed, and Jiang Fei's widened his eyes. Damn! Jiang Fei had never thought that these bandits would have such an item in their possession. A holy tier item was only one tier lower than a celestial tier. Bishop's Tomb, map, holy. Use. Shows you the way to the tomb of the past bishops. Even though it was a holy tier item, the description of it was so short that even a white tier equipment would have had longer description. On the other hand, that short sentence carried so much meaning. The first and most obvious one with the tomb of past bishops. What was it? Could it be a map filled with bosses? Or perhaps treasures? Bishop, the highest authority in the Light faction. All the predecessors must have something to leave behind when they were dead. And the fact that it was a tomb of the past bishops meant that there could be more than enough treasures. What could it be then? A map to a mountain full of treasures? However, Orem Goose's statement was true. Whoever possessed the map would have trouble seeking for them. Once the news about the map was exposed, the entire Light faction would issue a manhunt to seek and destroy whoever held the map to their sacred bishop's resting place. Now Jiang Fei was only a normal player and not a real Dragon Knight. However, even a real Dragon Knight might declare an all-out war with him if he did not surrender the map. Even when holding the piece of cloth in his hand, Jiang Fei displayed no fear. That was because Jiang Fei was in the demon faction. He and the Light faction were natural enemies. Since they already had enmity toward his faction, a little extra enmity would not do much for him. This map, not bad, said Jiang Fei with a smile. All three brothers sighed in relief when they finally saw the great Dragon Knight smiling. When Orem Goose handed over the map, he thought that the Dragon Knight would kill everyone in the mountain to keep the map a secret. A typical Dragon Knight would be level 90 Overlord tier. Note that level 99 and a level 90 Overlord tier were two different levels. To be able to ignore the threats of the Light faction, the Dragon Knight, in front of Orem Goose must be the kind who had much higher level than an average Dragon Knight. At this point, Orem Goose drew in a deep breath and slammed his head to the ground, smashing it as he kowtowed to Jiang Fei. "My lord, this useless one wishes to follow you," said Orem Goose as loudly as he could. The two other brothers had immediately thought of the same thing and followed Orem Goose's action, except they did not smash their head to the ground under them. It was only natural for the weak to follow the strong. When Orem Goose knew that the great Dragon Knight was overwhelmingly strong, if he was indeed higher than level 90, having a strong leader would never be bad for him. "Ho ho, fine," said Jiang Fei. Having an army of bandits in the Twilight City region would only be an advantage to Jiang Fei. "My lord," said Orem Goose as he offered his everything. A person's soul fire is the base of one's life. If someone owned it, the original owner of the soul fire could never betray him. It was the last thing that Orem Goose could do then. If he had not, the Dragon Knight had every reason to reject him and might even remove them from this world. It was both a genuine offer as well as a mean to stay alive, said Jiang Fei as he stood up. "When the time is right and the wind is calm, I shall return again when the brothers are all strong," said Jiang Fei as he recited a poem. It was only an act to hide the fact that the brothers were too weak to even be considered as his followers. The real reason why Jiang Fei had rejected their offer was that he had no capabilities to accept the soul fire. There was only one requirement to accept an NPC soul fire, and that was to be of higher level than them. If Orem Goose's soul fire was accepted, it would rebound immediately. That would expose Jiang Fei's real identity, and the three Lord tier Orem brothers would surely chase Jiang Fei until the end of times for duping them, said Orem Goose, a little disappointed. Even though the great Dragon Knight had not said it out, he had blatantly declared that the three brothers were too weak at the moment. They did not even have the requirement to be his underlings. They were merely level 60, while the great Dragon Knight was at least level 90. "I understand, my lord. Currently, I am not even worthy to be your follower. However, if my lord have any needs, do feel free to visit us anytime," said Orem Goose. Even though Jiang Fei had not accepted them, they would have a good relationship as long as Orem Goose maintained a good rapport with him. Someday, the great Dragon Knight would return and accept them. By then, the Orem brothers would no longer have to hide in the mountains. "I'll take my leave now," said Jiang Fei as he stood up and lifted his cape. It was about time for him to leave as soon as possible to avoid any more unwanted development, said the three Oram brothers as they commanded their soldiers to march. Like Jiang Fei, they too wanted Jiang Fei to leave as soon as possible. As long as that killing machine was in their compound, there would never be peace. Growl! At the small empty plaza outside the hall, Jiang Fei blew his whistle and summoned the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon. With a powerful roar, the dragon came from the sky and landed on the empty plaza. All three Oram brothers gasped at the sight of the dragon as Jiang Fei got up and mounted it. The appearance of the dragon was so huge that it was bigger than a real dragon. When Jiang Fei and Isabella got up the dragon, the three Oram brothers quickly bowed down as they were afraid at the sight of the dragon. The dragon was there in front of their eyes. Their doubts of Jiang Fei being a dragon knight were now gone. Jiang Fei zoomed to the sky until he could only see the three Oram brothers as dots instead of humans. At that point, more and more soldiers who were hiding in the forest had finally came back to the mountains. "Let's go, brothers," said Oram Lion. Only when Jiang Fei had left, the eldest brother had dared to resume his role of the leader. "The losses inflicted by that dragon knight must be accounted for," said Oram Elephant as he followed Oram Lion into the hall. "I'm ba Feiloit. To think that they would send a dragon knight to exterminate us," cried Oram Goose bitterly. Chapter 358, 358, unacceptable quest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Once Jiang Fei was out of Green Peak Mountain, Jiang Fei quickly equipped the Crimson Reaper cape. The cape was huge and extravagant when compared to the previous puny cape. The new one was red, as the name implied. The cloth was glowing with red lines, as if there was blood flowing from inside the fabric itself. On the borders of the cape were gold engravings that looked like runes. When Jiang Fei clasped it onto his chest piece, the cape fluttered in the wind, like a blade that was dyed red. It would be a 100% chance for someone to turn their head to admire the cape from behind. If Jiang Fei decided to walk outside of the city, he would definitely be hunted, both as an intruder from Dawnlight City and also to collect his wealth. "Let us continue our joy ride," said Jiang Fei to Isabella. However, the mood was already ruined, and no matter how far Jiang Fei flew, he could not find the mood to enjoy the scene. "Perhaps we shall take a stroll instead." Isabella did not reject or express anything in regards to that. She too had not been able to enjoy much of anything after the incident with the Oram brothers. "That's probably a good idea," said Isabella. Jiang Fei descended and summoned the dragon once he and Isabella were on the ground. The two then walked side by side aimlessly. The place where they landed was a level 50 map with plenty of monsters at around level 40 and higher. However, because of the black dragon scale Jiang Fei had on him, most of the monsters would not attack, but hide from him. Asked Isabella after some time of silence. The place that Isabella was referring to as the real world. The only thing about the world that Jiang Fei had told Isabella was the name, and it was simply just the adventurer's world. When the time comes, Jiang Fei and everyone else would log out, leaving the game world in a complete suspended animation. That was why Isabella did not feel anything strange going. However, there were times when Jiang Fei logged into the game later than usual, as well as times when Jiang Fei did not log in at all. Isabella was trapped inside the dark room, called the pet slot. By then, she had realized that Jiang Fei, as well as the other adventurers, came from a different world. Said Jiang Fei. It was an awkward question to ask, and an even more awkward question to answer to a character that was born inside the game. How would you explain to a game character that was somewhat conscious about their lives, asking about their origins? Would you just tell them that they were nothing but programs that humans like Jiang Fei had programmed? Would you tell them that their lives were nothing but digital data that had the only purpose of entertaining humans? Even though it was the truth, it would be too cruel to let Isabella know. Even though there were many NPCs with high intelligence inside the game, Isabella was one of a kind that had emotions programmed. Jiang Fei could never find the heart to hurt her feelings. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking about it, there was the sound of combat coming not far from where they were. "Let's go and see what's going on," said Jiang Fei immediately. It was a chance to avoid answering Isabella's question. When Jiang Fei and Isabella arrived at the battlefield, the fight was over as there were many dead bodies lying on the ground. Not far from where Jiang Fei stood were two groups of people fighting. Even though it was a fight, it would be more fitting to say that it was a case of bullying. On one side was a group of 7 to 8 people with swords, while the other group, or rather just one man, was holding a broken sword with his knees on the ground, bleeding all over his body. "Cried the group of people," said one of the men from the larger group. Without even needing to explain themselves, Jiang Fei decided to let the man die from his recklessness. In that instant, the name tags of all the men from the larger group turned red. Count's evil slave, humanoid, advance elite, level, 50 health points, 100,000 attack power, 12,000 note, thugs of Count Wilson from Twilight City. Jiang Fei scoffed. He had nothing to do with the fight, and he was not from Twilight City. Hence, anything he'd do could not trigger the quest that was so obviously laying right there. However, since they preemptively tried to attack before asking questions, Jiang Fei would not hesitate to fight back as well. With a quick hand gesture, Jiang Fei signaled Isabella to attack as he leaped forward and intercepted the 5 enemies. Instant ice burst. Minus 9,027, 087. All 5 of the evil slaves were frozen in place. Due to the fact that the enemies were level 50 and Jiang Fei was level 43, the level suppression system would not activate. His attack would not be lowered, nor would their attacks be higher. Flame burst. Minus 14,852, minus 15,793. Black dragon breath. Minus 8,952, minus 7,924. Jiang Fei and Isabella had been in sync for so long that when Jiang Fei's instant ice burst had frozen the enemy, Isabella's flame would come up in just the next second. Before the evil slaves could even get close to Jiang Fei, they had already lost 30% of their health. If they were level 30 monsters, they would have been killed instantly. "Isabella, let's finish the job," said Jiang Fei as he dashed toward the group and began to attack. Demon Flame Infusion. Jiang Fei headed right, and Isabella headed left. When Jiang Fei cast Instant Ice Burst, he automatically started losing 100 health points per second. It was a surprise since Jiang Fei had only just put on the Crimson Reaper. 100 damage per second might be harmful for some, but to Jiang Fei, it meant nothing since he could recover his health just as fast with a lifesteal effect. After Smash and Qilin's Fist, Jiang Fei's chain combo pushed Ruthless Barrage to 10 stacks, increasing his attack closer to 9,000. At that instant, Qilin's Fist could deal more than 10,000 damage. Paired with his newfound attack speed, Jiang Fei's total DPS was higher than Isabella's. Minus 234, minus 335. Pity that the monsters were only dealing less than 10% of what Jiang Fei could deal. Even so, the fact that they could deal damage to Jiang Fei meant that their original damage was high enough to break the Lightbringer's armament equipment set defenses. Still, low damage meant nothing, for Jiang Fei's lifesteal effect was so potent that he was healing himself at over 3,000 health points per strike. That did not stop Jiang Fei, since the healing effect was also affecting the other allies. There was no need for a healer when Jiang Fei could be a powerful healer himself. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 men who attacked Jiang Fei were dead. However, since these enemies were Count Wilson from Twilight City, they were not considered monsters in the field. Hence, Jiang Fei could not gain any experience points from them. That was the reason why Jiang Fei did not want to interfere. Said Jiang Fei to the last man standing, who looked like the leader of these guys. Even though he was a mini-boss, at level 50, Jiang Fei did not have any reason to be scared of him. "Damn it," said the man to himself. The man whom he was facing against could be of a dragon race. He was only a slave that belonged to a Count Wilson from Twilight City. Since the dragon race had signed a peace treaty with all major cities, they would never attack them without a good reason. The problem was, Jiang Fei did not attack first since he was the one who ordered his men to attack Jiang Fei. Chapter 359 359 Demon's Spy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the NPC was not having a good time. Neither was Jiang Fei. He had accidentally gotten himself involved in an unacceptable quest and could never gain anything from it. The one who was the mini-boss had a name different than the other two men beside him. Jiang Fei read his properties easily with the ring's ability. His name was Garden Guard Vice Captain. He was just a guard who guarded a garden, and a vice captain at that. Even if Jiang Fei acted up again, the guy would most likely drop a few coins and run. There was no need for him to waste his effort on him. Jiang Fei exclaimed before he too turned around. Jiang Fei would have killed everyone then if they were not from Twilight City. Killing them would not gain him any experience points or a single dime. Why waste his time? Said the vice captain before he ran away with the two other men, not giving any F***CK to the man he was beating up earlier. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as patted Isabella's shoulder and left. Said the man who was on the brink of death. Escaped prisoner, humanoid, advanced elite, level. 52 health points, 7,000/120,000 attack power, 14,000 note. An escaped prisoner of the count. He knows a deep secret. Jiang Fei glanced at the man and noted that he was a neutral character. The problem was that Jiang Fei had no interest in him. It was obvious that the man was a trigger point to activate a quest. If Jiang Fei was a player from Twilight City, after rescuing the prisoner, he would accept a quest and be granted a reward. But Jiang Fei was not a player from Twilight City to begin with. Even though the quest could be triggered, Jiang Fei would be wasting his time since Jiang Fei could not accept it. Even if he finished the quest, Jiang Fei would not be able to receive the reward. Said Jiang Fei as he quickly moved further away from the man. My lord, said the man as he stood up. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had forgotten to put the map into the ring's inventory to prevent anyone from detecting the map. Seemed like the man had detected the item in his inventory. Asked the man as he moved closer to Jiang Fei. Even though he was severely wounded, he stared at Jiang Fei, unfazed. Jiang Fei drew out his hammer and was about to kill this foolish man. His eyes glowed red, an indication that Jiang Fei was a demon. In normal circumstances, Jiang Fei would have no different attributes when compared to a human. However, once Jiang Fei got into battle mode or automatic trigger, his eyes would glow red. This was merely a cosmetic effect that would not affect his overall stat, said the prisoner when he saw the blood-red eyes of Jiang Fei. Little prick, said Jiang Fei as murderous aura came pouring out. It was Jiang Fei who was on high ground, threatening others. He would never allow some NPC to just come out of nowhere and threaten to expose him to the Light Faction, or also known as the Luminous Church. At this point, even if he was his uncle or his aunt, Jiang Fei would bash his head in, said the man when Jiang Fei was about to leap forward. Isabella had already casted Demon Flame Infusion that made her hands burn with the black flames of hell. Demon Flame Infusion. Asked the man when he saw the black flames in Isabella's hands, said Isabella as she concentrated more flames in her hands. On Jiang Fei's signal, she would immediately claw the prisoner and send him to the netherworld, said the prisoner as he held his hands up to surrender. In that instant, he summoned a dark power around him and morphed. Horns grew out of his forehead, and his skin turned darker. His horns and feet were that of a goat. That was the end of the transformation. Jiang Fei had even expected a pair of wings to come out from his back. Demon's Spy, Satyr, Advanced Elite, level, 52 health point, 7,000/120,000 attack power, 14,000 note, an agent of espionage sent by the Nephilims. Hunted by the humans as his identity is exposed. Jiang Fei was a little surprised when he saw the changes in the Mun. He had changed from being a human to a satyr, a lower-ranking demon race. At this point, since Isabella was a royalty in the Nephilim race, she would definitely ask questions. My lord, this is not a good place to discuss important matters. said the satyr after saluting both Jiang Fei and Isabella. He then led the two toward a small forest that was close by. If Jiang Fei was a player from Twilight City, this spy might have given him a quest in his human form. Now that he had met Jiang Fei, a race of Nephilim, he had revealed his true form. However, they had to move somewhere else since they were all on the grounds of the Luminous Church. It was established that the four main cities were governed by the Light and Dark faction. They had their rules and laws to obey. No nobility from the four main races was allowed to set foot in the four main cities. No one from the God and Nephilim races was allowed in any of the cities. Hence, when someone from the Nephilim race appeared near a city, the Light faction would surely send someone to attack them. Asked the satyr, since identity was far too important. He had to make sure that he did not reveal the important secret he had to the wrong party. This here is Princess Isabella. Jiang Fei had purposely moved Isabella into the spotlight. Even though she was merely his pet, in the realm of the NPCs, she was still a princess of the Nephilim race. How could a lowly adventurer like him be owning a princess as a pet? Not only the Luminous Church would hunt him down, the Nephilim race would personally send every man they had to find and destroy Jiang Fei. As such, Jiang Fei would be Isabella's personal guard for now, since the two had never cared about their positions. No one would complain if one stood in front of the other. "It's the princess," said the satyr without hesitation. It was probably because of the black flames that she had displayed earlier. It was the only proof he needed. "Tell me everything you know," ordered Isabella. Chapter 360, Worse Than Beasts. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The satyr revealed everything that he knew to Isabella. The Luminous Church had planned a scheme that would frame and farm the fourth princess of the Nephilim royalty. The reason behind the scheme was because the power of the fourth prince had grown to disrupt the balance between the light and the dark. It was a threat to both the celestial races as well as the Luminous Church. The fourth prince had one weakness that the Luminous Church had intended to exploit. The fourth prince was filled with lust. If he was not from a Nephilim royalty and was of any other minor race that was part of the Dark faction, the Luminous Church would not hesitate to sacrifice a holy virgin as a gift to lure him into the light. However, since the fourth prince was part of the Nephilim royalty, there was nothing that could be done. The Nephilim and the Celestials were always at war with each other. However, even as lustful as the fourth prince may be, he would never betray his own blood for the sake of a woman. Even if he did, the Luminous Church and the Celestial would not bet on the success of it, fearing that it might be a counter-scheme. The only way left to defeat such a powerful prodigy was to kill him. If they allowed the fourth prince to run free, he would grow stronger to be as strong as the king of the Nephilim. When one force was stronger than the other, the scale would tip to the stronger side. By then, the Luminous Church and the Celestials would be in trouble. Their scheme to kill the fourth prince was to lower his guard with a woman and have an assassin end his life. The first step was already taken, as the fourth prince was charmed by a beautiful woman and would be attending a dance where the assassin would be hiding in the ball. The satyr was tasked to send a message to the Nephilim royalty to inform them about this plan and have the fourth prince return back to the Nephilim realm. Be it a rescue mission or to prevent a catastrophe, the satyr must return safely and save the fourth prince from being killed in the hands of the Luminous Church. Sadly, with him only being a level 50 advanced elite, there was no way for him to enter the city, since there would be undercover members of the Luminous Church waiting near the gates of the city. Jiang Fei sulked. It had to be a joke. Jiang Fei, alone, entering Twilight City with the sky-lighting dragon would be easy, but escorting an NPC on the brink of death would be a failed mission at best. Unless Jiang Fei rallied all his guild members, they might actually stand a chance to escort the NPC using brute force. The problem was the cost of it all. Even if he managed to finish the quest, what about the tens of thousands of members of Imperial Dragon? Once they crossed into Twilight City via the teleportation circle, they would not be able to go back unscathed. If the players from Twilight City suddenly retaliated, the entire guild would be reduced to dust. It was not a risk Jiang Fei was willing to take, just for the sake of the quest. All right, I have understood the situation, said Isabella, as she ignored Jiang Fei. Thank you, my princess, said the satyr spy. Without any hesitation, the minor demon plunged his hands into his chest and pulled out a beating heart before collapsing to the ground. Said Jiang Fei. The heart stopped beating after a few seconds, and along with the body of the satyr, it turned into dust and was scattered into the wind. The shame of a royal Nephilim must never reach outsiders. It is the norm, said Isabella without a trace of emotion. Damn, said Jiang Fei jokingly. You, said Isabella bashfully. So, what do we do now? Asked Jiang Fei. Since the satyr was dead, there was no one to guard or escort. It would not be hard for him to infiltrate Twilight City. Never, said Isabella with anger in her eyes. Jiang Fei felt awkward. Something was not right. The satyr had just died to deliver the information about the fourth prince, and yet Isabella planned to let him die. They were brothers and sisters. Nothing is going on, said Isabella. This time, her voice was filled with hatred. It did not take much for Jiang Fei to convince Isabella to reveal the reason. After listening to the whole background of the Nephilim royalty, Jiang Fei was impressed by the Nephilim king. The man had a total of 14 sons and 9 daughters. But then again, it was only normal to have that many offspring since they tend to live for thousands of years. To only have 21 children was a little underwhelming. Amongst the children, the king had only pampered 3. The elder Prince Otis, the fourth Prince Curtis, and the little princess Isabella. Besides these 3, the king had little to no care toward the others. The elder prince was older and wiser than all of his siblings. He was so wise and strong that he was the hand of the king. The fourth prince had displayed his remarkable knowledge and was indeed stronger than the elder prince himself. Isabella was talented and young. Apart from being the most talented amongst all her siblings, she was also the youngest in the family, and she was loved by all. The relationship between Isabella and her sibling was good, and even though she had been a little proud and arrogant, she was still loved by all since she was the youngest in the family. The fourth prince was the only problematic one in the family. As he was pampered and loved, he had gotten too pompous. That was still acceptable, but the lust he had was the main problem. He was so lustful that he would not even stop at his own sisters. Since Isabella was beloved by the king, Curtis had never dared to lay his hands on Isabella. But the other 9 princesses were not as lucky as her. The prettiest of the sisters was the elder princess. Isabella's most beloved sister had fallen to the lustful hands of Curtis. Not only had he bedded her, he had forced the elder princess to be with him and only him. In the end, the elder princess chose to end her own life after being defiled multiple times by her own brother. Due to the affection of the king to Curtis, the fourth prince was let off with a stern scolding and a few days of being locked in his room. That sort of painless punishment had left all the other princes and princesses angry, yet they could do nothing about it. Naturally, Isabella, who truly loved the elder princess, bore a deep hatred toward her fourth brother. What the hell is wrong with that bastard? Said Jiang Fei angrily after Isabella revealed her family problems. Humph, said Isabella as she gripped the side of her dress. I couldn't agree more. However, I think we should go ahead and watch how it unfolds, said Jiang Fei as he decided to follow the quest. The battle between Celestial and Nephilim was never his thing. Isabella was no longer the peak of Overlord tier, while the other guy must be at least a level 90 Overlord tier boss. It would be a suicide mission to try to complete the mission. Jiang Fei's main purpose in following the quest line was only to see the bastard fourth prince dead. It was to let Isabella rid of the wrath in her bones. Most important of all, if there was something to loot, it might be a good chance. Chapter 361. 361. The Crazy Fourth Prince. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Riding the Sky Lighting Dragon. Jiang Fei and Isabella flew high in the sky toward Twilight City. This time, it was not to attack, but only to watch an Overlord tier boss fight. To avoid being detected by anyone, Jiang Fei flew so high that it was impossible for anyone from Twilight City to spot him. On the other hand, he was unable to see them properly as well. When Jiang Fei reached the ball, the fourth prince had not arrived yet. As such, Jiang Fei dared not descend closer. The assassin might be ready in there. If he tried to approach the ball, it might be him who get himself killed. Even so, without getting close enough, there was no telling what was happening. At that moment, Isabella used some sort of magic to open up a rift that displayed the image of what was going on below. This magic was not originally learned by Isabella. She was only able to do it after she had fused with the essence of the Black Dragon Prince. When Jiang Fei was waiting for the show, there was already a show happening at some parts of the Twilight City. Count Wilson, the man who hired the thugs to attack the satyr, was furiously yelling at the top of his lungs. "Bastards! Fool! Idiots!" cried Count Wilson. It was a failed attempt to kill the escaped prisoner, and if the Luminous Church found out, Count Wilson would not be walking away without any repercussion. "My lord, there's someone there." "It's the Draconians," said the thugs. He had purposely hid the fact that he was the one who had moved against Jiang Fei first. Bullshit. Why would the Draconian interfere with matters of light and dark? They have been maintaining a neutral position for thousands of years, said Count Wilson as he immediately knew what had happened. There were thousands of hidden spies under his employment. It was only natural that he had knowledge about almost everything, said the thug as he knelt down and cried. Useless waste of human feces. Count Wilson barked angrily. It was not the time to enact punishment, but figure out ways to solve the problem. "Thank you," the thug cried as he knew that he was spared. Those two Draconian would never house that spy for long. They had only beaten you to teach you a lesson. Go to the guards and have them lock the city down. After that, I want you to take as many men as you can and search for that spy. Yes, my lord. The thug who had just received a scolding from the Count Wilson hurriedly ran toward the guards and left the city with a bunch of thugs. Count Wilson, on the other hand, went toward a large church. That seemed to be the grand church that he was talking about. Even though the chances of the spy reporting back to his people were low, he had to inform his superiors in the Luminous Church. If things had really gone out of hand, he might be the sole reason of the trouble that came after. Jiang Fei had a good laugh about the thug and quickly moved the rift back to the ball. In less than 2 seconds, he saw the silhouette of a man appearing a few thousand meters below where they were hovering. It seemed that the fourth prince had only just arrived. When Jiang Fei saw the fourth prince, he could not help but draw a deep breath. Even though he was still in his human form, his face had several indents and protrusions. His forehead was protruding outward. The eyebrows caved in. His nose was flat with large nostrils. He had somewhat larger lower lips and a protruding lower jaw. To be fair, he did look like an Oxford shoe. Jiang Fei looked closer at the face and noticed that the fourth prince had a rather dark yellowish skin tone that. On the right side of his face, where the right eyebrow was a large mole growing. Inside the large mole was a smaller mole. Inside the smaller mole was a tiny little mole. Inside the tiny little mole was a single strand of hair growing. Even when the fourth prince had wild eyebrows, it did not manage to mask the thickness of the hair that was growing out of the teeny mole. He turned and observed the beautiful flower, Isabella, and turned back to the fourth prince. No matter how hard Jiang Fei tried, he could not find any resemblance between Isabella and that horrendous-looking prince. What the hell is that hideous-looking man? Jiang Fei wondered to himself. Asked the fourth prince with a voice that made Jiang Fei's skin crawl. Either way, he had to give it to Isabella for being able to transmit audio with images. Oh my god, this bugger really believes that anyone would be willing to dance with him. Jiang Fei thought to himself again. "Oh, my prince," said a rather attractive human girl. "Oh, my lovely little dove," said the fourth prince again with that high-pitched tone as he lunged toward the pretty human lady. "My prince, the moon is most stunning tonight," asked the woman as she winked at the man, obviously sending a message of courtship. "Oh my, that lady is good," said Jiang Fei. To be able to stomach that hideous look and even daring enough to flirt with him was something that no ordinary woman could do. "Ho ho, lucky for you, I don't need to enjoy the view to enjoy you. Onward," said the fourth prince proudly. Jiang Fei almost slipped down from the skylighting dragon. What the hell is that reply? No one would just... Oh my God. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Obviously, that pretty girl had never thought that the lustful prince would even dare to even skip the most important part of date. Even she had no idea what to do when the fourth prince had said such a thing. Oh my, speechless are you? Well, don't worry, said the fourth prince as he grabbed the girl and ripped his own clothes and headed straight toward the woman. Cried Isabella. Said Jiang Fei as well. By then, the poor, beautiful damsel was already in the fourth prince's embrace. The sound of broken clasp could be heard, and the next thing Jiang Fei saw was that the dress the girl wore was torn away. The girl screamed from the top of her lung. Jiang Fei panicked. Even though she was meant to be the bait, that sort of thing could never have happened. At that moment, an arrow came whistling through the air at intense speed. The fourth prince cracked an evil smile, and without even turning his head, he grabbed the arrow with his bare hand and swiftly threw it back to where it came from. A voice came from a tree close by, and someone fell to the ground, lifeless. My pretty little thing, I will be right with you in a moment, said the fourth prince to the poor lady with a pale face. She was clearly in shock. The fourth prince then turned to the tree and shouted from the top of his lung. Come out, you lots. I know that you are planning to assassinate me. Ha ha ha. I shall eat away your pretty bait that you so graciously sent to me. King hell. This guy is not stupid as he looks. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Just as Jiang Fei had honestly thought that the man was retarded, he had displayed such an act that made Jiang Fei's doubt about how a father would love such a son gone. He had knew all along that there was a plan to assassinate him, yet he had recklessly faced his enemies alone and even declared that he would bed the woman until she died. What the hell? Chapter 362, Unexpected Happy Accident. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Curse you, Curtis. Since they had been discovered, the assassins that were hidden in the small forest beside the dancing hall revealed themselves, said Jiang Fei as he saw that there were around 30 people coming out of the forest. Unfortunately, since Jiang Fei was watching the entire drama unfolding through the magic rift, Jiang Fei was unable to observe their information. Even their names were hidden. Ha ha, such a crowd for me? Taunted Curtis as he laughed maniacally. He had not even thought that the enemies in front of him were worth fighting against. Jiang Fei muttered. To think that the Luminous Church was able to send out 3 Overlord characters to fight a single prince. Talk no more, said a holy knight who took the lead and charged toward Curtis. The war of light and darkness had nothing much to explain. They would fight without the need to talk. Only the 3 Overlord characters were trading blows with Curtis while the others were standing at the side to support. Even so, both sides were equal in terms of strength. What the hell? No wonder the prince was that crazy, said Jiang Fei as he witnessed how the fourth prince was able to outmatch 30 enemies whilst being surrounded. Through the rift created by Isabella, Jiang Fei was leaning forward as he witnessed the bright blast of power being deflected by Curtis. Almost all magic spells were deflected, and although he did take some with his body, at every instant a magic spell landed. The same black flames that Isabella had was burning the spell away. At the same time, he would use the black flames as a weapon to attack. Every time he did that, his enemies would have to get together to conjure stronger magic to counter the flames. Said Isabella, asked Jiang Fei. From his perspective, it was clear that Curtis had the upper hand. Said Isabella as she laughed coldly. Is that so? Said Jiang Fei as he quickly focused back on the battle. At this point, it was obvious that Curtis had the upper hand in the fight. One by one, the members of the Luminous Church were dropping like flies. There were no signs of reinforcements coming to aid the Luminous Church. Not good. There's something wrong with him. The intel is wrong. There's no turning back now, said the Holy Knight as he lifted his shield up high and charged toward Curtis. Curtis laughed as he stood still to receive the Holy Knight's attack. Wham! With a powerful blast, the Holy Knight was simply punched in the face. He was immediately blown away with blood spilling everywhere. Cried the other attackers as they had decided to throw away their lives to subdue Curtis. Splat! In the middle of all the swords and slashes, Curtis effortlessly swung his arm and sliced off the head of another lower-level Overlord character. At the same time, purplish blood flowed from Curtis's arm. "Interesting," said Curtis as he brushed off the wound. With his own blood spilled, his rage was only going to get worse. Boom! With a simple punch, the second Overlord tier character was sent flying, said the last standing Overlord tier character. He held his sword with both arms and dragged the sword through the ground at high speed toward Curtis. Crack! Swoop! Wham! One by one, all who charged toward Curtis was sent flying. However, there was one who had managed to get close to Curtis. Boom! After that man turned himself into a suicide bomber, the rest who were gravely injured followed and exploded themselves as close to the prince as they could. Even the last Overlord tier character, he had even managed to run to Curtis and hug his arm before exploding. What the hell is wrong with the Luminous Church? Who would allow suicidal attacks like that? Said Jiang Fei. Oh my, Verger-glider, you're still too naive and young. There's no such thing as good and evil, said Isabella. Jiang Fei could only sigh at what Isabella had just said. It might be that way in the game, but it was also the same in the real world. Ever since he joined a circle of metahumans, it was made clear to Jiang Fei that the world was just as what Isabella had just explained. After continuous bombings, Curtis' movements were somewhat sluggish. He was not behaving as crazy as before. Even though he did receive a slash from the Holy Knight, it was merely a flesh wound that could be ignored. However, the bombings were different. Even though the other characters were only level 90 Lord tier bosses, their explosive power was rather potent. As a middle tier Overlord, Curtis was not going to survive if all of them were coming in to detonate like that, said Isabella bitterly. Boom! The Holy Knight that was knocked away earlier had finally resorted to joining the Suicide Squad and ran toward Curtis before exploding. Even though he was only one level lower than Curtis, the difference in the strength was too obvious. Still, his suicide attempt had managed to inflict Curtis with heavy damage. When the fight was over and the dust settled, Curtis was seen still standing with blood flowing from all over his body. AKM, AKM. Ha ha ha. Curtis started to laugh maniacally. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. That laughter was so loud and maniacal that even at several thousand kilometers in the air, Jiang Fei was able to hear that laughter faintly. Oh, my pretty little mortal, I have eliminated all those who disturb us from making love. Curtis entered the ballroom again and zoomed toward the half-naked human female. Cried the poor woman as she tried to escape by running out of the ballroom and toward the tree where the assassin was killed. My lady, I know that you are with them, but fear not, for I shall be loving you with all my body and soul. And know this, when you were so happy in reaching the heavens, that's when I shall send your soul to the gods you worship. You'll never know pain. Curtis laughed as he chased after the woman like a drunk man. Effortlessly, he grabbed the woman's wrist and spun her into his embrace. Cried the poor female as she tried to wrestle her way out. At this moment, Jiang Fei saw everything unfolding through the rift. There was a sudden change in the woman's expression. Even though she was screaming for help, her eyes, they seemed focused and determined. At that moment, the female cracked a smile. Shirring, a glint of light flashed, and the woman drew out a short sword that emitted a faint blue light. With a powerful thrust, she plunged the sword straight into Curtis's chest. At that point, Jiang Fei realized that it was all planned. It was a secondary backup plan if the main force failed to kill Curtis. The short sword was hidden in the tree all along, and she only needed to play along to reach it. Chapter 363, 363, Dying at the Hands of a Woman. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, cried the woman as she tried to plunge the sword deep into the fourth prince's heart. The fourth prince was completely oblivious to it, as he was completely enthralled by her sweet scent. Ping! The woman panicked whilst the fourth prince cracked a sinister smile. The short sword that was supposed to sink into his chest bounced off his chest. The fourth prince then tore his own shirt off and revealed another layer of black armor. Ha ha ha! Surprised? I see that you intended to kill me with the luminous needle, said the fourth prince playfully. It was all within his plans. The fourth prince grabbed her wrist and twisted it so hard that she dropped the luminous needle to the ground. Even though the female was an Overlord tier character, she was merely a low-level Overlord tier. There was too much gap between the fourth prince and her. Besides killing him when he was not expecting it, she had no other means to defeat Curtis without having the preemptive strike. Oh, my poor, beautiful mortal. There's no need to resist the irresistible. Relax and accept my loving embrace. You would only be drowning in the sea of pleasure. There would not be pain. Trust me. The fourth prince laughed as he wrestled with the female effortlessly and pulled her into his embrace. What a bastard, said Isabella angrily. It would seem that the plans of the Luminous Church had come to an end. Their final attempt to kill Curtis was to kill him with the luminous needle. That dagger was supposed to be able to pierce through any kind of armor and shell. No normal defense could withstand the sharpness of the dagger, said Isabella. That's definitely strong. Defense ignore as well as instant death effect, said Isabella. Wait, something's not right. If the dagger is able to pierce through armor, that's my father's holy armor. Once activated, it can block 3 instances of attacks coming from a celestial weapon or lower. Zhang Fei furrowed his eyebrows. To be fair, the shadow armor was not as strong as the luminous needle since the 2 holy tier equipment was only about the same tier. In this instance, the luminous needle should have the upper hand in the fight. All she had to do was to attack 3 times and the armor effect would be nullified. The problem was the weapon's wielder. That beautiful woman was no match to Curtis. She only had 1 chance to strike, and since the armor had nullified the attack, there were no more chances for her to land a second strike, said Isabella disappointedly. She had thought that she could see the death of her wretched brother. It was sad to see that the Luminous Church was only filled with trash. So many people had died, and it was all for nothing. If Zhang Fei and Isabella continued to watch how it was going to turn out, they would only be witnessing how Curtis ravaged the woman. Wait, asked Zhang Fei. He wanted to continue watching how it was going to end. However, he knew that if Isabella wanted to leave, she would close the rift and Zhang Fei would not be able to watch. At that moment, he caught a last glimpse of the rift and saw something happening to Curtis. At this point, the fourth prince was pinning down the beautiful woman. Her beautiful gown was torn to shreds, and all that was left was a piece of cloth that was covering her most important parts. Do not fear me, my lady. You would not feel pain. The fourth prince forcefully planted a kiss on the poor woman as she tried her best to get away. There was nothing that she could do but try her best to wrestle her way out. Sadly, her strength was nothing against a powerful, perverted royal Nephilim prince. Wrestle as much as you want then. The fourth prince laughed as he continued to mock the woman. At this point, Zhang Fei and Isabella's eyes were locked on Curtis. Something was happening. The fourth prince was struggling to breathe. The fourth prince growled. The woman managed to push Curtis away. His face was red and his hands were clutching. At his chest, the man was coughing out an overwhelming amount of blood. Wham! The woman got to her feet and tossed Curtis to the side. You bitch! Curtis's face was starting to turn violet at this point. Purplish veins were popping out from his neck and were extending toward his cheeks. Contrary to what you said, I did not poison you. I just love to use a particular kind of lipstick, said the woman. Even though she was basically nude at this point, she gracefully paced toward the luminous needle and retrieved it. Curtis started to panic. The poison that was flowing in his body was extremely potent. His strength was fading as well as his magic power. There was nothing he could do to fight back at this point. Even though the shadow armor could withstand 2 more strikes, he was open to hundreds of strikes. Let be known that karma will always find its way, said Isabella. Well said, said Zhang Fei. It was a wholesome retribution for someone like Curtis to die like that. A worthy death to witness. Even his own little sister had acknowledged his death to be justified. Curtis struggled to even speak at this point. Even if he could, what would he do? Beg for his life? As the world was set The light and the dark could never coexist. It might be contradicting since the man had killed over 30 people and was about to rape the poor woman. Right now, all he could do was struggle to survive while being a target to a woman. Gah, that was the last breath that Curtis took. Said the woman as she thrust the dagger into Curtis' heart. Ping, ping. That was the last thought Curtis had when all 3 of the shadow armor deflection was used. The last one would surely kill him, cried the woman as she thrust the dagger for the last time, knowing that it would kill the 4th prince. Oomph, cried the 4th prince as his eyes suddenly opened. He had burned all the magic in his body and blasted a powerful beam that hit the woman at the same time the dagger was plunged into his heart. Wham! The woman was thrown to the wall a few meters from where Curtis was. Silence returned to the ballroom as bodies lay everywhere, lifeless. The 4th prince was killed as the dagger struck his heart. Chapter 364. 364. Moon God's Beloved Apprentice. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei and Isabella were still viewing the rift at the end of the battle. After only waiting for around 2 minutes as they took their time to ensure that both sides had already perished, Jiang Fei descended. Said Jiang Fei as he descended. What for? Is it because of the naked female assassin? Asked Isabella as she blushed madly. Oh, my dear Isabella, said Jiang Fei. It was the truth. If Isabella had not mentioned it, the thought about looking at a naked woman's body would never have crossed his mind. The real reason was to find and acquire the 2 holy tier equipment, the shadow armor and the luminous needle. Although NPCs, killing an NPC was not a common thing. Upon death, the holy tier equipment should drop before other NPCs come and pick them up. Said Isabella as she pouted. It was kind of cute from a certain perspective. Isabella had no qualms about Jiang Fei retrieving the shadow armor. It was an item that came from the Nephilim. Once Jiang Fei reached the ground, he unsummoned the sky-lighting dragon and quietly proceeded toward the dead. Jiang Fei first searched the 4th price and immediately found the shadow armor lying there by the dead body of the 4th prince. Shadow armor, armor boost, holy, use on any chest piece and obtain a skill, Shadow Barrier. Shadow Barrier activates to grant a barrier that will nullify 3 instances of attacks. Status skill, 1 second cooldown time. Recharge rate, 1 attack instant nullification per day. Maximum charge, 3 requirement. Shadow or dark related class or race. Note, armor boost is not the same as equipment enhancement. Armor boost can be removed from an equipment and can be reused on other chest piece. Jiang Fei smiled as he picked the item up. Contrary to what he thought it was, the shadow armor was not an equipment, but an equipment upgrade item. Applying it to a chest piece would grant a skill that he could activate and deactivate at any time. The best of all was that it was a status skill which would not consume mana. When on alert, Jiang Fei could activate the skill for a long time to prevent an ambushed attack. During a dungeon run, the skill could be turned off. All in all, it was an interesting piece of item since it did take a slot on his equipment slot. The best of all, it was not like a gemstone or an enhancement scroll that would be considered gone from the world once used. The armor boost could be removed from the chest piece and be reused on another chest piece. It was like having an extra skill. The only downside to this item was the same as other equipment. At the time, this item would be dropped along with the equipment. Jiang Fei passed the shadow armor to Isabella. Even though he wanted it, it was still an item that belonged to Isabella's father. Also, he was a little scared that if he was found having the shadow armor, he might be on the bounty list of the Nephilim or even the Celestial. Keep it. I'll inform my father about this, said Isabella. She understood that Jiang Fei really wanted it. Since Jiang Fei was not an outsider, from Isabella's perspective, Isabella had no problem with Jiang Fei holding on to it. Jiang Fei snickered happily. His play was immediately seen through, and even though he knew that, he was still happy that he was able to have the shadow armor. Jiang Fei immediately used the shadow armor. It was a piece of chain plate on the outside, but when Jiang Fei used it, the shadow armor dissolved in a black mist and merged with Jiang Fei's Lightbringer's armament. At the same time, Jiang Fei's skill bar was added with a new skill, Shadow Barrier. At the top right corner of the skill icon was a number 0. If the female assassin had not killed Curtis, the number would be 3. After he was done with shadow armor, Jiang Fei proceeded to the naked assassin to retrieve the luminous needle. Asked Isabella with her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed. Isabella puffed out her almost non-existent chest and stomped angrily toward Jiang Fei. I'll go. You stay, said Isabella. Fine. Jiang Fei shrugged and turned his back toward the naked lady, said Isabella after she had walked a few steps away. Yeah. Jiang Fei raised his voice slightly higher and laughed a little. Isabella gasped. When she was picking up the luminous needle, Isabella was surprised that the dagger did not register as an equipment. What's taking so long? You are admiring her body? Don't worry, young princess. I'm sure you'll grow up someday to be like her. No, it's not that, said Isabella. Jiang Fei quickly turned around and walked closer to her. Asked Jiang Fei as he tried to read her attribute. I think she was sealed. Jiang Fei started to feel confused. It's a kind of mystic arts that only a Nephilim could conjure. To cast the spell, one needs to burn all the Nephilim's blood. What's the effect? Said Jiang Fei, since the name was a little suggestive. From what Isabella had described about the skill, if a player used it, the player might die on activation and lose a level or even lose the character as a whole. There's a way to survive this skill. The inflicted must be the same or higher level than the caster. The inflicted must use all his or her energy and life force to stop the spell from being fully activated. If all else fails, the inflicted target will be placed in an eternal frozen state, said Isabella as she poked the lady's cheek. It was like a mannequin. Understand. Jiang Fei nodded his head and acknowledged what Isabella had said. Unconsciously, his men's eyes auto-focused on the lady, redonkulous body. Wait. Isabella was so entranced on answering Jiang Fei's question that she had forgotten that Jiang Fei was already there beside her, staring or rather ogling at the lady's body. Although Isabella forcefully pushed Jiang Fei away like a little girl pushing her father away, Jiang Fei managed to read the lady's properties. Holy Church's assassin, Sylphie, human, overlord, level, 90 health points, 400 million attack power, 200,000 note. Moon God's personal apprentice. Loved and blessed with the grace of the Moon God. A female of high ranks in the luminous church. Holy! Jiang Fei exclaimed. Even though the lady was a lower-level overlord, she was still an apprentice of the Moon God him or herself. That alone was mighty and holy enough for her to be in the high ranks of the luminous church. The Moon God was the same as the Sun God. The position of the Moon God was almost the same as the Nephilim's queen if compared in the Nephilim's race. Naturally, they were considered as natural-born enemies with the Celestials. The problem with the lady right now was her invulnerable status. There was no way Jiang Fei could kill her and take the luminous needle away. Right then, Jiang Fei's eyes were swimming around in his sockets. No, he was not looking at things, but he had an idea. Chapter 365, Infatuated. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Heartfelt, Special Tool, Legendary. Used on a target in a state of non-resistance. Makes the target gain a great relationship with you and be loyal to only you. Note, Heartfelt will ignore level, tier, race, and faction. This would be effective against a high-tier, high-ranking, and high-level boss that would not resist this effect. Note, this item will be destroyed upon use. This item had been in Jiang Fei's possession for some time now, and its greatest advantage was it could be used even on a god, provided that he or she or it did not resist its effect. If no one were to disturb the entire process, Jiang Fei could even take in an actual god to be his disciple. The problem was the requirement of the item. Non-resistance meant the target would have to be unconscious or willing to let him, her, or itself to be cast on. That in the appearance of a high-level entity, a god, An Overlord tier character appearing and being unable to resist the use of heartfelt would be akin to Jiang Fei winning the lottery. However there laid an unconscious Overlord tier lady. Jiang Fei immediately thought using heartfelt. Jiang Fei was not worried about the so-called eternal petrification that was inflicted on Sylphie. She was, after all, the beloved apprentice of the Moon God, as well as a high-ranking member of the Luminous Church. They would surely do everything in their means to release her from a spell. If Jiang Fei used heartfelt on her, he would gain a hidden eye inside the Luminous Church. At this point, Jiang Fei steeled himself before making his decision and took out the item from the ring's inventory. Heartfelt was a small golden arrow with a tiny golden lock and a small chain at the end of the arrow. The entire item was so small that it could fit in Jiang Fei's thumb. Jiang Fei held heartfelt in his hand and walked closer to the beautiful lady. "Verger glider," said Isabella as she stood in front of him to block his way. "Let me explain. No matter the reason, we are in the dark faction. I may be an adventurer, but as I grow stronger, I will be involved in this war between the light and the dark. Hence, I have decided to take this chance and help myself to an inside eye. It might be useful for us in the future," said Jiang Fei as he explained what he was about to do to the unconscious lady. At that point, even though Isabella was still sulking and pouting, she moved aside unwillingly to allow Jiang Fei to do his thing. Jiang Fei placed heartfelt in the center of her chest and pressed it hard. Golden light shone brilliantly, and the tiny arrow in his hands turned into light waves that came out bursting before it swirled around the lady and entered her body through her heart. The same light came to Jiang Fei and circled around him before entering his heart as well. Ding! The sound of the system notification could be heard when the light entered both Jiang Fei and the lady formed a light chain that took about a minute before it changed into nothing. Ding! You have gained absolute loyalty from Sylphie. Ding! Sylphie's relationship with you has increased to cold. The name tag of Sylphie had changed from the hostile red into pink. Ding! Sylphie's relationship with you has increased to neutral. Not long after, the color pink slowly changed into yellow. Ding! Sylphie's relationship with you has increased to friendly. In no time at all, the color yellow turned into green, and as several more notifications came on, Sylphie's relationship had increased all the way from friendly to respect to admire, and finally revered. Ding! An opposite gender NPC's relationship with you has reached revered. Further increase in reputation had made this opposite gender NPC be infatuated with you. Jiang Fei was genuinely surprised. He remembered reading in the public announcement and game guide that an NPC could have something called relationship with a player. The highest relationship reachable was only revered at most. Jiang Fei had never thought that there was a hidden level. Called infatuated, it seemed that it would only work on an NPC that had opposite genders as the players. In Jiang Fei's case, a female. All this while, the poor female that was spellbound by Curtis was frozen like a statue. However, her eyes were open. After using heartfelt on her, Jiang Fei could see that there were signs of emotions. Something about the way she looked at Jiang Fei felt like if she could move, she would immediately jump on him. Isabella scoffed, disgruntled. While Sylphie was gazing at Jiang Fei with romantic eyes, Isabella was glaring at her with hostility. Jiang Fei shrugged and dared not say anything at this point. Even though he was sure that he had nothing going on with Isabella, she was rather pissed and annoyed at Jiang Fei. The awkward atmosphere did not last long, as Isabella was the first to break the ice. "Verger glider, summon the dragon. We have to leave," said Isabella. She was panicky, and Jiang Fei knew why as he heard the sound of footsteps coming toward their direction. Jiang Fei nodded and quickly summoned the dragon. He understood that if he remained there, be it from the dark or the light faction, they would be hunted and killed no matter the reason. With haste, Jiang Fei and Isabella hopped on to the dragon as soon as it arrived, and they ascended into the night sky as fast as possible. Quickly, the people that were coming to the scene was Count Wilson, followed by a higher member of the Luminous Church, as well as an archbishop. Someone cried out. When Isabella had heard the sound of footsteps, The group of people were already close by. Right before Jiang Fei could accelerate toward the sky, the group of people had managed to catch a glimpse of the dragon's silhouette before it disappeared. "A draconian?" said Count Wilson. As he said it, his heart sank. Having his men do too much during the chase of the escaped prisoner, they had involved the draconian in the mess. If the assassination attempt had really involved the draconian, Count Wilson would have many to answer to, cried Count Wilson to his men as they tried to identify the dragon. However, not even the Overlord-tier Archbishop was able to determine the dragon. I can feel only traces of the draconian's power here," said the Archbishop, that was dressed in a red large ceremonial robe. "Thank God, everyone." Count Wilson was incredibly relieved with the Archbishop's words. His punishment, if any, would be lighter. In no time at all, the dead corpse of Curtis, the fourth prince of the Royal Nephilim, as well as the petrified body of Sylphie, was discovered. Scattered around outside the ballroom were body parts resulted from many of the luminous church assassins and fighter suicide bombing, said the Archbishop. It was an extremely gruesome sight to see. 4 lower-leveled overlords and the strongest weapon, the Holy Tier Luminous Needle, was involved in this matriculated plan to assassinate the fourth prince. Even though the plan was a success, it had caused the death of 3 overlords and heavy injuries on 1. That was enough to judge the strength of the fourth prince. "My lord, we found nothing on Curtis' body," said Count Wilson. "The draconian had appeared, and I'm sure those greedy races would have taken whatever that was here. Give the dead a decent burial and behead Curtis. The Nephilim could still revive him if the head is still attached. Prepare transport to send Sylphie back." The Archbishop paced around the field after he had instructed Count Wilson. He was greatly disgruntled as Jiang Fei, the draconian, had taken advantage of the scene. It was true since Jiang Fei did try to take the luminous needle from Sylphie, said Count Wilson after the Archbishop sent him away. Chapter 366. Materials needed for the ring. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei paid no attention to how the Luminous Church took care of the aftermath. He had planted the seed, and all he needed to do was wait for the right moment. He had done nothing this far, and had gained epic loot just by following the quest line. The system alert popped up to remind Jiang Fei that the server closing time was coming close. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt happy and rather satisfied. That day's gaming session had been jam-packed with excitement. At the start of the day, he had joined a 5-man party to attack a few thousand players from another guild and raided their storage unit. Later that day, he had even managed to cheat 3 Lord-tier NPCs of their precious treasure. At the end of the day, he was able to save a Satyr spy and watch a battle between overlords and even got away with more loot. It was an extremely satisfying day for Jiang Fei. After he found a safe spot, Jiang Fei descended to the ground, unsummoned the dragon, and logged out of the game. After breakfast, Jiang Fei routinely went to school. Because of his incredible, undetectable cheating ability, Jiang Fei had completely decided to skip all his homework and paying attention to class. The reason he was only attending school was to have his parents not worry about him. After enduring the boredom that was school, Jiang Fei started to head back home. That was when he saw Han Tianyu inside his car waiting for him. "Brother, no time to explain," said Han Tianyu after he rolled down the window. Said Jiang Fei. Only when something crazy happened did Han Tianyu come to him automatically. Said Han Tianyu after having a good laugh. When Jiang Fei got in the car, he turned and said, "Old man Hai wanted to talk to you directly." "Oh, now that explains everything," said Jiang Fei. There was no need to play the guessing game. It was surely regarding the recent mission where he defeated the Tokugawa ninjas. He had single-handedly defeated 2 famous Jounins and even helped Luo Zhan and the others catch a Jounin alive. That mission must have earned Jiang Fei a good amount of contribution points, and Old Man Hai probably wanted to reward Jiang Fei for his deeds. It must not be an urgent call since Han Tianyu did not rush to see Jiang Fei with a helicopter or some other kind of outrageous vehicle. He had come in a powerful sport car, and after a good speed run, Han Tianyu and Jiang Fei arrived at the Hidden Dragon Village. Once the car had entered the entrance of the village, Jiang Fei was welcomed in a manner that he had never experienced before. "Ah!" cried Old Man Hai as well as two other old men. Everyone greeted Jiang Fei with the utmost respect. Even the way they addressed him was different from before. Previously, they had only referred to Jiang Fei as Little One or Little Fei, the generic prefix to declare one's position. This time, they had referred to Jiang Fei as one of their own. It was inevitable. The report from Luo Zhan was extremely surprising. The older master had always known that Jiang Fei was strong, but was a complete greenhorn when it comes to battle experience. However, they had gravely underestimated Jiang Fei's talents even after he had killed Tokugawa Nara and his apprentice. He had displayed a jaw-dropping performance while capturing Matsuda Yoshino in front of everyone. After the report was read and processed, Jiang Fei was now known to have the combat prowess of an elite-level 4 martial artist. As such, they knew well enough to rank Jiang Fei the same tier as the 3 Elder Masters in the Alliance. "What's the occasion?" asked Jiang Fei, pretending to be oblivious to what was happening. Although it was obviously for him to receive a reward, it was best to be humble in front of the Elder Masters. "Brother, don't worry about anything. I know that you have a deep secret that you must keep to yourself. Rest assured that we all help you keep that secret," said old Luo. Jiang Fei could only laugh like an idiot. At this point, Jiang Fei had a knack for playing a fool in front of the others. When the time came, and Jiang Fei unleashed the full power of his own, that was when he would say, "I didn't say anything about me being weak." "Well done, young lad." Old Yang laughed as he praised Jiang Fei. Yang Feng must have informed his uncle about Jiang Fei's performance during the fight. "All right, based on the rules and conduct of the Alliance, during any mission, 1,000 points will be granted if an enemy of level 3 is defeated. Capturing an enemy alive would entail a reward of 2,000 points," said Old Man Hai. "Oh, that's nice," said Jiang Fei. To be fair, he had merely taken advantage of the situation. Capturing Matsuda Yoshino was not even a fair game for him. All he did was scare the bejesus out of him and made the man drop the detonator. The rest of the capturing attempt was conducted by Luo Zhan and Yang Feng. It was obvious that the elders were giving him face by rewarding Jiang Fei with so many contribution points. "You are most welcome. You deserve it." The Old Man Hai laughed. "What does one do with contribution points? What did I trade for them?" Jiang Fei had many questions. It was the only reason Jiang Fei joined the Alliance after all. If he could, Jiang Fei wanted a list of all the items that he could trade with the contribution points. If he had not enough points, Jiang Fei could simply have 0541 produce more potions and trade them with the Alliance. He had already acquired the R&D lab, so producing potions was ever so easy for him. "Good question. Please talk to Old Yang later on," said Old Hai. As far as what the elders thought of Jiang Fei, they would be happy if Jiang Fei gained an interest in the Alliance resources. If Jiang Fei had a need from the Alliance would be willing to trade something with Jiang Fei. In this case, that would be his skills. If Jiang Fei had nothing that attracted him, it would be hard to have Jiang Fei remain active in the Alliance. The China Martial Arts Alliance was extremely efficient in conducting matters. As such, Old Yang had come to Jiang Fei with a tablet. Jiang Fei was a little surprised to receive a modern-day tablet. "What's wrong? What do you think we write things on? Wooden scrolls with brush and ink? We may be martial artists that practice the old martial arts, but we are not cavemen. Who would want to stick with such an old tradition when you have modern technology?" said Old Yang with a scoff. "Huh." Jiang Fei snickered away. Since young, Jiang Fei had only known about inner chi, kung fu, and other wuxia, xianxia stuff through novels and television shows. Unconsciously, he had always thought that those who practiced martial arts would stick to their old traditions. Seeing them using smartphones and tablets was a little unnatural. Jiang Fei took the tablet from Old Yang and scrolled through the list of the items that he could trade for. There were mainly a list of rare herbs and a few metal and minerals. Naturally, there were also weapons and defensive equipment. There were also those that could be used in fights like nunchucks, gloves, and others just like it. Not to forget technology items which included modern weaponry that obviously came from Manda Group. If Jiang Fei wanted any of those, he could always go straight to Han Tianyu instead of trading them with the Alliance. Jiang Fei mentally summoned 0541 and questioned it about the materials needed for further restoration of the ring. Now that he could ask for specific materials, he did not want to waste the chance and time to gather materials. Chapter 367, Preparing Materials. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Captain. The main ingredient required for restoration would be pure diamonds, as well as a metal called cesium. If pure diamonds are hard to come by, you can replace it with high quantities of lower quality diamonds, said 0541 telepathically. Diamonds again, Jiang Fei replied mentally and started to have a headache. Diamonds could be bought easily. The only problem was the ring could swallow up diamonds worth more than 100 million renminbi easily. Luckily, Jiang Fei was not short on cash. Hence, it all boiled down to one problem, cesium. Jiang Fei scrolled down the list and found diamonds among them. Unfortunately, the amount that the Alliance had was not much since martial artists rarely use them in their daily lives. It was probably listed in just as a means to add quantity to the list. Sadly, no matter how hard Jiang Fei searched, there was no such thing as cesium in the list of trade. Jiang Fei had no clue about cesium in the first place. To be honest, Jiang Fei was very disappointed at the Alliance for not having enough of the materials he wanted. He had always thought that with the reputation China Martial Artist Alliance had, their inventory to be ginormous. Sadly, it was filled with useless stuff that could never beat that things that 0541 could produce. What would he be doing with some herbs and nunchucks? If there's nothing else going on, I'll be taking my leave. If I need something from you guys, I'll be sure to call you up, said Jiang Fei as he shook his head disappointingly. He turned around and went with Han Tianyu to head back home. Old Man Hai and the other elders were not regular humans. They knew with one glance that Jiang Fei was incredibly disappointed. It was obvious to them that they had nothing that Jiang Fei wanted. Let it go. There's nothing we could do with the disciple of a level 5 martial artist. He had perhaps seen the world. It would be natural for him to look down on us, said old Luo, feeling defeated. It's inevitable. Ever since the ancestors left us, the Alliance had not seen the light of day for several years. As the years go by, we just get worse and worse. At this point, we might really be losing our touch, said old Yang. No need to say more. It is good that the boy is still young. The boy cares more about people rather than materials. We were lucky to have young Han with us, or else Jiang Fei wouldn't have even lent us a hand, said old Yang. Even as a last resort, the eldest did not want to have to borrow Han Tianyu's relationship just to reel Jiang Fei in. Brother you, said Jiang Fei when they were on the road back home. The Alliance was not much help in that sense, and he could only ask Han Tianyu or perhaps even Zhang Yangshu to solve his problem. Naturally, he would rather ask for Han Tianyu's favor than be indebted to Zhang Yangshu. Give me a number, though. I still haven't settled the South African weapons deal. Lucky for them, there's a diamond mine there, said Han Tianyu nonchalantly. Jiang Fei communicated telepathically. 200 kilograms of diamond would be 1 million carats of diamonds. Jiang Fei nearly flinched when he heard what 0541 had demanded. Brace yourself, said Jiang Fei slowly to not startle Han Tianyu. Contrary to what Jiang Fei had hoped for, Han Tianyu's response was surprising. He accidentally moved the steering wheel by a centimeter and made the car swerve a little since he was driving an insane speed. He immediately controlled the car back on track and came to a stop at the side of the road before questioning Jiang Fei. Even the great Han Tianyu that had as much money as Scrooge McDuck was startled by what Jiang Fei had asked for. It's for my master. Jiang Fei lied immediately and put the blame on his non-existent master, said Han Tianyu bitterly. He sounded desperate and defeated, as if Han Tianyu really wanted to help, but it was an amount that would end him. Jiang Fei had come up to him and asked for help. Naturally, Han Tianyu would go all out to do so. However, diamonds were extremely hard to come by, and Jiang Fei wanted 1 million carats? Not even the entire Africa continent could produce that amount overnight, said Jiang Fei abruptly. What 0541 needed was not the diamonds to be in pristine condition. Hence, it would not matter if the diamonds were crushed or cracked. "Oh, now that solves all my problems," said Han Tianyu in a blink of an eye. The defeated expression on his face was gone like the wind. Discarded diamonds had a large price difference compared to pristine diamonds. "What else do you need?" said Han Tianyu as he laughed while shaking. "Nothing of that sort. I need something to call cesium," said Jiang Fei. Besides encountering it in one of the chemistry books in school, he had never heard of it elsewhere. "Yeah, I know what it is. Around 50 kilograms, said Jiang Fei after confirming with 0541. Cesium is used in Manda Group's latest ion engine as a catalyst. It is also used in aerial battle. During supersonic flights, cesium is used in the supersonic missile targeting system to instantly lock onto a target. It is an extremely rare metal that is hard to find naturally and is expensive to process. However, 50 kilograms of it is no biggie for me. "I can get it for you," said Han Tianyu as he scratched his chin. He did not ask for the reason why Jiang Fei wanted the rare metal. "That's good news," said Jiang Fei happily. He had never thought that Han Tianyu could help him with the two materials. "TSK. How much?" said Han Tianyu as he pretended to be angry. No matter the reason, Han Tianyu would never accept money from Jiang Fei. Even though the things that Jiang Fei asked for were so expensive that no normal human on Earth could easily acquire, it was a matter of deed. Accepting Jiang Fei's money would immediately turn it from a favor to a transaction. Han Tianyu had always viewed money as merely numbers, nothing more than paper and digits to acquire something from someone. However, what he wanted was a favor and positive relationship from a strong level 4 martial artist. Jiang Fei nodded obediently after having seen Han Tianyu's scary expression and quietly thanked Han Tianyu. After sending Jiang Fei home, Han Tianyu immediately went off to collect Jiang Fei's requests. Diamonds were not a problem since crushed diamonds could be found in diamond processing factories with ease. 200 kilograms might be a large number, but it was nothing in the face of Han Tianyu. The metal cesium was harder to acquire since there were only a few tens of thousands of tons on the entire Earth, spread all around the world and not clumped together. Moreover, they were not naturally occurring and would require further process to extract its purest form. The production of cesium each year was so scarce that every large cooperation would gather as much as they could. There was not much in the Manda Group inventory, and Jiang Fei had asked for pure cesium, not compounded or other permutations. To gather enough cesium for Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu had ordered the new military base that had the cesium installed in the fighter jets to remove and process them before sending them to Manda Square. When the owner of Manda Group had placed the order, every staff, every officer worked relentlessly to finish the task as fast as humanly possible. As such, by the time Jiang Fei had just finished dinner and was about to bathe, Han Tianyu gave Jiang Fei a call and had him go to the top floor helipad to receive his order. When Jiang Fei arrived at the helipad, Han Tianyu was seen standing behind one large cargo box and a smaller one. The larger one obviously had the diamonds, while the smaller one contained the 50 kilograms of cesium. "I'm speechless, brother Yu. Your work efficiency is definitely off the charts," said Jiang Fei happily. Just like that, the almighty ring would gain another level soon. Chapter 368. 368. Fortune Leprechaun. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei lifted the two boxes, stacked them on top of each other with ease, and headed back to his floor. Even though they were heavy as they were at least 500 kilograms, boxes included, Jiang Fei's physical strength enabled him to carry them easily. Then again, they were not too big to begin with. A box with 200 kilograms of diamonds was just the size of a television. The cesium was even smaller than that. When he was in his room, Jiang Fei unboxed the two and revealed the content to the ring. The diamonds were not as shiny as Jiang Fei had thought. They were dull-looking and rather broken. It was fine since what 0541 cared about was not the appearance, but the materials itself. 50 kilograms worth of cesium was packed separately in individual tubes that were secured inside another glass tube. Pure cesium was unstable as it would immediately react with air and oxidize. At room temperature, the metal was in liquid state that shared the same color and appearance of mercury. After a few seconds, all the materials in the room was absorbed by the ring. As to how 0541 planned to use them, that was not Jiang Fei's concern anymore. Captain, the second phase of restoration will begin shortly. It will take around 48 hours for the process to complete. I will not be able to provide any service to you during the entire process, said 0541 in Jiang Fei's mind. I understand, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not mind the time taken to repair the ring, as he was more excited about how much the ring could do for him once 0541 was done with the repairs. Right after 0541 had entered its inactivate state, Jiang Fei entered the game. Once he was in, the ring in his finger glowed repeatedly. There was treasure nearby, said Jiang Fei after he had summoned Isabella out in the open. He then followed the direction given by the ring and reached a creek by a small hill. Yeehaw, drink! Drink! Idiots! Ha! Gather up, folks, gather up. It's only 1 gold coins for 5 ring toss. When Jiang Fei entered the creek, he heard the loud noise of a crowd. What the hell? A circus? In the center of a hill? Wait a minute. Jiang Fei was surprised. He immediately remembered how he met the despicable gnomes. Bella, let's retreat, said Jiang Fei. He knew who was the one in charge of this gnome camp. Isabella asked, puzzled. She did not understand why Jiang Fei would retreat from a bunch of cowardly gnomes. Hee. I'm not running away. I'm just planning to cheat them. These little cowards carry treasures with them, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei got out of the cavern and headed somewhere far away before summoning the dragon. The dragon roar was loud, but he was far enough to avoid having the gnomes hear the dragon roar, said Jiang Fei as he cracked a smile. In a way, he felt pity for the gnomes that he was about to cheat. However, as a player in the game, he knew that everything in the game was meant to be exploited. Since he was deemed to be a dragon knight, he might as well use that fake status to gain something from it. Growl! With a loud roar, Jiang Fei descended toward the creek and into the caverns. Bandits! You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender. Jiang Fei roared at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he controlled the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon and activated its skill to breath fire toward the entrance. The attack was not potent, but the light show was good enough to show his dominance. Oh no! Run! We can't! Didn't you hear that we've been surrounded? It's the Dragon Knight. Big boss, what should we do? The giant dragon alone was enough to scare the gnomes in the caverns. The happy atmosphere just a moment ago diminished just like that. One by one, the gnomes started to cower behind every rock and pillar and stayed there. The only way to escape was to run out of the entrance. However, since they thought that they were all surrounded, there was no way to run besides digging downward. Jiang Fei could not help snickering, and he did so as silently as possible at the sight of the gnomes running around like headless chickens. Come out now, yelled Jiang Fei with dominance. Yes. Oh yes. One by one, the gnomes that were hiding quickly gathered in front of Jiang Fei and quietly knelt there. At that moment, the leader of a gnome came up and saw Jiang Fei's face. He then immediately recognized that the so-called Dragon Knight was the same person that they had encountered in the Dark Moon Island. Having recognized Jiang Fei, everyone started to feel more relaxed. Meeting someone they knew would make things easier. They knew that Jiang Fei was greedy, and they could use that to their advantage by trading for safety with their treasures. TSK, it's you lot. Why am I so unlucky? Said Jiang Fei as he pretended to be greatly annoyed. My lord, there must be a misunderstanding here, said Furlough. Roar! The dragon roared again, and Jiang Fei calmed the dragon down before jumping down. At that point, Furlough could feel the difference of power from when he had met Jiang Fei the first time. He could feel the dragon power emitting from Jiang Fei. It was actually from Isabella, but Furlough had not noticed her yet. He had mistaken the source of the power of two dragons that he had noticed to be from the juvenile sky-gliding dragon in Jiangfei. Enough of your nonsense. You and your little green lot purposely want to bring me trouble. Tell me now or die. Jiangfei roared, said another gnome as he tried to explain. Before he could speak any more, Furlough stopped him. My lord, we have not seen any groups of bandits on our journey. However, it is an honor to meet you once again, said Furlough as he took out a silver box and gave it to Jiangfei. The box had only just been stolen from Twilight City, and even though he had not opened it, perhaps it contained something precious that could save their lives. Although Furlough had been traveling in the world for so long, he had never seen or heard of Jiangfei. However, at that moment, he was sure that if he had not offered something and tried to talk his way out in 5 minutes, every single gnome in that cavern would be minced meat. Naturally, if Furlough and his merry little friends had actually met a dragon before, they would immediately be able to identify Jiangfei as a fake. If they had bigger balls, they would fight back and could have actually won. Jiangfei had nothing but his wits and voice. If the level 60 Lord tier Furlough had fought Jiangfei, Furlough would have won hands down. I have wasted enough time talking to you lot, said Jiangfei as he took the silver box and left with the dragon right after. Ho ho, said Jiangfei happily as he had obtained the treasure that the ring had led him to. Chapter 369. 369. The Hard Choice. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After leaving the band of gnomes, Jiangfei found a place with no one around and landed. After he made sure he was safe, he took out the silver box. Jiangfei snickered. The ring's treasure-seeking function did not simply glow. The only treasures that the ring detected were top-notch. Jiangfei shouted as he opened the box. There was nothing. No glow. No light. What? Jiangfei was stunned. He then peeked into the box. Jiangfei shouted as he tossed the box to the ground. Thud! A severed human head rolled out of the box. Damn, said Jiangfei after he had calmed himself down for the shock of looking at a pair of dead eyes. He was so pissed that he could not wait to take Isabella back to the caverns and kill all the gnomes. Oh my! Isabella gasped. Jiangfei braved himself and picked up the severed head and carefully examined it. After picking up the slimy head, Jiangfei had no doubt that it was indeed the severed head belonging to the now dead Curtis, fourth prince of the Royal Nephilim. Jiangfei could not figure out how the head, that was supposed to be in the care of the Luminous Church, ended up with the gnomes. Something must have gone wrong. A thought came to him. The members of the Luminous Church would be in for a treat when they learned that they had lost the head of Curtis. Celestials and Nephilims were different from other races. Higher-ranking Celestials or Nephilims could be revived with a few complex steps as long as their body was intact. Isabella was a good example of that. The reason Count Wilson had severed Curtis' head was to prevent such an event from happening. Just when they had thought they had stopped the evil from growing, they had lost the head when it was sent to the Luminous Church. At this moment, the Archbishop that was in Twilight City must be raging. All of the members currently in Twilight were sent to search for the head of Curtis. At the same time, the Royal Nephilim received news about the death of the fourth prince. They had sent members of the Shadow Keeper to retrieve the body of Curtis. What was left was the head of Curtis. Right now, both sides were in chaos. If they were not busy with the search of the severed head, the Nephilim and the Shadow Keeper would have exacted revenge on the Luminous Church. The head that was found in the hands of the Dark Moon Circus gnomes was stolen from Count Wilson. It was purely coincidental. They had been minding their own business when they came across a traveling group of the Luminous Church. Of all the carriages, 2 were protected heavily, one carrying a woman and the other a silver box. The gnome had no interest in an unconscious woman. However, besides that, their greed was just the same as a draconian. A fight would not be wise since they would never be able to win against the Luminous Church. However, they were good at stealing, especially their leader Furlough. That gnome's skill in thievery was so good the caravan had not even realized that they had lost the head of Curtis until they reached the Luminous Church's headquarters. Unfortunately for Furlough, before he could even open the box. Jiang Fei had appeared, and he had to offer the box, not knowing what was inside, to buy his life. "What am I supposed to do with this?" said Jiang Fei as he dropped the head to the ground. He could deliver the head back to the Nephilim, but there would not be a good reward. Moreover, Isabella had expressed her desire to not revive the bastard. Isabella muttered indecisively. Said Jiang Fei. At that point, Jiang Fei could see Isabella had mixed feeling about something. What Jiang Fei did not know was, instead of using the head to revive Curtis, a royal Nephilim could use it for a different purpose. The purpose was extraction. There were two ways for a royal Nephilim to do extraction. The first way was organ harvesting, and the second was blood transfusion. Organ harvesting in this situation meant transferring Curtis' eyes through a secret art wish. Only a royal Nephilim would know, to grant a lower-ranking Nephilim the royal Nephilim's eyes. Blood transfusion would be much more potent in a sense that after this method of extraction, the original royal Nephilim would lose not only their eyes, but also the possibility of being revived. The effect of blood transfusion was to change a normal Nephilim to a full-fledged royal Nephilim. From Isabella's perspective, using blood transfusion to permanently kill Curtis was the least of her worries. She had already hated her brother from the bottom of her heart, and through blood transfusion, Jiang Fei could become a full-fledged royal Nephilim. However, not only would Jiang Fei become stronger, he would also have the same blood flowing in her veins. That would make Jiang Fei Isabella's brother. That was an outcome that Isabella could never accept. It was a hard choice for Isabella to make. On one hand, she wanted Jiang Fei to grow stronger. On the other hand, she did not want Jiang Fei to have any blood relations with her. Before this incident had occurred, Isabella would not have had any doubt in her mind and would immediately conduct blood transfusion for Jiang Fei without hesitation. However, after yesterday's event, where Jiang Fei had used heartfelt on the female human, she had been greatly affected emotionally when she saw how the female human had looked at Jiang Fei. That SLYPHY girl was a rival, and she would not allow herself to lose by becoming Jiang Fei's blood sister. Asked Jiang Fei, oblivious to what was happening inside Isabella's mind. "We, the royal Nephilim, have a secret method that could transplant Curtis' eyes to you. That way, you can have the royal Nephilim's eyes," said Isabella after she had steeled herself to make her decision. In the end, she could never accept the outcome of becoming a sister to Jiang Fei. She would rather have Jiang Fei be only slightly stronger than have him stay by her side as her brother. Jiang Fei cried happily. It was a permanent skill that was very hard to come by. In that case, having the severed head was not a bad outcome after all. Because Isabella had hidden the truth about the other method of extraction, Jiang Fei would never know that there had been a chance for him to become a royal Nephilim and become even stronger. "It's quiet here," said Isabella, as she wanted to quickly get things over with in case she regretted her decision. There was only one head there, and after the transplant, she would never have a second chance. After drawing out a complex magic circle, Isabella placed Curtis' head in the center of the magic circle and began to chant in an unknown language. Even though Jiang Fei was able to understand the Nephilim tongue, he had only able to decipher half of what Isabella had said. Isabella chanted the last word, and the dead eyes of Curtis lit up in flames. Jiang Fei, who was sitting on the ground patiently, could have sworn that he heard the sad cries of Curtis in the air. Isabella danced around gracefully and pointed her finger to the eyes and then toward Jiang Fei. In a flash of red light, Jiang Fei felt a burning sensation on his own eyes. Not 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes and saw the world with a brand new perspective. Chapter 370, Nephilim King's Eyes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After the extraction process was complete, a new skill tree appeared in Jiang Fei's attribute column. Nephilim King's Eyes. Banishes the target, causing the target to neither receive nor deal any damage for the duration of the effect. The target is also prevented from using magic spells or move until the end of the banish effect. Remark: You may only use the skill on non-player targets that are not more than 20 levels above you. There's a fixed success rate of 30%. Nephilim King's Eyes. Imprison instantly imprisons the target, causing it to be unable to cast spells or move. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. Remark: there is a 100% success rate when used on targets below your level. For targets above your level, every level difference reduces the success rate by 10%. Nephilim King's Eyes. Passive: your enemy's weak spots will be revealed. You will deal critical hits to your enemy's weak spots with certainty. There were 3 branches of skills of the Nephilim King's Eyes. 2 were active skills while 1 was passive. Vanish was obviously useful against bosses and had extraordinary effects. For Jiang Fei, who had very good luck, the rate of success was not an issue at all. Imprison was also clearly very effective, and this would be doubly apparent during a PvP battle. Finally, there was the passive effect of the Nephilim King's Eyes. Although most skills had designated attack modes and attack positions, normal players would still be able to control where their attacks landed. Therefore, if Jiang Fei could discover his opponent's weak spots and be able to deal critical hits each time, he would not need skills to boost his damage. For someone like Jiang Fei who lacked attack skills, the passive effect greatly enhanced his capabilities in both PvP battles and boss battles. As Jiang Fei did not realize that he actually had the opportunity to evolve into the Nephilim race, he was overjoyed when he acquired the Nephilim King's Eyes. All right, let's go. Isabella was feeling guilty as she had just taken away Jiang Fei's opportunity to further enhance his capabilities due to her own personal agenda. Therefore, she wanted to get rid of the annoying head as soon as possible. Jiang Fei pointed at Curtis' head, which laid on the ground. "Let's bury it," Isabella said nonchalantly. Curtis' eyes had already been transplanted into Jiang Fei. Even if his head were discovered by the Nephilim race, he would still be blind after he was revived. Therefore, he could no longer prey on other girls. Jiang Fei nodded as he summoned the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon. Once Jiang Fei sat on the dragon's back, the blazing hammer in his hands transformed into a 3-meter-long dragon rifle. Bang! After the dragon rifle created a strong impact against the ground, a huge crater appeared on the surface of the earth. Isabella kicked the head into the crater with one of her legs. Thereafter, Jiang Fei steered the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon to swipe at the ground with its large tail. The huge crater was instantly covered by the soil. The juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon's huge claws stepped onto the ground to completely flatten the ground. No one would suspect that the famed Nephilim race's 4th prince had his head buried there. The juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon leaped into the air with Jiang Fei and Isabella on its back as they circled the skies surrounding Twilight City. Jiang Fei was eager to try out his new abilities. Ding dong, ding dong, shuffles. After flying in the sky for a while, Jiang Fei suddenly heard a battle going on below. As he looked downward, he saw a group of 20 fighting against an empowered leader. The leader had reached level 50 and therefore posed a significant threat against a group of players who were only around level 38. Although the group had an advantage in terms of numbers, they still struggled quite a fair bit. As their attack effects were very poor, most of them were unable to break through the leader's defense. The 4 tankers took turn to use taunt on the leader to prevent any one of them from being killed. TSK, TSK. This must be a guild grouping, Jiang Fei commented as he nodded his head in the sky. Although Jiang Fei had his eyes on the leader, he did not have the intention to steal it from a group. This was because he could see through his mysterious ring that the leader still had over 80% of health points, while the healers in the group were nearly using up all their mana points. When a normal group of players fought against a level 50 wild monster, the tankers were not the only ones who faced a significant amount of pressure. The healers were even under more pressure as they had to continuously heal others and did not have the luxury of controlling their mana usage. If they slacked even a little bit, their team would be wiped out instantly. "Big boss, we can't do this anymore." One of the players voiced out his advice to the team leader. "Sigh, all right, Although the leading player was dissatisfied with the ultimatum, he knew that their group would be annihilated if they did not leave while their healers still had mana to sustain them. Once the healers ran out of mana and the tankers were killed, they would all die. As the team master gave out his command, the group of players started retreating orderly. There was something good about fighting wild monsters, which was that they all had their own spots. If players retreated away from these monster spots, they would not continue pursuing the players. This was different from dungeons where monsters would pursue players for as long as they remained in the dungeon. Therefore, once the order of retreat was given out, the attackers were the first to depart. The tankers followed swiftly after in an orderly manner while the healers continued to support them. Slowly, the entire group made their way out of the vicinity. The monster let out a loud growl as its health points returned to 100%. *M. Look after it, the few of you. Don't let anyone else snatch it. The team leader said to the junior members around him. Don't worry, big boss. The young fellow next to the team leader said and laughed. All right, stay alert. The team leader finally tore open the return scroll after saying his final words. Although Zhang Fei could not eavesdrop on the group as he was high up in the air, he could see that the group had stopped attacking the monster. Someone had even returned to the city. Zhang Fei pressed on the juvenile sky-gliding dragon's neck, which caused it to slowly descend to the ground. Roar! The dragon's roar immediately drew the attention of the players standing guard nearby. *RN. The players were stunned. As they had never heard of another player who could fly, they mistakenly thought that Zhang Fei was another monster. That can't be right. Another player came to his senses more quickly. *RN. What level could he possibly be? Another player exclaimed surprisingly with a tone which was 1 octave higher. It appears that no such person exists in Twilight City. A fat player nearby said. Dawnlight City? *CKME. Although no one knew who blurted these words out, the entire group of more than 10 players now looked at Zhang Fei with deep respect. The news of Zhang Fei and Isabella fighting against the Ironblood Alliance had already spread across Twilight City. The group of players now felt extremely conflicted. They were more concerned about their own lives than about safeguarding the leader monster until their team leader returned. Chapter 371. 371. Shattered Weak Spot. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Fei took a glance at the group of players before steering the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon toward the monster directly. He did not seem to care about what the group thought. Frost Ridge Giant Race, Empowered Leader. Level. 50 health points. 1,100,000 attack power. 8,800 skills. Stomp, Smash, Giant Boulder Hurl, Earthquake. Stomp. Stampede on the current target to deal a large amount of damage and lower the target's defense by 30%. Smash. Instantly attacks the current target to deal a significant amount of damage. Giant Boulder Hurl. The Frost Ridge Giant picks up the nearest boulder and throws it at the enemy furthest away. The boulder deals 30,000 damage that can be split among the enemies while also causing a 4-second stunning effect. Earthquake. The Frost Ridge Giant shakes the ground, dealing continuous damage to enemies within a 40-meter radius while also disrupting all spells being cast. While approaching the monster, Zhang Fei was able to check out all its attributes. After checking out the attributes, Zhang Fei chuckled. As these players were too slow, the leader had yet to activate its 2 ultimate skills. If it had, the group of players would have all died. However, this monster was not too difficult for Zhang Fei and Isabella. Although it was stronger than the 4th Saint Beast Zhang Fei had encountered in a secret dungeon, Zhang Fei had already become much stronger since then. Before Zhang Fei had even gotten close, the juvenile sky-gliding dragon spat out a big ball of flame which landed directly on the monster. Roar! Invader! Once the monster was attacked, it began charging toward Zhang Fei. Boom! Minus 14,822. As Zhang Fei was sitting on the juvenile sky-gliding dragon, the hit was taken by the dragon instead. However, As the juvenile skylighting dragon had zero defense as a ride, the damage taken by it was rather overwhelming. Jiang Fei immediately canceled the riding status. As a battle ride, the juvenile skylighting dragon had health points which matched Jiang Fei's level. Since Jiang Fei was level 43, the juvenile skylighting dragon only had 43,000 health points. If it took 3 more hits, it would die. Jiang Fei would have to wait 2 hours for the cooldown to reset before he could summon it again. He did not want to run around with his feet for the next 2 hours. As the juvenile skylighting dragon suddenly disappeared, the monster was obviously stunned. Right then, Jiang Fei's attack had also arrived. Rapid Frostburst, minus 9,021. Bash, minus 2,105, minus 2,089, minus 2,214. As Jiang Fei had already reached level 43, there was no dominance of level from the monster despite it being at a higher level than him. Therefore, Jiang Fei's attack effects were quite a sight to see. Abyssal Flame, minus 7,815, minus 650, minus 650. Right then, Isabella also started attacking. After Jiang Fei entered the battle, he immediately noticed that there was a red dot moving about on the monster's body. It would mostly move between the monster's eyes, throat, and its heart, which were all vital body parts. However, the red dot did not stay in a fixed position. It skipped about between these different body parts. A thought suddenly appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. Previously, he had never seen anything like this within his line of vision. He believed that this must be his newfound ability of seeing through his opponent's weaknesses. Awakening Pill. Jiang Fei had started carrying around the unique potion which Six Fans created. The item greatly enhanced Jiang Fei's observational and sensing abilities. In the past, Jiang Fei used it to improve his crafting. Now, it seemed like he could also use it to capture his opponent's weak points. Jiang Fei aimed at the monster's heart and struck at it with his hammer. Minus 17,284. Indeed, Jiang Fei's strike landed as a critical hit. The asterisk Eren. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. After the brief period of battling, his ruthless barrage had already stacked 10 times. His attack power was now close to 9,000. Whenever he landed a critical hit, the damage output would be significantly destructive. 5x damage increase, whereas a critical hit gave 2x damage and even ignored some of the opponent's defense effects. Therefore, if Jiang Fei could deal a critical hit each time, he could afford to give up on other attack skills and focus on using normal attacks. After an angry cry, the monster began striking back. The Frost Ridge Giant was not a punching bag after all. How could it not fight back when it was being attacked? Minus 11,287. The monster's attack skills were rather impressive. Although Jiang Fei had close to 6,000 defense points, he still received over 10,000 points of damage. This explains why the group was struggling so much earlier. In all honesty, Jiang Fei felt a certain respect for the group's teamwork. The tankers timed their taunt very accurately. If they were to make any mistake, someone was bound to die. Although the monster dealt a significant amount of damage, Jiang Fei was able to sustain his health points with his 40% normal lifesteal effect. He could recover 6,000 health points with every critical hit. Coupled with his life link effect, Jiang Fei could recover over 7,000 health points after each turn. As Jiang Fei's attacks were much more frequent, he was able to stabilize his health points through his extremely high lifesteal and critical hit rate. The asterisk Imin. He can single-handedly take on a level 50 leader without any healer. Some of the players from Twilight City were dumbfounded by what they were seeing. Although they could not see the exact situation of Jiang Fei's damage input and output, they were still very much impressed by his ability to sustain himself for over half a minute without any healer. On the other hand, their own tankers were nearly annihilated by the monster at each turn. D***. Even the tankers were thoroughly impressed by Jiang Fei's capabilities. As Jiang Fei had been practicing Old Man Hai's fist techniques for a long period, his attacks were very consistent. Therefore, he was able to land accurate hits at a very high rate and successfully hit the monster's weak points 2 out of 3 attacks. 77%. Overall, his damage per second was more than 15,000, while Isabella dealt over 10,000 damage per second after summoning the Abyssal Flame. By then, the two of them had surrounded the monster. The Frost Ridge giant was beginning to lose its temper. After half a minute, when its health points had reached below 50%, the Frost Ridge giant started using its ultimate skills. It suddenly bent over and started gathering soil in its hands. Soon enough, a huge boulder was formed from the soil. The monster then flung the giant boulder at them. Boom! The giant boulder landed on Jiang Fei and Isabella, dealing a total of 30,000 damage. Although this kind of damage would have instantly killed the other players, Jiang Fei and Isabella were not threatened by it. Jiang Fei had almost 43,000 health points, while Isabella had over 80,000 health points. When split between two of them, each would only receive 15,000 damage, which did not affect them too much. Despite the bearable damage from the giant boulder flung at them, they were still troubled by the 4-second stun which accompanied the attack. Not being able to attack meant that Jiang Fei could not use his lifesteal effect. With less than 30,000 health points, he could not withstand a few more attacks. Therefore, after Jiang Fei was struck by the huge boulder, he faced a real crisis. Chapter 372, 372, A Large Army's Crusade. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation minus 11,752. Jiang Fei, who had been stunned, could only watch himself being frantically attacked by the monster. He could not fight back at all. Fortunately, the monster attacked at a very slow pace. After 2 continuous attacks, Jiang Fei was able to break free from the stun effect. However, he was left with very little health points. Sacred Light, plus 23,420. As Jiang Fei's attacks were halted, his ruthless barrage had stopped stacking up. Therefore, the amount of health points he recovered from his lifesteal effect decreased significantly. Jiang Fei had no choice but to activate an equipment set skill from his Lightbringer's armaments to recover 50% of his health points to prevent himself from being instantly killed by the next attack. Although the recovery effect of this skill was slightly worse than the previous one from Bloodpool, the cooldown period was much shorter and even had 5 seconds of blinding effect. It was a shame that the Frost Ridge Giant was a leader and most disabling skills did not work on it. Therefore, the Sacred Light only recovered Jiang Fei's health points but could not cause a blinding effect on the monster. As long as Jiang Fei could withstand the next attack, he would be safe. All he needed to do next was to stack up his ruthless barrage once again. With that, he would be able to swiftly recover his health points through the extraordinary lifesteal ability. Within a few short rounds, Jiang Fei's disrupted ruthless barrage was stacked to its peak once again. His attack and lifesteal abilities were performing at the highest level once again. Although the monster used the Earthquake skill when its health points reached 20%, the skill did not cause any concern for Jiang Fei and Isabella, as neither of them needed to cast any magic spells. The monster's AoE skill, which disrupted channeling spells, was basically useless. Within 1.5 minutes, the Frost Ridge Giant was defeated by Jiang Fei and Isabella. Ding! You have eliminated Frost Ridge Giant. Obtained 3,370,000 experience points. Obtained 600 gold coins. Ding! As you have killed a monster that belongs to a foreign city, you have obtained an additional 1,000 honor points. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled as he spoke. Although the honor points did not mean much to him, the superior and epic honorary equipment were very attractive to common players. However, these equipment were trash to Jiang Fei, who had a full body of legendary equipment. While Jiang Fei was happily picking up equipment, the other players from Twilight City who observed from the side could not remain calm. They were unable to take the monster down despite having more than 20 people in their team, and yet Jiang Fei could single-handedly defeat it within 2 minutes. It did not even seem like much of a challenge to Jiang Fei. If they were all normal players, how could there be such a big gap between their capabilities? What should we do? One of the players mumbled softly. What should we do? Another player rolled his eyes as he reported the news about Jiang Fei to the team leader through their guild channel. The asterisk emin. The asterisk emin you all. Did you sneak off to somewhere else and discover the monster was gone after you returned? As the player had communicated the news through the guild channel, the entire guild channel was flooded in an instant. Many other players joined in on the conversation, despite many of them not believing in the nonsense he spewed. Right then, the team leader was not the only one who could not sit still. Even the guild master felt his blood boiling. Although they were a second-rate guild in Twilight City, they could not swallow the bitter pill of having their monster nabbed by someone else publicly. Keep an eye on him, you bunch of trash. Don't let him get away. As for the others, gather around. The guild master waved his hand as he spoke. Although the news of a player named Verger Glider from Dawnlight City, who stood up to the Iron Blood Alliance, with a few 10,000 players had spread across the city, this guild master was clearly not buying the story. He did not believe a person could single-handedly fight against 10,000 people. Jiang Fei was unaware that his act of stealing the monster kill had caused the guild to gather their 10,000 members to crusade against him. Jiang Fei was still excitedly picking up his victory loot. Frost battle armor, plate armor, legendary, physical defense plus 1,258 magic defense, plus 952 strength, plus 65 vitality, plus 70 equip, allows you to ignore the next physical attack with a 5% chance. Equip allows your attacks to have an additional 30% frost damage. Equip, you will obtain a skill, Frost Meteorite. It instantly releases a frost energy to engulf enemies within an 8-meter radius, dealing 1,000 frost damage to the enemies and freezing them for 1 second. After the freezing effect, the enemy's movement speed is slowed by 50% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Level requirement. 50. The first equipment Jiang Fei obtained was a legendary grade plate armor. It had both offensive and defensive elements. The only thing that troubled Jiang Fei was that he already had a full set of equipment on his body. Once he reached level 50, he predicted that he would not give up a full set of equipment to equip the frost battle armor unless he acquired other, even stronger scattered equipment. Forget it. Jiang Fei shook his head. There was no point in thinking too much about it for now. After all, reaching level 50 would still take him a considerable amount of time. After storing the frost battle armor in his spatial ring, Jiang Fei picked up the second piece of equipment from the monster's body. Gaia Power Protective Amulet, Necklace, Epic, Physical Attack plus 452 Strength, plus 30 Vitality, plus 30 Equip. Decreases the damage you receive by 20%. Equip. You obtain a new skill, Gaia Shield. Summons a layer of protective shield to absorb damage on your behalf. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Level requirement. 50. Remark. The Gaia Shield can only absorb up to 2x your health points of damage. This is a pretty good equipment. I could consider wearing this after I reach level 50. Jiang Fei nodded as he thought to himself. As his capabilities had increased significantly, and he was able to regain his position as the main tanker, this kind of defensive equipment would be useful to him once again. As a dragon's roar was heard, Jiang Fei appeared to have summoned the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon yet again. He had finished picking up the equipment and did not want to stay where he was any longer. The asterisk emin. The 20-odd players who stood guard in the area started panicking when they saw Jiang Fei had gotten onto his dragon and was preparing to leave. What? Stop him. The guild master immediately ordered his 20 guild members to stop Jiang Fei from leaving. The asterisk erin. That's easier said than done. How are we supposed to stop him? Even a level 50 leader could not stop him. After receiving the order from their guild master, the 20 players grit their teeth and attempted to stop Jiang Fei despite knowing how futile the effort would be. Chapter 373, 373, Invincible. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei was slightly confused when he saw the players from Twilight City who were walking toward him. He did not know these people at all. If they had met before, the only possibility was that he had once snatched their boss. However, looking at their posture, it did not look like they were coming up to him for a fight. So, Jiang Fei curiously waited for these people to approach him. A warrior who led the group of players here seemed a little awkward. Their job was to delay Jiang Fei and prevent him from leaving this place. However, it was obvious that they could not delay him using force. Jiang Fei could easily solo any boss. If they went against Jiang Fei, they would probably be killed in less than a minute. Great Master. At this time, a fat little magician from the group suddenly began to walk toward Jiang Fei with a look of awe. Jiang Fei was surprised. However, when he realized that he was sitting on his juvenile sky lighting dragon, he immediately understood how this group of people recognized him. Since his identity had been exposed, there was nothing else Jiang Fei could hide. So, he nodded and revealed his identity. Great Master, give me your autograph, the little fatty said as he looked at Jiang Fei with admiration. The warrior who was the temporary leader asked in the party chat. What else? We have to keep him here. The little fatty replied in the party chat, sounding a little annoyed. Then, he immediately continued to flatter Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had no idea that these people had bad intentions. He really thought that he had fans. His dream to become a celebrity had suddenly come true, so he was gloating over it. Although Jiang Fei had joined the metahuman community, he was different from other metahumans. More than 2 months ago, he was still an ordinary high school student. So, it was not that easy for his mentality to change in such a short time, especially in regards to this kind of satisfaction derived from vanity. Jiang Fei still found it to be quite enjoyable. Jiang Fei, who had been riding the juvenile sky-lighting dragon, jumped down. Then, he signed his name on the small book that the little fatty had taken out. As soon as Jiang Fei jumped off the juvenile sky-lighting dragon, the little fatty seized the opportunity and started to ask Jiang Fei all sorts of questions. Most of them were pointless questions. He could not let Jiang Fei leave. As Jiang Fei had not ridden his mount for a long while, the juvenile sky-lighting dragon was automatically dismissed by the system. Players could summon their mounts and not use them for a short time. This was supported by the mount system. However, if the players left their mounts untouched for a long time, the system would dismiss the mounts. When he saw that the juvenile sky-lighting dragon had disappeared, the little fatty breathed a sigh of relief. This way, when the huge army arrived, it would be difficult for Verger Glider to fly away and escape. This little fatty was quite smart. It took the players 3 seconds of casting time to summon normal mounts. All they had to do was delay Jiang Fei for a few more seconds, lest he realized that a huge army was coming for him and tried to escape. By then, Jiang Fei would not be able to summon his mount, and they would complete their mission. Unfortunately, the juvenile sky-lighting dragon could be summoned instantly. Although there was a 3-second delay, Jiang Fei did not have to do any guiding after a whistle. So, even though the little fatty's plan was great, he had made a mistake. The flattery had made Jiang Fei vain, and he was feeling extremely satisfied. So, without realizing it, he chatted with the little fatty for over half an hour, until Isabella suddenly interrupted him. A lot of adventurers are rushing over here, Isabella said coldly. Although Jiang Fei was inexperienced, he was not stupid. When he heard that a large number of players had surrounded them, he immediately understood that he had been tricked. Little fatty, not bad at all. Jiang Fei sneered at the little fatty. Brother Fei, I was just doing what I was ordered to do by my higher-ups. The little fatty sneered as he took a few steps back. He was afraid that Jiang Fei would kill him instantly. So, you guys are planning to kill me today. At this moment, Jiang Fei was feeling a little angry. Before this, he was really happy. He thought that he had become a celebrity and that he had fans. However, it turned out that this was just a sugar-coated bullet. These people were using flattery to trick him. Whistle. Following a whistle, the juvenile sky-gliding dragon flew down from the sky and slowly descended onto the ground beside Jiang Fei. The little fatty was shocked. He did not expect that Jiang Fei could summon his mount without guiding it. "Little fatty, I won't kill you today." Jiang Fei glared at the little fatty. Then he tugged at the reins, and the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon took flight. Jiang Fei, who was now high above the sky, immediately had a panoramic view of all the players who had surrounded him. It seemed like this medium-sized guild had brought all their members. There were more than 20,000 people here. At this time, they had encircled Jiang Fei and were ready to kill him. "Bella." Jiang Fei grinned wickedly. Isabella's eyes flashed with a red light, a characteristic unique to the Nephilims. "Come on." Jiang Fei guided the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon to charge toward the north. They were headed directly at the players standing at the back line. These players were the weakest clerics and magicians. Before this, Jiang Fei did not dare to fight against a large number of players for a very simple reason. Although he had high defense, there were too many enemies. No matter how much health points he had, he would die sooner or later. Now, however, Jiang Fei had Crimson Reaper. After he had obtained this cape, Jiang Fei's lifesteal capability improved significantly. Moreover, his lifesteal did not just heal himself, but also nearby allies. Since Jiang Fei and Isabella both had extremely high defense and a lot of health points, they were invincible. The juvenile sky-lighting dragon dove from the sky, straight toward the ranged attackers and clerics in the north. "Damn!" The players in the north immediately shouted. Originally, when they heard the little fatty say that Verger Glider had already gotten on his juvenile sky-lighting dragon, they all had thought that Jiang Fei was going to run away. So, they were not expecting Jiang Fei to attack them first. Puff! Before Jiang Fei could even attack, the juvenile sky-lighting dragon had already started spitting fire. Flame rain. Isabella was not idling on the dragon's back. Flaming meteorites the size of human heads began falling onto the heads of these ranged attackers who were already low on health. In just a few seconds, the whole area was cleared. After landing, Jiang Fei directly dismissed the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon. After all, this mount was way weaker compared to him. Demon Flame Infusion. As they were now surrounded by enemies, Isabella stopped casting spells. Instead, she summoned the Demon Flame and began to fight alongside Jiang Fei. Even though he was surrounded by enemies, Jiang Fei was unstoppable. The physical players could not break through his defense at all. An average magician only dealt double-digit damage to him. As Jiang Fei had more than 40,000 health points, these attacks were like nothing. However, Jiang Fei's attacks were absolutely destructive, especially after Ruthless Barrage was stacked 10 times. Almost all these ranged players died as soon as Jiang Fei touched them. There was no one who could take more than 2 hits from Jiang Fei. Damn, don't fight him. Control him. Their commander was not stupid. Although they were no match for Jiang Fei in terms of strength, they had the numbers. More people meant more disabling skills, so they could definitely stun Jiang Fei to death. Chapter 374, Ode to Gallantry. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Disabling skills were cast at Jiang Fei one after another. Jiang Fei resisted some of them because his level was higher. However, he was only level 43. Even though his level was higher than these players surrounding him, the difference was not really big. And so, because he was being hit by a large number of disabling skills, Jiang Fei quickly became stuck. The leader in charge of commanding the huge army in the north was immediately happy when he saw that Jiang Fei was stuck. Although Verger Glider was tanky, they had numerical advantage. As long as Jiang Fei could not restore his health points through lifesteal, they would be able to kill him in less than half a minute. Jiang Fei snorted. He had already expected that he would be caught in such a dangerous situation. He immediately swallowed the ant milk that was in his mouth. After Jiang Fei swallowed the ant milk, all abnormal statuses were completely removed. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to put another ant milk in his mouth so that he would be ready if his movements were restricted again. Originally, these Twilight City players were about to encircle Jiang Fei happily after they saw that he was stuck. However, in a matter of seconds, Jiang Fei was already back to normal. Bandits. The commander made a prompt decision. When he realized that the disabling skills were not working, he immediately ordered the bandits to go forward and restrict Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. He was not afraid of the disabling spells of magicians because he could use potions to remove the effects of such spells. However, if he got stunned, potions would not help. God's Wrath. Minus 49,731 minus 49,731 minus 49,731. Seeing that dozens of bandits were approaching him, Jiang Fei directly used his most powerful area of effect skill. The damage of God's Wrath was equal to his total health points plus attack power. The skill dealt nearly 50,000 damage. Even tanky warriors would be killed instantly, let alone bandits. After a big move, the area within a 20-meter radius from Jiang Fei was completely emptied. Jiang Fei had been wanting to kill the leader who was hiding in the crowd and giving orders. After he got rid the melee attackers around him, Jiang Fei immediately used Wild Charge on that leader. Minus 34,689, as he had stacked Ruthless Barrage 10 times. Jiang Fei's attack power was nearly 9,000. When this was paired with the effects of Wild Charge, which quadrupled his damage, Jiang Fei instantly killed the leader. The players from Twilight City who had lost their commander could no longer encircle Jiang Fei in an organized manner. Jiang Fei had also learned a lesson from just now. He no longer stayed in a certain position. Instead, he led Isabella and charged around the area, wreaking havoc among the Twilight City players. Although Jiang Fei's blazing hammer was only around a foot long, the buff from the Lightbringer's armaments had doubled his attack range. Moreover, his attacks had cleave effect. He was like a meat grinder among the crowd. Dead bodies were everywhere. Whistle. Following a whistle, the juvenile sky-lighting dragon descended once again. Bella. Jiang Fei jumped onto the juvenile sky-lighting dragon, then quickly ascended into the sky with Isabella behind him. They easily got out of the attack range of the Twilight City players. After taking flight, Jiang Fei did not run away. Since this medium-sized guild wanted to kill him, he planned to teach this guild a profound lesson and pave the way for Imperial Dragon to intervene in the matters of Twilight City in the future. After the juvenile sky-lighting dragon flew around for a while, it dove downward under Jiang Fei's control, directly toward the group of players in the east. Originally, the Twilight City players had surrounded Jiang Fei on all four sides in order to prevent Jiang Fei from escaping. Now, however, their positions had turned into opportunities for Jiang Fei to destroy them. Jiang Fei clearly knew that he could not kill all 20,000 players. These players could revive faster than he could kill. It was impossible to kill all of them. All he had to do was leave them with a deep impression. Verger Glider was invincible. He could kill as many as he wanted to. If he wanted to leave, nobody could stop him. Puff! The juvenile sky-gliding dragon began to spit fire as it charged toward the enemies. Isabella's flame rain came right after. After they cleared the landing area, Jiang Fei dismissed the juvenile sky-lighting dragon once again. Then, he and Isabella began to kill the players mercilessly. As Jiang Fei's level was relatively higher, his resistance toward magic spells was pretty high. Even if he was stuck, he could use the ant milk to remove the abnormal status. Moreover, after being hit by disabling skills several times in a row, Jiang Fei would obtain the system's default disabling resistance effect. Then, it would be harder for the enemy's disabling spells to take effect. Bandits posed a greater threat to Jiang Fei. However, as Jiang Fei had the mysterious ring, these invisible bandits were extremely obvious to him. Jiang Fei would find them and kill them even before they could stun him. As Jiang Fei had two area of effect skills, Rapid Frostburst and God's Wrath, it would not be a problem even if the bandits charged at him in a big group. Therefore, these bandits who were trying to stun him could not even get close to him. After a round of torturing, Jiang Fei cleared the area with God's Wrath. Then, he summoned the juvenile sky-lighting dragon and flew up once again. He continued to attack the Twilight City army repeatedly. In actuality, Jiang Fei had only killed 1 or 2,000 players in total. However, by then, the Twilight City players were already frightened to death. Verger Glider was just like an unbeatable god of war. It was impossible for them to beat him. Every time he charged toward a specific area, he would kill hundreds of people. Then, he would easily summon his mount and fly back into the sky. Even though they had a numerical advantage, it was impossible for tens of thousands of people to attack a single player at the same time. Only around 110 people could really fight with Jiang Fei simultaneously. This would not pose a threat to Verger Glider at all. After Jiang Fei ascended into the sky with his juvenile sky-lighting dragon once again, he laughed happily. At this time, he was extremely high-spirited. He could not help but think of the poem Ode to Gallantry by the great poet Li Bai. A tightly secured headband, a gleaming sword hanging at his waist, on a white horse with a silver saddle, galloping through the streets like a meteor, killing one man with every 10 steps, 1,000 miles without a trace. Straightens his clothes and leaves, deeds and fame deeply buried within. Today, I'll just teach you guys a lesson. If you still dare to mess with me in the future, I'll curse every single one of you. Jiang Fei, who had vented all of his anger, made a regional broadcast. At this time, the guild master looked extremely unhappy. Originally, he did not believe that Jiang Fei was that powerful. He was determined to kill Verger Glider. Now, however, not only did he fail to kill Verger Glider, but thousands of his people had also been killed. Moreover, at this time, Verger Glider was taunting them triumphantly above their heads, but he did not dare to speak out and retort. This guild master clearly knew that if he stepped out and said something, he would either have to admit defeat or be killed on the spot. There was absolutely no third option. Looking at the current situation, it was impossible to kill Verger Glider. It was unrealistic for one person to kill tens of thousands of people. However, Jiang Fei's repeated acts of flying back up into the sky after rounds of killing seriously affected the guild's morale. At this time, many guild members were already complaining. These players felt that the guild master had made a big fuss over a trifle, which led to the guild's losses. Yesterday, even the Ironblood Alliance did not dare to start a fight with Verger Glider. Their second-rate guild actually took the initiative to approach Verger Glider and ended up being destroyed. Ultimately, all of this only happened because their guild master asked for trouble. Jiang Fei, who was in the sky, had absolutely no idea. Although his act of venting his anger did not fundamentally affect the guild's strength, it had seriously hampered the guild's morale. Now, most of the players were doubting their guild master's leadership skills. Chapter 375, Protagoras. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei laughed loudly as he looked at the Twilight City players below him who were trembling with fear. Then, he flew away triumphantly. The morale of this medium-sized guild had been seriously hampered. As for what was going to happen to this guild, it was none of Jiang Fei's business. However, after this battle, Jiang Fei had officially become famous. Originally, Jiang Fei was only famous in Dawnlight City. In the last Mana Node battle, the one who became famous was Isabella. Jiang Fei was only playing a supporting role. This time, however, it was different. Although he was against an army of 20,000 people, the invincible Jiang Fei still managed to kill as many people as he liked and walked away. Tens of thousands of people could not stop him. When this video was posted on the forum, Verger Glider immediately became famous. At this time, Jiang Fei was busy talking and laughing with Isabella. He had no idea that he had suddenly become an overnight celebrity. In such a short time, his dream had came true. Moreover, he was gaining more and more fans. Some professional players had even gotten to know about him. To worship the strong was an inherent human instinct, especially in the gaming community. Everyone would definitely be eager to worship a top player like Jiang Fei, who was so powerful that nobody could stop him. However, while Jiang Fei gained fame, he had also inadvertently gained more enemies. Those professional players were contemptuous of Jiang Fei. In the eyes of these professional players, Verger Glider had good equipment and was just using this as an advantage to bully some beginners. If they challenged him one-on-one, they were absolutely confident that they would win him. Verger Glider did not deserve all the fame. Jiang Fei had no idea that these professional players thought of him that way. Even if he knew, he would just ignore them. Although he was happy about being famous and having a lot of fans, he was not that serious about games. To Jiang Fei, it did not really matter who was strong or weak. However, if these professional players really wanted to challenge him, Jiang Fei would not mind teaching them a lesson. Although Jiang Fei and Isabella were already far away, Jiang Fei was still feeling somewhat gleeful. Isabella shook her head. It seemed like she was reminded of her past. Jiang Fei knew that Isabella did not want him to get involved in the war between the light and dark factions. After all, everyone fighting the war was powerful. If a small fry like Jiang Fei joined the war, he would only end up serving as cannon fodder. Jiang Fei sent a message to Rosette Rose and inquired about the development of the guild. Jiang Fei learned about everything that was going on in Dawnlight City. Unfortunately, Twilight City's teleportation point quest had not been completed yet. Jiang Fei could not go back even if he wanted to. As they flew around aimlessly, Jiang Fei suddenly noticed that there was an NPC with a green name, which caught his interest. As they were in Twilight City, most of the NPCs were neutral and had yellow names. A friendly NPC with a green name like this one was really rare. Once he made the juvenile sky lighting dragon descend onto land, Jiang Fei saw an old male NPC fishing at the riverside. Protagoras, human, overlord, level, 98 health points, 100% remarks, the leader of the School of the Wise. As it was a friendly NPC, the mysterious ring gave very little information. Most of the information about combat strength was omitted. Jiang Fei looked at Isabella, confused. After all, this NPC was a level 98 overlord. Isabella, the little Nephilim princess, had probably heard of him before. Ho, little ISA, we haven't met for a few years. Have you forgotten who I am already? What are you waiting for? Before Isabella could speak, the old man turned and smiled at them. Jiang Fei asked Isabella, confused. Isabella nodded and jumped down from the back of the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon. Jiang Fei quickly dismissed the mount and followed Isabella toward the NPC old man. Isabella formally curtsied to the old man. Come on, little ISA, you don't have to be so polite with me. Protagoras asked with a smile. Swoosh. Isabella was so shy that her little face immediately turned red. She wanted to hide in a hole. However, even though she was embarrassed, her eyes darted towards Jiang Fei and she looked at him sheepishly. Jiang Fei was also feeling a little embarrassed, but he did not immediately deny. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Fei did not deny it. At the same time, her face turned even redder and the corners of her mouth lifted up into a smile. At this time, Protagoras eased the awkward atmosphere. Isabella shook her head. She had been following Jiang Fei around ever since she was resurrected. Naturally, she did not have the chance to visit the Nephilim King. Moreover, Isabella was a little afraid to see the Nephilim King. After all, no matter what, she was currently Jiang Fei's pet. If she really went to visit the Nephilim King might get angry and hurt Jiang Fei. Oh, I see. Once again, Protagoras brought up Curtis who had just been killed. F***CK. Jiang Fei thought to himself angrily. This old man was absolutely touching a sore spot. Jiang Fei genuinely could not see even a little wisdom in this old man. I just heard about the news of the assassination of my brother today, too. Isabella's acting was pretty good. She and Jiang Fei could be considered as half accomplices of Curtis's assassination. However, at this time, Isabella's words made it seem like she was filled with indignation. Sigh. Your father should take most of the blame. Protagoras sighed. Then, he turned to Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei was puzzled when he first heard this name. Then, he remembered that this Oyezi was his super irresponsible class instructor. Jiang Fei sounded very unsure because he had only met his instructor 3 times so far. Oyezi was nominally his instructor, but Jiang Fei was not really that close to him. Sigh. Forget it. That old man appears and disappears whenever he likes to. Protagoras shook his head in regret. After Protagoras asked about Jiang Fei's class instructor, Jiang Fei could not help but nod to himself. At the same time, he gained some respect for this old man. This old man was an overlord, so it was normal if he was not surprised when he saw Jiang Fei's juvenile, sky-gliding dragon and black dragon scale. This old man also recognized that Jiang Fei was an adventurer as soon as he saw Jiang Fei, but this was nothing new. However, it was definitely not easy for someone to tell that Jiang Fei's instructor was Oyezi at one glance. Previously, Jiang Fei had asked Isabella and the Black Dragon Prince Enid Strassa about Oyezi. However, both of them had never heard of the name of Oyezi. Today, Jiang Fei met this old man. Whenever the old man spoke, Jiang Fei could clearly feel from his tone that this old man did not have much respect for the Nephilim King, but he had a lot of respect for Jiang Fei's instructor. One had to know that the Nephilim King was a real celestial-ranked NPC. However, Protagoras' tone seemed to suggest that the Nephilim King was just his peer. So, Jiang Fei was extremely curious about his mysterious instructor. What was so great about Oyezi that made him worthy of Protagoras' respect? Chapter 376. The Abyss. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. To be honest, Jiang Fei had been curious about the identity of his skill instructor for a long time. Since he started playing the game, Jiang Fei had met a lot of big shots. He had met many overlord big bosses, too many to count. However, other than his mysterious instructor, Jiang Fei had never met an NPC that did not have their names displayed. Even the omnipotent, mysterious ring did not provide any information about his instructor. When this was paired with Protagoras' respectful attitude today, this made Jiang Fei even more curious about Oyezi's identity. Jiang Fei asked curiously. He addressed the old man like how Isabella did. "My friend, just call me by my name. If you can't bring yourself to do that, you can address me as older brother." Protagoras waved repeatedly. Okay then." Jiang Fei nodded and continued. "Well, I can't really say much about your instructor. If he has decided not to tell you anything, he naturally has his own reasons for it." Jiang Fei quickly nodded. Not long ago, Isabella had told him about King Zhou. This godly person was incredible. He had easily slaughtered a few celestial-ranked people as if they were chickens. That was all Protagoras said. He would not give any more information, no matter what Jiang Fei asked him. Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath. He still had no idea how strong his class instructor was. However, if his instructor could get close to the Nephilim King and become one of the Nephilim King's 4 great assistants, this class instructor was definitely extraordinary. Isabella exclaimed from behind Jiang Fei. Her voice was filled with surprise. Protagoras nodded. After a moment of surprise, Isabella suddenly burst into joy. Previously, Isabella was afraid to see the Nephilim King because she had become Jiang Fei's pet by chance. She was afraid that the king would hurt Jiang Fei out of anger. So, she did not dare to go home. Now, however, as Jiang Fei's instructor was an unimaginably powerful person, the problem was instantly solved. Isabella was resurrected long ago, so it was impossible for her to not miss her home and her parents. She did not want to go back home because she was afraid that Jiang Fei would get into trouble. Now that Jiang Fei had the support of such a powerful person, Isabella naturally could not wait to return to her home and see the Nephilim King and Queen. Jiang Fei nodded. He was not stupid. Of course, he knew that Isabella was homesick. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not have to pretend that he was a dragon rider and trick everyone else anymore. Jiang Fei knew how to take advantage of circumstances very well. Since he had such a powerful instructor, he had to make good use of it. Otherwise, all the experience and skills that he had gained from pretending all this would be wasted. After receiving Jiang Fei's approval, Isabella turned to invite Protagoras. She wanted to bring this old man for a very simple reason. He could be a witness. Otherwise, it would be troublesome when Jiang Fei steps into the Nephilim territory. Without a witness, even if Jiang Fei claimed that he was a disciple of one of the four sages of the heavens, it was not guaranteed that people would believe him. If unlucky, they might even get beaten up before they reached the Nephilim King's palace. However, it would be different if they brought Protagoras with them. The old man's identity was significant. If Protagoras said that Jiang Fei was Oyezi's disciple, even the Nephilim King would believe it. Protagoras was the leader of School of the Wise, so there was nothing he did not understand. He had also seen through Jiang Fei and Isabella's relationship. This was a chance for him to get on the good side of both Oyezi and the Nephilims just by talking a little. Therefore, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Jiang Fei had nothing to do now anyway, and it was better if he settled things in relation to the Nephilims quickly. Although he had the identity of a Nephilim, he did not even dare to go to the Shadow Keeper, because he was afraid that people would find out that he had turned the Nephilim little princess into his pet. Jiang Fei whistled and summoned the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon. He was about to ask Isabella to get on the mount, but he realized that Isabella was looking at him as if he was an idiot. "Ho-ho, my friend, you've never been to the Nephilim King's palace, have you?" Protagoras laughed. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Protagoras laughed loudly, then waved his hand. A white light immediately enveloped Jiang Fei and Isabella. Swoosh! Jiang Fei saw a white light flash before his eyes, and the map changed. Ding! You discover the abyss. Damn! The sudden system prompt shocked Jiang Fei. He had gained 350,000 experience points just by discovering the map. This showed that it was a high-level map. Through the system's mini-map, Jiang Fei took a look at the level of the map. The security level was 0. According to the information provided by the game officials, the whole Dawnbreak world was divided into 5 parts. The light and dark factions each had their own high-security zones. These were maps with a security level of 5 or more. There were quite a lot of guards in such maps. If they noticed an enemy player or NPC, they would attack immediately. Moreover, if players fought against each other in their own factions, they would be punished. The maps of the light and dark factions with a security level of 1 to 4 were called low-security zones. Although there were NPCs patrolling these maps, you could hide to avoid them. After all, low-security zones were not like high-security zones, where there were NPCs everywhere. Maps with a security level of 0 were free combat zones. There were no NPC guards in such maps. If you entered such a zone, it meant that you were prepared to kill and be killed. When added together, the high and low security zone maps of both the light and dark factions only accounted for about 20% of the entire map. 80% of the entire Dawnbreak world was made up of free combat zones with a security level of 0. The 4 main cities where players gathered were basically larger versions of the beginner's village. The duration of time between level 60 and 80 was basically a grace period for players to select a faction. One could still opt to not choose a faction during this period. However, after one has reached level 80, one would not be able to level up unless the player chooses a faction. The level of players in neutral factions would also be capped at 90. Only players who were part of the light and dark factions could get to level 100. After reaching level 80, players would slowly leave the 4 main cities and enter their respective faction zones. This would be the moment the game really began. The Abyss map that Jiang Fei was currently on was obviously a part of the vast free combat zone, but it was under the Dark Faction's control. Chapter 377. 377. A Little Nestling's Dilemma. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Abyss was Isabella's home. Thus, after they arrived, Isabella, who was familiar with the area, led the way, and they reached the Nephilim King's palace very quickly. Naturally, as the little princess Isabella led the way, no one stopped them along the way. Jiang Fei had also activated the Nephilim's blood-red pupils according to Isabella's instructions. Although it was only a visual effect that did not improve his combat strength. After he activated it, Jiang Fei clearly felt that the surrounding NPCs became a lot friendlier toward him. Isabella explained. These so-called mixed-blood Nephilims were children born to a Nephilim paired with other dark races, such as the spy Sartre, whom Jiang Fei had met previously. In a short time, Jiang Fei arrived at the Nephilim King's palace. This time, Isabella did not directly bring Jiang Fei and Protagoras inside. Instead, she turned to them and said, "You two wait here for a moment." Jiang Fei nodded. Although Isabella was his pet, they could still be separated from each other. This was as long as none of them moved to another map and the distance between them was not too big. Isabella walked into the Nephilim King's palace alone, while Jiang Fei and Protagoras waited outside the main hall. However, they were kept busy. A mixed-blood Nephilim attendant had arranged for the two of them to rest in the side hall. Everything was provided, including refreshments. After all, they were guests whom the little princess brought back home. These attendants had to ensure that they were pleasantly attended to. After about half an hour or so, Isabella came to the side hall. Isabella smiled at Protagoras. Sure, Protagoras smiled and walked into the main hall. Jiang Fei was still anxious. Although his instructor was probably really powerful, he was unsure whether the Nephilim King, which was also celestial ranked, would be persuaded. Don't worry, but when you meet my father later, be careful with the way you talk. Although Isabella had a smile on her face, she was also feeling very nervous. Even though she did not make it clear to him, Isabella's act of bringing Jiang Fei home this time basically meant that he was meeting her parents as her boyfriend. Are you seriously still worried about me? Jiang Fei laughed. About 10 minutes later, a female NPC walked into the side hall. She looked demure and was dressed in an extremely reserved manner, but she gave off a lot of charm. Akatsuri's succubus, lower overlord, level, 90 health points, 100% remarks. The Nephilim King's third daughter. Akatsuri smiled and said to Isabella and Jiang Fei. Isabella smiled at Akatsuri's, then clung to Jiang Fei's arm and whispered to Jiang Fei, "This is my third sister. She's a mixed-blood Nephilim born to my father and a concubine, so her status is lower among us siblings." It seemed like Isabella clung to Jiang Fei's arm so that it would be easier to whisper in Jiang Fei's ear, but it was actually a show of power to her third sister. Since young, the two sisters had always fought for toys. However, since Isabella was a legitimate child and she was the youngest, everyone doted on her very much, and she always won. Even so, Isabella was quite jealous of her third sister's charm. She had been winning toys her whole life. She did not want to end up losing Jiang Fei. So, she immediately clung to Jiang Fei's arm in order to declare ownership. Akatsuri smiled at Jiang Fei meaningfully. It seemed like her charm emanated from within her bones. No matter how reserved her attire and demeanor were, it could not conceal her effortless charm. After she laughed, Akatsuri turned around and led the way. She did not look at Jiang Fei again. However, as she walked in front of Jiang Fei and Isabella, the succubus princess swayed gracefully with each step, as if she was walking gently in the winds. The view of her back was enough to hook one's soul. Isabella immediately pinched Jiang Fei's waist forcefully. Even though Jiang Fei had only set for himself to feel 10% of pain, he cringed. Jiang Fei muttered to Isabella. Isabella sulked. Jiang Fei said, annoyed. Isabella nodded. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes when he saw Isabella's smug face. Honestly, Jiang Fei was also in a dilemma. As he was too much of a shut-in previously, he was definitely a little nestling without the slightest love experience. However, as he had known Isabella for a long time, he could tell that this virtual girl liked him no matter how stupid or ignorant he was. There was a problem with this. First of all, to Jiang Fei, it was wrong to be in a relationship with a programmed virtual girl. However, as a little nestling, he really cherished the feeling of being this intimate with girls. So, Jiang Fei was entangled. He did not know what kind of relationship he should have with Isabella. Hence, he always acted dumb. He had never admitted that he accepted Isabella, but he never rejected her as well. In his mind, it seemed like dragging things in this way was the best choice. Following Akatsuri, Jiang Fei and Isabella quickly entered the main hall of the Nephilim King's palace. At this time, the Nephilim King was not in the main hall. This made Jiang Fei very confused. Jiang Fei looked at the empty main hall and wondered. The main hall is a place to deal with official matters. Isabella whispered in Jiang Fei's ear, embarrassed. Jiang Fei nodded, then followed Akat's series through the main hall and arrived at the rear hall. The rear hall was not as formal as the main hall. It was more like a lounge to cater to friends and relatives. At this time, a mighty-looking middle-aged man was drinking tea with Protagoras. Obviously, this person was the Nephilim King. Nephilim King Augustus, Nephilim King, lower celestial, level, 105 health points, 100% remarks. The ruler of the Nephilims, the supreme head of the dark faction. Similarly, the Nephilim King's name was not displayed. Jiang Fei could only see the Nephilim King's attributes through the mysterious ring. This was similar to when Jiang Fei saw Oyezi in the beginning. However, the mysterious ring had leveled up several times since the last time Jiang Fei saw Oyezi. Maybe, if Jiang Fei met Oyezi again now, he would be able to obtain more information. Chapter 378, The Abyss Crystal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Isabella called out to the Nephilim King lovingly. Then, she ran to the Nephilim King's side and leaned on his shoulders playfully. On the contrary, Akat's series was standing at one side in a very restrained manner. It was obvious that the little princess Isabella was extremely spoiled. Jiang Fei also did a formal greeting. The Nephilim King Augustus nodded slightly and did not speak. He just looked at Jiang Fei from head to toe, sizing him up. After a long silence, the Nephilim King finally spoke. Jiang Fei nodded and took his blazing hammer out as proof. The Nephilim King smiled and nodded. Although Jiang Fei was a disciple, there were many different types of disciples. Jiang Fei, who was an intermediate divine blacksmith, had obviously received Oyezi's true teachings. But even if you're a disciple of Senior Oyezi, you took my precious daughter away without a word. The Nephilim King's tone suddenly changed, and his face fell. As the Nephilim King seemed a little angry, Isabella quickly clung onto her father's arm and started acting all cute. Your Majesty, I had to do that in order to save Bella's life. And even though I've signed a contract with Bella, I've never used the contract to force Bella to do anything against her wishes. Jiang Fei spoke in a humble but confident way. As his instructor was powerful enough, this gave him the courage to speak. Moreover, Protagoras had been giving him looks, so Jiang Fei understood that the Nephilim King was not really going to punish him. The Nephilim King was probably just testing him. The Nephilim King turned his head and looked at Bella. Her father's question made Isabella panic. After all, the meaning of the word bully was too broad, so she could not help but blush slightly. Ha! The Nephilim King suddenly burst into laughter. As he was a king, familial love had become unimportant to the Nephilim King Augustus since long ago. Although he was very fond of some of his children, this fondness did not affect the fate of his daughters. As Nephilim princesses, their marriage had to bring benefits to the Nephilims. They could marry the sons of Nephilim nobles so that the Nephilim king could gain the loyalty of his men. Or they could marry the princes of other races and form new allies for the Nephilims. The ultimate fate of these Nephilim princesses could only be so. They would not be given the chance to pursue their own happiness at all. This included the most favored Isabella. In the eyes of the Nephilim king, giving Isabella to Jiang Fei was very in line with the interests of the Nephilims. If he could get close to Oyezi, it would be extremely advantageous. It would even be enough to allow the Nephilims to break the balance between the light and dark factions and completely win the war. In order to achieve this goal, the Nephilim king would not even hesitate to give all his remaining 8 daughters to Jiang Fei, let alone one. It would bring amazing benefits to the Nephilims and would make his little daughter happy. So, after learning that this adventurer was a true disciple of Oyezi, the Nephilim king had agreed to this matter long ago. He did not care whether Isabella married Jiang Fei or became his mistress or even his pet. In short, as long as this relationship could help the Nephilims get such a strong ally, he would allow it. The Nephilim king acted a little angry earlier in order to test Jiang Fei. This was for a very simple reason. He wanted to see if Isabella held a special place in Jiang Fei's heart. Then, he could estimate how much he could benefit from Jiang Fei or Oyezi. Now that the test was over, the Nephilim king knew the score, so he burst out in laughter. Once they become allies with Oyezi, the Nephilims would become invincible. There was no guarantee that Oyezi would declare war on the Protoss for the Nephilims. However, if the Nephilims encountered any danger, as long as the Nephilim king dragged Jiang Fei into it, Oyezi would not exclude himself. With an ally like Oyezi, the Nephilims would be able to do anything. The future war between the light and dark factions would become a lot easier. As soon as she saw that the Nephilim king was not angry and was not going to punish Jiang Fei, Isabella immediately understood that her father had accepted Jiang Fei. So, she immediately began to ask her father to give Jiang Fei a gift in an endearing tone. The Nephilim king laughed. Isabella's request was in line with his plans anyway. Originally, he was looking for an excuse to reward Jiang Fei something in order to get closer to Jiang Fei. This way, if he needed Jiang Fei in the future, Jiang Fei would not be able to refuse. The Nephilim king said as he ordered Akit to take a small box out of the treasure chest. Isabella grabbed the small box and ran to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei bowed to the Nephilim king. "Quick, Isabella," urged Jiang Fei. She was also curious as to what her father had given Jiang Fei. Swoosh! A purple light flashed, and Isabella's little face fell. After all, her father was the mighty Nephilim king. If he only gave an epic item as a gift, he would seem way too stingy. Abyss Crystal, Potion, Epic, Use, immediately level up 10 times. Remarks, can only be used by players below level 50. Damn! Jiang Fei was delighted. Although this potion was only of epic quality, it had powerful effects. If Jiang Fei used it at level 49, he would instantly become level 59. What would it be like to instantly level up 10 times? Now, players who were level 30 and above took 2 or 3 days to level up once. At level 49, taking a week to level up once would probably be considered fast. If Jiang Fei used this potion, it meant that he would save about 3 months of leveling time. Moreover, it would create a significant level gap between Jiang Fei and the other players. Although this potion is only of epic quality, it's quite rare. When the Nephilim king saw Isabella's face, he naturally knew that his precious daughter thought that he was stingy. So he explained. In actuality, the Nephilim king could only give Jiang Fei this experience potion. He was a lower celestial that was more than level 100. There was no way he would have level 40 or level 50 equipment with him. Even if the Nephilim king really gave Jiang Fei a level 90 godly equipment, Jiang Fei would have to wait for a long time before he could use it. So, this kind of experience potion was more realistic. Anyway, the Nephilim king could still give Jiang Fei some equipment in the future when Jiang Fei's level was higher. Chapter 379 till 379 Abyssal Gåta. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After receiving the Abyss Crystal, Jiang Fei did not plan to use it immediately. After all, this thing had to be used at level 49 in order to achieve the best results. After he chatted with the Nephilim king for a while, Jiang Fei was ready to leave. After all, the Nephilim king kept referring to Jiang Fei as his son-in-law, and this made Jiang Fei very uncomfortable. Jiang Fei whispered to Isabella, who was sitting next to him. "Why do you still want to go back to Twilight City?" Isabella asked, confused. Jiang Fei asked. Isabella said proudly. The Nephilim king's palace was the base camp of the Dark faction. The teleportation point here were connected to all corners of the world. Except for the Light faction's high-security zones, most of the other maps had a teleportation point that was connected to the Nephilim king's palace. Jiang Fei was surprised. Then, he suddenly had an idea. He turned and said to the Nephilim king Augustus, "Your Majesty, As I am an extremely weak adventurer, Isabella and I still have to go back to the main city and train. Sure. Seeing that Jiang Fei wanted to leave, the Nephilim king did not stop him. Your Majesty, Bella, and I will mostly be in the main city. Jiang Fei finally showed his true intentions. Huh, that's easy. The Nephilim king laughed happily. If Jiang Fei wanted to come to the Abyss often, it was definitely good news to him. After all, this showed that Jiang Fei was willing to get closer to the Nephilims. Very quickly, Akat's series brought a fist-sized crystal ball stand and handed it to Jiang Fei. Abyssal Gate, Portal, Legendary. Use. Ignores any world barriers and opens a portal to the Abyss. Lasts for 5 minutes. Remarks. The Abyssal Gate can be opened 3 times a day. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. With this Abyssal Gate, he could easily come to the Nephilim King's palace and use the teleportation point. This way, he now had a teleportation item that was even more powerful than Cosmic Dragon's teleportation orb. After all, the teleportation orb worked randomly, and one could not tell where they would end up after using it. On the contrary, Jiang Fei could go wherever he wanted to through the teleportation point in the Nephilim King's palace. Even if he was surrounded by a huge number of enemies, he could open the Abyssal Gate and escape. Other players would also be able to use the portal after he opened it. However, if his enemies chased him into the portal and ended up in the Abyss, the Nephilim army in the Abyss would definitely help him. If the Nephilim King's son-in-law was being bullied, the Nephilim army would not ignore it, right? After he had obtained the Abyssal Gate, Jiang Fei bid the Nephilim King farewell. Originally, Jiang Fei wanted to go back to Dawnlight City immediately. However, Isabella wanted to get something from her room in the palace, so she asked Jiang Fei to wait for her in the side hall. Jiang Fei ended up waiting for more than 2 hours until he was forced to go offline by the system. At that time, Isabella still had not returned. After eating breakfast, Jiang Fei went to school as usual. Today, 0541 was still being repaired. Jiang Fei had no idea what new abilities the mysterious ring would have after this repair. However, he could not wait to find out. Half of the 48 hours of repair time had already passed. When he leaves the game tomorrow, it would probably be done. As always, it was a boring day of school life. When it was finally 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Fei returned to the game once again. After going online, Jiang Fei was still in the side hall. After waiting for another hour or so, Jiang Fei was about to use his powers as a master to forcefully summon Isabella back to him. At this moment, Isabella finally appeared. Fei! Isabella, who had changed into a pink, long royal dress, twirled in front of Jiang Fei. Obviously, she had put in a lot of effort to dress up. Yeah, Jiang Fei nodded. It was not a perfunctory response. Originally, Isabella was already extremely pretty. After dressing up, she became even more beautiful. Isabella seemed extremely happy after Jiang Fei praised her. Jiang Fei asked, confused. Obviously, a stupid boy like him who had never been in love got a little grumbly. What's wrong? Isabella pouted. Jiang Fei complained. Oof. Isabella said, dissatisfied. As the saying goes, women will doll themselves up for the ones they like. If it was not because she liked Jiang Fei, she would not have bothered to dress up. Okay. Jiang Fei did not want to waste too much time on this topic, so he left the side hall with Isabella. As Isabella was quite familiar with the Nephilim King's palace, both of them easily found the teleportation point. Then, they directly teleported back to the Dawnlight City area. When they walked out of the teleportation point, it was not the city area of Dawnlight City. Instead, they were at an outer map that was more than level 60. The teleportation point was located in an area that belonged to the Dark Faction. Senior members of the Dark Faction, like the Nephilims, were not allowed to enter the 4 main cities. Of course, this was the same for the Protoss. So, the teleportation point of the Light and Dark Factions could only be opened outside of the 4 main cities, instead of connecting to the teleportation point in the cities directly. However, after returning to the Dawnlight City area, Jiang Fei could just use a return scroll to return the city. A white light flashed as he tore a return scroll. Then, he and Isabella appeared in Dawnlight City. Ah, Zhang Fei said in the guild chat. Big Brother Bear and the others immediately welcomed him back. Lady Casanova asked, if Twilight City has completed the teleportation point quest, she could ask Billy Boy and the others to come online. She could not make them stay offline in order to hide forever. Probably not, Zhang Fei explained. Lady Casanova asked. Well, after pondering, Zhang Fei refused. Although he could easily open the abyssal gate and allow Billy Boy and the others to use the teleportation point in the Nephilim King's palace to get back to Dawnlight City, Zhang Fei did not want to expose too many of his secrets. Anyway, even if Billy Boy and the others did not log onto the game for a few days, it would not cause him any losses. Chapter 380. 380. Fake Sword God. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After returning to Dawnlight City, Zhang Fei did the usual stuff. He brought the guild's main team to dungeons or went out to look for a map that was suitable for level 40 players to train. His days were way more leisurely compared to when he was in Twilight City. After clearing dungeons and training for the whole day, Zhang Fei's level finally increased from level 43 to level 44. After all, he had been stuck at level 43 for several days. As a matter of course, he leveled up today. Currently, the top 5 players on Dawnlight City's level ranking board had reached level 40. Other mainstream players were also around level 38 and 39. Zhang Fei asked about 7 Stars Warrior and realized that this guy was almost level 41. After one game day was over, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Fei exited the game. Zhang Fei had no idea what he did for the whole day in school. His mind was fully occupied as 0541 was almost done being repaired. When Zhang Fei returned home after school, 0541's repairs were finally complete. Zhang Fei hurriedly ate a little bit of his dinner, then rushed into his room. His mother shook her head when she saw this. Her son had gone crazy from studying too much. It seemed like she had to find time to talk to her son and help him strike a proper balance between studying and resting. At this time, Zhang Fei could not care less about how his mother misunderstood the situation. After he got into his room, he immediately called out to 0541 in his heart. After the repair, 0541 became a lot more energetic. How is it? Zhang Fei asked. 0541 replied. Zhang Fei asked immediately. 0541 replied. What? 0541 almost made Zhang Fei angry. If he had known that repairing 0541 was useless, he would not have put in so much effort. The temporary factory that was used to produce military facilities has been wrecked, Captain. 0541 replied. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes. Captain, as we have retrieved the civilian R&D lab, I can now produce a huge amount of civilian facilities. 0541 replied. So, you want me to retrieve a factory and look for more energy now? You asked me to do so much work, but you never let me produce anything. After he had put in so much effort, he still could not get anything good out of it. Hence, Zhang Fei was a little unhappy. Captain, I'm just providing you with the best solution. The decision is still in your hands. If you insist on mass production, I will still execute your order. 0541 gave a programmed response. Forget it, I was just complaining. Zhang Fei shook his head. 0541 said. Oh, Zhang Fei asked. If we're talking about a single-person aircraft, we currently have enough energy, 0541 said. Zhang Fei asked curiously. According to the database of the civilian R&D lab, there are currently 2 options. Following 0541's voice, Zhang Fei's ring projected images of 2 aircraft. The suspension vehicle was a classic car without wheels. It looked very retro. On the contrary, the anti-gravity hoverboard looked simpler. It looked like a silver-plated surfboard, but it was more compact. This was Zhang Fei's first reaction after he saw the 2 extraterrestrial technology products. Captain, you don't have to worry about the appearance. Zhang Fei's reaction was out of 0541's expectations. Oh, Zhang Fei asked. Following 0541's voice, the images of the two aircraft that were projected by the ring began to change. Suspension vehicles with various different designs appeared before Jiang Fei. This time, 0541 picked out designs that young people favored more, like sports cars. The anti-gravity hoverboard next to the suspension vehicle varied even more. One moment it was disc-shaped, the next moment it became square. Once, it even changed into a flying carpet, something that only appeared in fantasy movies. Wait! Suddenly, Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Swoosh! The projection of the suspension vehicle disappeared. Only the projected image of the anti-gravity hoverboard was left, and its appearance had also returned to the design that Jiang Fei was thinking of. It was a giant sword about 1.5 meters long and about 1.5 feet wide. It looked ferociously gorgeous and glimmered with cold light. Jiang Fei asked excitedly. Of course, it's just a change in appearance. 0541 answered. All right, Jiang Fei instantly decided. Every Chinese boy probably had a sword-flying dream. Although becoming a sword god was only a legend, Jiang Fei could achieve this dream today. He clearly knew it was fake. This so-called sword was actually a technological product, and it was just a means of transport that was in no way related to combat power. Even so, this did not get rid of Jiang Fei's excitement. 0541 nodded. Jiang Fei could not wait any longer. The idea of sword flying made him feel all tingly inside. Estimated production time is 8 hours. 0541 replied. Good, good. Jiang Fei said good 3 times in a row, which showed how excited he was this time. Older brother, you. Help me get leave from school tomorrow and tell my parents some excuse. After he calming down, Jiang Fei gave Han Tianyu a call. After getting the God Sword tomorrow, the first thing Jiang Fei wanted to do was go and try it out. 0541 only produced this single-person aircraft to make it easier for him to look for other Braveheart fragments anyway. So, since he now had transportation, there was no excuse for Jiang Fei to always stay at home. Don't worry. Of course, Han Tianyu would not refuse Jiang Fei's request. Moreover, hearing that Jiang Fei was going to look for his level 5 master, Han Tianyu did not even dare to ask for the details. After everything was properly planned, Jiang Fei logged onto the game excitedly. Chapter 381. 381. Inner City Battlefield. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After going online, Jiang Fei discovered something interesting. That was, almost all of his guild members were not training. Instead, they were busy chatting away in the city. Have you heard? You only know how to bring up history as if it's news. Yeah. Have you watched the video? Yesterday, Saintlight City and Dusklight City had a huge battle that involved around 1 million people. Forget it. Even if they finish the quest, we have our invincible brother Fei and his F***king awesome pet. True. God knows when those Twilight City idiots will be able to finish the quest. That's impossible. Even if they don't do the quest, the system will open the teleportation point sooner or later. Then, I hope that they'll hurry up and finish the quest. After listening to them for a while, Jiang Fei pretty much understood what was going on. In short, unlike the Twilight City players, Saintlight City and Dusklight City have both opened their teleportation points. After the teleportation point opened, an inter-city battlefield also appeared. The actual role of this inter-city battlefield was to simulate the future war between the light and dark factions, allowing players to adapt to the fast-paced battle life in advance. Of course, the current inter-city battle was voluntary. However, after all the level 70 and 80 players joined a faction, participation in the battle between the light and dark factions was compulsory. As the inter-city battlefield had just opened, players from both the cities were excited. So, it was a heated battle. As it was a simulated battlefield, players would only lose honor and 10% experience points upon death. They would not drop their equipment, and their levels would not decrease. These losses were completely acceptable to the players. When they had free time, they would go to the battlefield for fun. This was why the battle between Saintlight City and Dusklight City was so heated on the first day the inner city battlefield opened. As the battlefield had just opened, many players just wanted to try it out. Even if the major guilds tried their best to organize the players, they could not control the whole situation on the battlefield, which was beyond chaotic. As there was no centralized command at all, the battle was a total mess. Even though it was a heated battle, both sides achieved nothing. However, the opening of the inner city battlefield also brought with it benefits. It was now a lot easier for players to earn honor. Players could exchange battle equipment with honor points. This was faster than getting equipment from dungeons. So, many players had started going to the battlefield specifically to earn honor points in order to get equipment. As for the Dawnlight City players, there was no point in looking forward to the inner city battlefield. The players in Twilight City were still taking their time with the quest. As long as the two-way teleportation point was not open, the inner city battlefield could not open. Dawnlight City players could not accept Twilight City's teleportation point quest, even if they traveled there. If they could, a large number of Dawnlight City players would have gone directly to Twilight City and helped them complete the teleportation point quest. After understanding the situation, Jiang Fei called Lady Casanova, Rosette Rose, and the others to gather. The few of them had a small meeting. The progress of Twilight City's quest was slow, but it was almost done. They would definitely be able to complete the quest within 2 or 3 days from now. So, Imperial Dragon had to prepare in advance. Jiang Fei was not really worried about matters in relation to the battlefield. He had Billy Boy on his side, so Jiang Fei was not worried that his guild would suffer any losses when it came to PvP. In dungeons, Billy Boy's skills were average, but his leadership skills during battles were absolutely top-notch. After arranging everything, Jiang Fei began collecting some supplies for his upcoming trip. This time, Jiang Fei intended to go and look for Braveheart fragments alone. He was not sure what he would encounter, so he decided to make more preparations. It was better to be safe than sorry. Starting off his preparations, Jiang Fei looked for the profession class player in Imperial Dragon who enjoyed the best special treatment. 6 fans. In the eyes of Rosette Rose and the others, 6 fans was someone who wasted a lot of money but crafted nothing useful. However, to Jiang Fei, 6 fans was more important than all the other profession class players in Imperial Dragon combined. How were things? This time, as he was preparing for his trip in the real world, Jiang Fei only needed samples. 0541 had made data backups of all the pills that 6 fans had given to him previously, so he was not interested in them anymore. Ho ho, Guild Master, you came at the right time. I accidentally learned a new formula yesterday. Obviously, the Pill Alchemist 6 fans felt like Jiang Fei was the only one who recognized his talents because no one other than Jiang Fei believed in him. Jiang Fei took the small bottle that 6 fans handed to him, and his eyes instantly sparkled. Flaming Pill, Potion, excellent. Use. Increases fire damage attacks by 30%. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Jiang Fei smiled. He could bring this into the real world, and it was also helpful in the game. A 30% increase in damage was enough to help a party that was stuck in a dungeon due to insufficient damage output. It's good, but the cost is a little high. 6 fans sounded a little embarrassed. Jiang Fei nodded. He finally understood why Rosette Rose looked down on 6 fans. The potions that this guy crafted were not bad. They were just too expensive. A small bottle like this cost 400 gold coins. This was pretty much daylight robbery. Fortunately, however, Jiang Fei only needed this one bottle. After 0541 copied the data, he would be able to produce as many as he wanted to. Okay, continue making new potions. After Jiang Fei encouraged 6 fans, he left in satisfaction. After that, Jiang Fei went to the guild storage. He was planning to look for some random stuff that had no actual combat use. Currently, 0541 could not create any combat equipment or anything that was needed for combat. The mysterious ring could only produce non-combat items. After he picked a few things that could be useful and placed them in the spatial ring, Jiang Fei went to the gate of the city to look at the stalls. After he bought another 2 small gadgets, it marked the completion of his preparations. Zhang Fei thought to himself. Chapter 382, Sword Flying Out to Sea. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After packing everything, Zhang Fei brought the guild's elite team for a few heroic dungeon runs and helped them with leveling up. He did this all the way until the next morning, then he logged out of the game excitedly. As soon as he came out of the game, Zhang Fei called out to 0541. 0541 replied. Zhang Fei could not wait any longer. Swoosh! A silver light flashed, and a gorgeous giant sword appeared, floating in front of Zhang Fei. Even though he had seen the projection of this flying sword yesterday, Zhang Fei was still excited when he saw the real thing. Although Zhang Fei called it a god sword, it was not the same as a god sword at all. It could not even be used to slash someone close up, let alone attack someone from 1,000 miles away. Boxno vel coem. Although this giant sword glimmered with cool light, it was definitely a delicate item. If there was a collision, the components inside would probably be destroyed. Then, this thing would not be able to fly anymore. To put it bluntly, this sword was just an anti-gravity hoverboard used for transportation. It was just that its exterior was relatively flashy. Haha, I'm someone who owns a flying sword now. Zhang Fei did not forget to give his new toy a cool name. Captain, don't get too carried away. The anti-gravity hoverboard is very fragile. 0541 sounded annoyed. Come on. At this time, no words could get through to Zhang Fei. He had been wanting to try out his new toy for a long time. Swoosh! A silver light flashed. Zhang Fei had moved the giant sword back into the spatial ring. The mysterious ring's spatial manipulation ability consumed energy, but it was not convenient for Zhang Fei to carry such a huge sword around. He also had to stop by the supermarket later. All his food and drinks had to be stored in the spatial ring. Although Zhang Fei wanted to roleplay and wanted to know how it felt like to be a sword god, he did not have the ability to be breatharians like the legendary sword gods. He was a teenager, so he was always hungry, and he also ate huge portions at every meal. After breakfast, Zhang Fei said he was going to school and left his house. After he leaves, Han Tianyu would find a suitable excuse to tell the school, or his parents anyway. Zhang Fei did not have to worry about this. After buying a load of food and drinks, Zhang Fei found a quiet place and moved all these things into the spatial ring. Although it consumed some energy, he had no other way. After all, it would be really inconvenient if he had to carry so many things. Once he prepared everything, Zhang Fei took a taxi to the suburbs and found a place where there was nobody around. Then, he summoned the giant sword again. Zhang Fei took a leap and landed on top of the giant sword. After his body moved about for a bit, he found a balance. After all, he had been learning martial arts for quite a long time. He was very physically fit, so his sense of balance was really good. This allowed him to learn how to control the anti-gravity hoverboard fairly quickly. Zhang Fei followed 0541's instructions and made the giant sword fly up more than 3 meters above the ground. Then, he began to fly forward. Accelerate. In a short time, Zhang Fei was no longer satisfied with flying slowly. The giant sword flew faster and faster under his command. 0541's voice rang in Zhang Fei's ears. Energy cover. Zhang Fei thought of the energy shield of space battleships in science fiction novels. Captain, stop dreaming. The anti-gravity hoverboard is a civilian product. How can there be such a thing? This level 1 energy cover can only protect you from wind and rain. If 0541 had a real body, it would definitely be rolling its eyes now. Zhang Fei snorted. However, it was a civilian facility after all. He was not expecting much anyway. It was a good thing if it could keep the wind out. At least, if he flew at a high speed, he would still be able to open his eyes. 0541 said. Okay. Zhang Fei nodded. He flew the giant sword upward until he could no longer see his shadow on the ground anymore. Then, he accelerated toward the Eastern Sea. Even though this anti-gravity hoverboard was a civilian product, it was still a product of extraterrestrial technology. So, it was pretty fast, and could reach the speed of a super cruise. Moreover, when flying at high speed, buckles would pop out on the sword in order to help Jiang Fei fly securely. Also, as there was a protective cover that blocked out the strong wind, Jiang Fei would not fall from flying too fast. After flying for a while, Jiang Fei suddenly asked, "Don't worry, I've added an anti-detection device to this anti-gravity hoverboard. Although this anti-gravity hoverboard is only for civilian use, it's good enough to override Earth technology." 0541 explained. Jiang Fei was afraid that he would be struck down by others if their radars detected him as an unidentified flying object. According to 0541, this anti-gravity hoverboard was quite fragile. Even a brick could strike it down. Moreover, even though this hoverboard was quite fast, it was definitely slower than a missile. If he got discovered, a single anti-aircraft missile could turn him into fireworks in the sky. After flying for a long time, Jiang Fei was already far away from land. Below him was the endless sea. Jiang Fei asked, "Don't worry, Captain. We're still quite near the shore." 0541 replied. After Jiang Fei continued flying toward the east for a few more hours, he reached the deep sea. This time, 0541's scan started to show some results. 0541 reported. Jiang Fei asked as he reduced the flying speed and altitude. "It's all small objects." 0541 confirmed after searching again. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. He was not willing to waste time on things like Barbie dolls and such. "Not really, wait." 0541's tone suddenly changed, and this intrigued Jiang Fei. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 383 Sponica 383 Biomental Laboratory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei asked 0541. 0541's medium-sized fragment was actually not as described. It was more than 100 meters long and tens of meters wide. It was about the size of a small aircraft carrier. 0541's rapid scan analyzed the signal from the Braveheart's fragment. After about 5 minutes, 0541 finally determined the coordinates of the fragment. Jiang Fei asked, "Biomental Laboratory." It's the place where Braveheart explores, records, and studies unknown planets and life forms. 0541 replied. When Jiang Fei heard the word bioexperimental, he immediately thought of Resident Evil. He thought of zombies, mutants, and the such, so it gave him goosebumps. Indeed, some creatures look really ferocious and are really powerful. 0541 replied confidently. Jiang Fei asked, "No, 0541 replied straightforwardly. F*CKU. 0541 made Jiang Fei roll his eyes in annoyance. "Captain, if you can gain entry into the bioexperimental laboratory, I can get control of the it. After data sharing, I will know how to deal with these dangerous creatures," 0541 replied. Jiang Fei nodded. Since he had discovered a Braveheart's fragment, he had to go and have a look no matter what. If he ran into danger, he could still escape. According to the coordinates that 0541 provided, Jiang Fei began to descend and move closer to the bioexperimental laboratory. Beep, 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 beep. As Jiang Fei approached the bioexperimental laboratory, 0541's warning rang loudly. Jiang Fei quickly stopped in his tracks. If he was locked by the radar, a missile from the enemy could instantly kill him. There are signs of human activity near the bioexperimental laboratory. 0541 replied. F*CK. So many people are trying to get their hands on these fragments. F*King Hell. Jiang Fei ranted. Although 0541 acknowledged him as the captain of Braveheart, nobody else would care about that. Naturally, when it came to an extraterrestrial spacecraft that had crashed into Earth, finders keepers, as he was surrounded by the endless sea, Jiang Fei had long lost his sense of direction. So, he had no idea where he was. Through the mysterious ring, 0541 immediately projected a map before Jiang Fei. Damn, Jiang Fei was annoyed. Jiang Fei asked 0541. I'm afraid this is not possible. Although the last fragment had been discovered by humans, no one had entered the fragment. This time, it's different. There are signs of human activity throughout the entire fragment. The human beings inside have to be cleared out before the lab can be moved into the space in my main body, 0541 replied. According to 0541, the Japanese had discovered this fragment long ago and had even entered the wreckage. However, nobody knew how much of the bioexperimental laboratory's technology they have deciphered. After Jiang Fei carefully observed the map, he noticed that the location of the bioexperimental laboratory was not far from a tourist attraction in Japan. It seemed like this tourist attraction had already existed when the fragment was discovered. In order to prevent the North American leaders from finding out about this fragment, the Japanese have only developed this extraterrestrial fragment quietly. They did not close off the area or transfer the fragment to another place. There were a lot of radars here, so it was impossible to get closer using the anti-gravity hoverboard. Hence, Jiang Fei planned to act as a tourist and start approaching the fragment from the tourist spot. Flying the Great Destroyer carefully, Jiang Fei avoided the radars and managed to get close to the small island full of tourists quietly. After he landed on a different small island with no one around, Jiang Fei ate something. He waited until it was dark before he rode his Great Destroyer to the island full of tourists. After he kept the Great Destroyer in the spatial ring, the empty-handed Jiang Fei looked like an ordinary tourist. The Chinese and Japanese looked extremely alike anyway. As long as Jiang Fei did not speak, no one would discover his identity. Moreover, there were many Chinese tourists here. Even if they found out that his race, it would not be suspicious. They would just think that he was a tourist from China. It seemed like Jiang Fei was strolling aimlessly. In actuality, however, he was deliberately moving closer to the fragment. Jiang Fei noticed that the area near the sea had been fenced with a fine net. A shark warning sign in multiple languages was attached to the net. Obviously, the Japanese had thought things through. As long as they said that there were sharks here, the tourists would definitely not get into the water. So, nobody would discover the fragment. Had they fenced the area with barbed wire and hired guards to guard the area, it would draw way too much attention. Jiang Fei asked. The last time, he could steal the R&D lab because 0541 produced an invisibility device with mirror refraction technology. So he wondered if he could do the same thing again. 0541 replied. Even though this device consumed quite a lot of energy, it still had to be used when required. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, a light film quickly covered his whole body. In a blink of an eye, the light film flashed, and Jiang Fei disappeared into thin air. Bloop bloop. Ripples appeared on the surface of the empty sea, and Jiang Fei quietly got into the water. As he had an underwater breathing device, Jiang Fei could breathe freely like a fish in the sea. After he took some time to get used to it, Jiang Fei swam toward the coordinates provided by 0541. The security underwater was different from that above the sea surface. Under the sea, the Japanese guarded every spot. Cameras and divers were everywhere, and there were many pieces of equipment to detect ripples. Fortunately, 0541 had warned Jiang Fei in advance. Jiang Fei swam all the way forward with a school of fish. Otherwise, he would have been discovered even before he got close to the fragment. After about 3 or 4 hours, Jiang Fei finally managed to get near the bioexperimental laboratory. Then, while the patrolling divers changed shifts, Jiang Fei followed a diver into the lab. After passing through 2 sluices, Jiang Fei arrived at the dry part of the lab. After he got out of the water, he did not dare to move around. Previously, on the boat, Han Tianyu had almost discovered him. Although he was invisible, he left a water trail all the way. If he carelessly moved around now, he would definitely be discovered. Chapter 384 Sponica 384 Bioexperimental Hound. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei stood at the entrance of the lab for a long time. Only after he was completely dry did he quietly walk inside. The place right after the entrance was a facility that the Japanese people had built themselves outside of the actual bioexperimental laboratory. Basically, it was a place for the patrolling divers to rest and also acted as the living area of the real researchers. It was also the most heavily guarded place. However, because Jiang Fei's invisibility effect was top-notch and 0541 could also give him warnings in advance, he easily bypassed these guards. Then, he slowly approached the real bioexperimental laboratory. Just when Jiang Fei was very close to the lab, he discovered someone else trying to get in. Indeed, in front of Jiang Fei, there was actually someone who had sneaked into the Japanese's lab. It seemed like Jiang Fei was not the only one who was aiming for this extraterrestrial fragment. Jiang Fei, who was hiding in the dark, noticed that it was a young blonde man. The man was quietly hiding in the corner to watch the movements of the surrounding guards. He had a lot of patience. It looked like he had been hiding for a long time. Boxno Vel Co M. F * King Hell. Who is this guy? How many people are actually fighting with me for this thing? Jiang Fei complained in his mind as he observed the man. At that moment, a researcher in a lab coat walked out from inside the lab. When the researcher was near the young man looked left and right and suddenly attacked the researcher violently. Then, he dragged the stunned researcher into the corner. Swoosh! After dragging the researcher into the corner, Jiang Fei watched the young blonde man's body change swiftly. In a blink of an eye, he became exactly the same as the little Japanese researcher. Holy sh**t. Jiang Fei was shocked after he discovered the young blonde man's identity. The mutant that shape-shifted into the Japanese researcher quickly changed into the researcher's clothes, then walked out of the corner and toward the door to the lab. I'll follow him inside. Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. Although he was invisible, he could not go through walls. So, if he wanted to enter the lab, he still had to follow someone else in. That fake researcher scanned the magnetic card on his body, and the door to the lab opened. As he walked in, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to slip inside before the door closed. Upon entering the lab, Jiang Fei did not dare to get too close to the fake researcher. After all, that guy was a mutant. It was difficult to guarantee that the mutant would not discover him. So Jiang Fei stayed far away. Captain, retreat. Move further away from that guy. Almost right after Jiang Fei entered the lab, 0541's warning came. Jiang Fei did not hesitate in the slightest. He quickly moved backward and only stopped when he reached the side of the door. Woof! Woof! Just as Jiang Fei moved away from the mutant, he heard a series of dog barks. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded before him. 4 hounds rushed out of a corridor. These 4 hounds were the size of a calf. They had green fur and red eyes. Their blue fangs glimmered with cool light. From their ferocious looks, Jiang Fei could tell that they were not a species from Earth. 0541 said hurriedly. Jiang Fei knew that there was no time to hesitate. He quickly communicated with the spatial ring and sprayed the odor eliminator that 0541 had prepared onto his body. By then, the 4 hounds were already near the mutant. When the mutant saw these hounds, he realized that he had been discovered. Although his looks had changed, he could not make himself smell the same as the Japanese. However, it was too late for him to run out of the lab. A human with 2 legs definitely could not outrun 4-legged hounds like these ones. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of gunshots were heard. The exposed mutant had taken a pistol out and fired shots at the 4 hounds. Ding, 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 ding. The bullets bounced off the body of the hounds, not even breaking a strand of fur. F * CK. What is this sh * T? Jiang Fei's eyes widened. What he was seeing was beyond his apprehension. Stop. Stop this now. Damn Japanese people. Do you know who I am? I'm a special agent of the USA CIA. Once the mutant realized that he was no match for these hounds, he could only try to scare the Japanese with his identity. Even though Jiang Fei was inexperienced, he laughed at the mutant when he saw this. Things were already at such a stage. The Japanese would kill him even if he were the son of the USA's president, let alone a special agent from the USA. In fact, there was nothing this mutant could do to save himself. He was just a level 1 mutant. His ability was changing his appearance. Of course, this ability was great when it came to sneaking into places and stealing information. However, in combat, his combat power was about the same as a trained Special Force soldier. He probably would not be able to defeat a group of guards, let alone these 4 unknown creatures. Roar. Crunch, munch, slurp. What happened next was the same as what Jiang Fei imagined. As things had gotten to this point, the Japanese would kill him for sure. So, no one came forward to stop the hounds at all. The 4 hounds charged the mutant. After a scream, the mutant was eaten by the 4 hounds. Even the blood on the ground was licked clean, leaving absolutely nothing. F***CK. I can't even be sure whether or not I'm able to beat these things. Looking at the 4 fierce, unknown creatures in front of him, Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. This kind of thing is probably not a natural product. 0541's voice rang in Jiang Fei's heart. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. Yes, the technology is still very basic, but they have already caught on to it. 0541 confirmed. Damn, Jiang Fei made up his mind. The Japanese were all mad people. Once they mastered some kind of destructive technology, they would definitely use it in a war. If this kind of agile, bulletproof hound was mass-produced, there would probably be no army that could defeat an army made up of millions of these hounds. They would destroy everything they see, and all living things would become their food. Chapter 385. 385. Bioexperimental Girl. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After the 4 bioexperimental hounds ate the mutant, they started sniffing around the area. It seemed like they were looking for other scents that did not belong. F***CK. Jiang Fei got goosebumps after he watched a living person get eaten alive and completely disappear in a few seconds. At the same time, he was secretly grateful that 0541's reaction had been timely. Had he not sprayed himself with an odor eliminator, he would probably be exposed by now. Although Jiang Fei was not as weak as that level 1 mutant, only God knew how many hounds there were in this place. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not know whether there were any other bioexperimental creatures besides the hounds. So, it was better if he remained undiscovered. F***CK. It would be great if I really was a level 4 martial artist. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Pitter-patter. At this time, following sounds of footsteps, several Japanese warriors rushed out. Each of them had a bioexperimental hound on a leash. Obviously, these hounds had been completely tamed. These Japanese warriors searched around with the dogs. They were obviously looking for potential accomplices of that mutant. Jiang Fei watched quietly from the side. The Japanese were extremely vigilant. If he was careless, he would probably expose himself. About an hour later, the Japanese had thoroughly searched the entire lab. After confirming that there were no other intruders, everything went back to normal. Fortunately, Jiang Fei followed this mutant inside. Otherwise, the one that the hounds discovered might have been him. After quietly breathing a sigh of relief, Jiang Fei continued to walk toward the inside of the laboratory. Although it was a Braveheart's fragment, there was a lot of equipment from Earth inside the laboratory. After all, these extraterrestrial technology facilities did not carry with them the Earth version of instructions, so it was not easy to decipher these advanced technologies. As 0541 had a structural diagram of the laboratory, Jiang Fei would not get lost. His destination was clear, and that was the laboratory's central control room. Once he got there, 0541 could gain control of the laboratory. Then, with the laboratory's self-defense system, he could easily get rid of the Japanese and the bioexperimental creatures in the laboratory. Wait, 0541's voice rang. Jiang Fei nodded, then left the corridor and hid in the room that was right next to him. Although he was invisible, the corridor was pretty narrow. If he collided into someone else, Jiang Fei's invisibility effect would cease. After entering the room, Jiang Fei looked around. This was probably the lounge of the lower management team. Although the room was furnished in a simple manner, there were beds, tables and chairs, and a computer. After the sound of the footsteps outside the door faded, Jiang Fei did not rush out of the room. Instead, he allowed 0541 to connect to this personal computer to see if there were any valuable information. 0541 was very efficient. In less than half a minute, he had sorted out all the information contained in this computer. According to the information in this computer, Japan's Kashikoi household is responsible for developing bioexperimental projects here. They discovered this place 12 years ago and had started to research bioexperimental technology since then, 0541 said. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Han Tianyu had mentioned this Japanese family before. Compared to the Tokugawa family, the Kashikoi household was only a second-rate Japanese family. There were no ninja groups that were loyal to them. They were only supported by some lower-leveled warriors. The strength of these lower-leveled warriors only fell between ordinary people and level 1 metahumans. Their combat power was minimal. So, from Han Tianyu's description, this family was not even worth mentioning. How many kinds of bioexperimental creatures are used here? What kind of bioexperimental creatures are there? Jiang Fei asked a series of questions. This computer's level is not really high, so there's not much confidential information on it. 0541 replied. Holy sh**t, Jiang Fei said in his heart. Even Han Tianyu's intelligence team did not manage to find out about this. With the support of these bioexperimental creatures, this strength of this inconspicuous family had long surpassed the Tokugawa family. As he could not obtain any more valuable information from this room, Jiang Fei quietly left the room and continued to walk in the direction of the central control room. F***CK. 500 bioexperimental hounds. What are the Japanese trying to do? Jiang Fei complained in his mind as he walked. Beep, beep. Asterisk, asterisk. Suddenly, Jiang Fei heard the sound of the alarm coming from in front of him. At the same time, he heard the Japanese people shouting. This made him think that he had been discovered. So he quickly hid in a room next to him. 0541 explained. Oh, as Jiang Fei did not really understand Japanese, he had to ask 0541. Judging from his shouting, something has probably gone wrong in a bioexperimental test. A bioexperimental creature has broken free from control, and they are now mobilizing bioexperimental hounds to control the situation, 0541 explained. F***CK. As expected, the Japanese are really not satisfied with just the bioexperimental hound. Jiang Fei secretly snorted, then quietly came out of the room. He then continued to move forward slowly. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the place where the accident happened. This place had already been surrounded by 3 layers of bioexperimental hounds. In the middle of these hundreds of hounds was a naked blonde girl. Although the girl was stark naked, her private parts were covered with scales. She had sharp bone spurs that looked like spider legs on her back. Even though she looked beautiful, her eyes were totally white. She had no pupils. Swoosh! The moment Jiang Fei arrived, the girls suddenly turned around. Although they were far apart, Jiang Fei understood that he had been discovered. Damn, 0541 said. Obviously, he had been negligent this time. He did not expect that a creature that utilized thermal radiation and echolocation existed. However, although Jiang Fei had been discovered by the girl, she had no intentions of attacking him. After a glance at him, she focused her attention back onto those bioexperimental hounds. Asterisk yin. Following a few words from a Japanese, the bioexperimental hounds began to attack the girl who had been surrounded. Chapter 386. 386. Unavoidable Disaster. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Amid the barking noise, the bioexperimental hounds began attacking the young lady in the center of the field. Jiang Fei sighed. It was certain that there would be nothing left of the young lady but bones like the mutant before her after the hounds were done eating her body. A pitiful cry came out from the young lady's mouth. Jiang Fei immediately felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Alert! Alert! The captain's body is showing signs of oddity. Jiang Fei could hear 0541's voice resonating in his head. Quickly thereafter, a transparent protective shield formed around Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was no longer able to hear the pitiful cries. Books nouvelles. Soem, rumbles. After 3 short seconds, Jiang Fei saw blood spurting out from the heads of the Japanese researchers. It was as if their heads were like watermelons that had been smashed open by a hammer. Jiang Fei felt cold sweat trickle down all over his body. If not for 0541's quick reflexes, he would have ended up like the researchers. Captain, I suggest you move away from the battlefield immediately. The emergency shield activation earlier had used up a tremendous amount of energy. 0541 said. Jiang Fei said hesitantly. To be honest, he wanted to continue watching what happened next. However, it was very difficult to obtain the energy for 0541. He did not want to waste the remaining energy. After due considerations, Jiang Fei decided to get away from this dangerous young lady. Just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, the vicious hounds had already arrived in front of the young lady. These vicious hounds were clearly much more resilient than humans. Therefore, although blood was also spilling out from their noses and mouths, their heads were not crushed. Get away from me. This was the first time the young lady had spoken. As she was using proper English instead of Japanese, Jiang Fei was still able to understand what she said. However, the young lady's loud shouting clearly did not have any effect. The injured hounds were still charging toward her. Disgusting. The young lady subconsciously waved her hand. A ray of blue lightning suddenly projected from her arm onto the hound directly in front of her. Sizzle. In an instant, the bio-experimental hound turned into ashes after being zapped by the lightning current. The blue lightning did not stop there. After coming into contact with the first bio-experimental hound, it moved on to the second hound, which was also instantly turned into ashes. The blue lightning bounced continuously from one hound to the next until nearly all 30 of the hounds had been killed. The asterisk imen. Jiang Fei's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he was shocked by the young lady's outstanding performance. Something even more shocking was about to happen. After the young lady projected the lightning attack, her feet lifted from the ground, and she slowly floated upward in the air. These bio-experimental hounds clearly did not have ranged abilities. Therefore, they could only bark furiously beneath the young lady who had flown into the air. Buzz! An invisible energy wave began emanating from the young lady's body. Alert! Alert! An extremely strong soul energy attack has been detected. 0541's warning could be heard. Buzz! A similar invisible energy wave had formed around Jiang Fei. However, the energy wave was barely able to protect him from the energy wave's remnants of the young lady's attack. Jiang Fei asked confusedly, Captain, please retreat immediately. 0541's voice sounded panicky. The energy Jiang Fei had previously harvested for 0541 was almost used up by 80% after the 2 previous attacks he received. Jiang Fei did not hesitate any further as he immediately turned around to run. Whilst running away, he glanced at the battlefield behind him from the corners of his eyes. After being swept by the energy waves, the bio-experimental hounds seemed to be domiciled somewhat. They all lied on the floor obediently and continuously whimpered as if they were pet dogs trying to please their master. The asterisk imen. Jiang Fei was greatly surprised. If not for 0541's protection, he would probably have become this young lady's slave. As he thought of this, he did not even dare to turn his head around as he ran forward. Right then, he did not even care about taking over the bio-experimental laboratory. There was nothing more important than life itself. Jiang Fei asked as he was running away. 0541 replied. The asterisk imen. Jiang Fei wiped his cold sweat away whilst running. Although he had seen level 4 metahuman like Old Man Hai, the expert martial artist from Huaxia, and Human Torch Schroeder, who were all significantly stronger than Jiang Fei, they were still humans in the eyes of Jiang Fei. However, the young lady clearly had capabilities beyond a normal human. The young lady's strengths were beyond Jiang Fei's understanding. 0541's voice could be heard once again. Jiang Fei felt like he could not take any more surprises. 0541 said. Jiang Fei was about to turn mad. He did not have the patience to translate 0541's words into a normal language. That means the humans in the bioexperimental laboratory are dying off one by one. 0541 said hastily. Buzz. A bright white light flashed before Jiang Fei's eyes. The bioexperimental girl suddenly appeared before him out of nowhere. Jiang Fei quickly stopped in his tracks. He nearly ran into the young lady while he was running away. Seeing the full whites of the young lady's eyes, Jiang Fei could feel goosebumps appearing all over his body. For someone facing a level 5 metahuman who was hell-bent on killing all humans, Jiang Fei was doing quite well by not peeing in his pants. You, the young lady murmured 2 simple English words which nearly made Jiang Fei's soul flutter out of his body. 0541 had spent nearly 80% of the energy it contained to block the young lady's remnant energy waves. Now that Jiang Fei was facing the invincible level 5 metahuman directly, he was bound to die. As he saw the young lady raise his hands, Jiang Fei was certain that his life was over. Although he had a few other potions and equipment with him, those items were all futile against a single strike for this metahuman. Once the lightning is emitted from the young lady, there was no way Jiang Fei could survive. Jiang Fei was not the only one who felt helpless in this situation. Even the Supreme Artificial Intelligence, 0541, was unable to determine if Jiang Fei was able to survive the incoming attack. All in all, Jiang Fei was facing an unavoidable disaster. Chapter 387, Phoenix. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In Jiang Fei's mind, all his great plans had vanished into nothingness. Ever since he acquired the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei was able to have whatever he wanted. Although he participated in battles, all his opponents were handpicked by Han Tianyu or Old Man Hai, and therefore never posed any significant threat to him. However, Jiang Fei had never thought that he would lose his life on his first solo mission. It was too late to feel regretful. As the lightning energy had fully formed in the young lady's hands, Jiang Fei had nothing else to do but await his death. Zap! The fully formed lighting energy started weakening and disappeared all of a sudden. While Jiang Fei was still in a dazed state, the young lady's body began shaking violently. Thereafter, the bioexperimental girl who was floating 1 feet above the ground suddenly started falling downward. Wham! After landing on the ground, the young lady was unable to stabilize herself and immediately stumbled toward Jiang Fei. He subconsciously caught her in his arms. Although catching a young lady who would otherwise fall was Jiang Fei's natural and instinctive reaction, he had the intention to let her go when he realized the person in his arms was a level 5 metahuman who tried to kill him not too long ago. Jiang Fei's heart was thumping wildly as he looked at the dangerous young lady in his arms who had held her eyes shut. Right then, she started transforming. The bony spur behind the young lady's back began retracting and disappeared altogether after a moment. Even the scales on her body began fading away. The young lady was not wearing any clothes. The private parts of her body were initially covered by her scales. Now that the scales faded away, she appeared completely naked in Jiang Fei's embrace. The young lady moaned softly as she slowly opened her eyes. This time, what Jiang Fei saw was no longer her frightening and fully white eyes, but instead a pair of sky blue and dazzling eyes. She had a full head of golden hair, a pair of sparkly blue eyes, and beautifully intricate facial features. These were the ideal standards of Western beauty for any female figure. Most importantly, Jiang Fei knew who this young lady was. Jiang Fei asked as he took off his coat and put it on the young lady so that she would not be exposed. The young lady in Jiang Fei's arms was none other than Flash Jenny, Human Torch Schroeder's younger sister. Jenny asked confusedly as she stared at Jiang Fei with her big and clear blue eyes. She did not look like she was pretending to be dumb. Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Jenny, is that my name you are calling?" Jenny shook her head and looked utterly lost. Jiang Fei had no other choice but to ask 0541 for help, as Jenny seemed like she could not answer any of his questions. 0541 answered. Jiang Fei asked. That would depend on the injuries suffered by her brain. 0541 made it clear that it would not be difficult for Jiang Fei to find out what had happened. However, it would be difficult for Jiang Fei to try to recover Jenny's memory. Pieces of **T. Jiang Fei furrowed his brows as he spoke. He thought the Japanese people had always been extremely obedient in front of their Northern American folks. These things are non-issues if nobody found out about them, 0541 answered. Jiang Fei sighed in agreement with 0541. As long as nobody knew what was being done, the people from the major rice-exporting country would not make a hassle out of the disappearance of a low-rank metahuman. Besides, if the Japanese were to succeed in their research to create an army of level 5 metahumans, they would be able to take over not only Asia but the entire world. Of course, controlling level 5 metahumans was not an easy feat. Jenny was a prime example. Although she possessed level 5 capabilities, she was completely uncontrollable and even ended up killing all the Japanese people in the experimental laboratory. If not for her sudden loss of power, Jiang Fei would have been killed along with the rest of the Japanese. Jiang Fei asked Jenny, who was still lying in his arms. Jenny said, as she had lost nearly all of her memory, Jenny was like a blank piece of paper now. Therefore, she was unaware of the inappropriate state of her lying naked in a man's arms. 0541's voice could be heard in Jiang Fei's mind. I might be able to do that if she were someone else. However, Jenny is my friend, Jiang Fei thought as he frowned. Right then, Jenny suddenly revealed an evil smile on her face as she spoke. Jiang Fei was surprised by Jenny's words. As he was communicating with 0541 through their thoughts, he did not expect other people to be able to eavesdrop on their conversation. When Jiang Fei turned to look at Jenny, he realized that her eyes had turned fully white again despite her still lying in his arms. 0541 said bitterly. Jenny stood up and away from Jiang Fei's embrace. Although her bony spurs did not reappear, it was obvious that the young lady had regained her strength. Moreover, the Jenny who had recovered her strength had a very different persona and attitude from the young lady with memory loss just a moment ago. Jiang Fei felt extremely terrified. If he did hold any bad intention earlier, he might have turned into ashes by now. As for you, I don't know who you are, but I will let you off the hook this time for his sake. Jenny warned 0541. Jiang Fei tried to change the topic of conversation. What's the point of remembering? Jenny is already dead. Jenny announced her new name proudly. Jiang Fei asked. I would naturally like to find some old acquaintances to reminisce the past, Phoenix said coldly. All right then. Jiang Fei nodded. He understood that the current Phoenix was no longer the young and naive Jenny he had known in the past. Phoenix said as she grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and scratched at his skin with two of her fingers. 2 scarred lines appeared on his arm. TSSSK. Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Jenny's scratches did not pierce through his skin, Jiang Fei still felt the sting when she scratched at his arm. Of these 2 scratch lines, one is to thank you for not killing me, while the other is to thank you for putting these clothes on me. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just tear one of these open and I will come and help you, Phoenix said. As soon as she finished her sentence, Phoenix disappeared into thin air right before Jiang Fei's eyes. Chapter 388. 388. A Shocking Scheme. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Phoenix left, Jiang Fei stood still for about 10 minutes before he was able to recollect himself. Phew! Jiang Fei exclaimed as he sat on the ground. The 2 biggest fears of any human were none other than awaiting death and the realization of having survived afterward. When faced with actual weapons of guns and knives, the fast-paced casualty would not involve any fear. Fear would only arise when told the forthcoming time of death. The period of waiting to be killed would be the most terrifying. Similarly, after having escaped death, the aftermath or recalling of the incident was equally frightful. This was what Jiang Fei was experiencing. Whenever he recalled the moment the lightning sparks were forming on Phoenix's fingers, Jiang Fei could feel his entire body go cold with sweat. The asterisk emin. Jiang Fei rubbed his face as he exclaimed. Fortunately, the bioexperimental girl was someone Jiang Fei knew in the past. His own benevolence had also helped to save his own life. Not only did he survive, he even earned himself favors from a level 5 metahuman. Although Phoenix had only promised to help Jiang Fei twice, these two offers of help were priceless. The asterisk emin. I can finally have the backing of a level 5 metahuman. As he thought of this, Jiang Fei suddenly felt the fear he experienced earlier fade away. In the past, Jiang Fei had always fooled others by using the namesake of his fake master. If he were to be confronted by someone who did not buy his story, Jiang Fei would not have been able to provide any evidence. However, things were different now. With Phoenix's support, Jiang Fei would be able to back his own story up. 0541 suddenly interrupted Jiang Fei's thoughts. Jiang Fei stood up and started walking toward the bioexperimental laboratory's control room. Jiang Fei had barely taken a few steps forward before a group of bioexperimental hounds appeared in the walkway. Jiang Fei was taken by surprise. As he had come into contact with Phoenix earlier, his invisible effect had already faded away. Woof, woof. The hounds ran toward Jiang Fei as soon as they saw him. However, just as Jiang Fei was prepared to strike back, the group of hounds suddenly bowed down before him. The asterisk emin? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. These fellows had already been domiciled by the young lady's mind powers. Now that you carry the young lady's scent, they must have mistaken you as the young lady's subordinate. 0541 explained. Phew! Jiang Fei looked at the 2 scar lines on his arm. He was able to save himself without even summoning Phoenix. With such protection, Jiang Fei was able to wander freely in the experimental laboratory. Although he could not command the hounds, they would all bow down to him whenever he passed. The hounds would only resume their normal behavior after Jiang Fei had moved away. Without facing any resistance, Jiang Fei was able to arrive at the control room successfully. Apart from the original setup by Braveheart, there were various other electrical setups from Earth. Such equipment must have been used by the Japanese to study the alien technology. 0541. Let's have a look at the Japanese's research progress, Jiang Fei said as he placed the ring on the main controlling computer's thumb drive port. After approximately 15 minutes, 0541 was done with organizing all the information in the Japanese's computer. The owner of the computer we met previously was indeed someone of a low rank. He possessed incomplete information. In truth, the Kashikoi household had already discovered this place since 22 years ago, 0541 said. Jiang Fei asked, They have already decoded at least 30% of the biotechnology here and have set up bioexperimental laboratories elsewhere to mass-produce bio-beasts and bio-humans, 0541 answered. What? Jiang Fei was gravely shocked. Of course they can't produce level 5 bio-humans, 0541 explained while laughing. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief. However, level 2 bio-humans were still extremely strong. It was quite unbelievable that He were in fact mass-producing these creations. With a huge army with tens of thousands of bio-humans and bio-beasts, even if they were all level 2, there still would not be any country who would challenge it with their own army. This is their core experimental laboratory. They are trying to create an even higher level bio-human. For that reason, they have captured a large number of mutants, 0541 said. A picture suddenly appeared on 0541's computer screen. The asterisk M in it. Jiang Fei exclaimed after he saw the picture. The picture displayed 2 locations. The first was an experimental laboratory with rows of glass containers arranged neatly. The containers were filled with an unknown green liquid. In the liquid were naked humans who had tubes connected to their bodies. These were all the Japanese's bioexperimental subjects. There were labels on the containers, which indicated whether the group of 30 to 40 subjects were level 2 or level 3 mutants. The second location in the picture was even more shocking to Jiang Fei. It displayed a messy burial site with stacks of corpses which appeared to be failed experimental subjects. According to the records on the pictures, all of them were also captured mutants. Holy sh**t. Jiang Fei suddenly realized that he may have discovered the Japanese's shocking scheme. There's a total of 78 level 1 and level 2 mutants and 14 level 3 mutants used in the experiments. 0541 responded with accurate figures. The Japanese have truly gone mad. Jiang Fei was suddenly interrupted by 0541 before he could finish his sentence. I am afraid that even if the major rice-exporting country finds out about this, the Tokyo Empire, which already has the bio-army, would not be afraid of the consequences, 0541 said. The asterisk imminent. They have used my inheritance to do such disgusting things. Jiang Fei slammed his hands on the table angrily. He could not bear the thought of the Japanese people succeeding with their evil scheme. That would not be too difficult. These fellows' technology is still not sophisticated enough. They would have to insert microchips into the brains of these experimental subjects to fully control them. Besides, if these experimental subjects were strong enough, they would very likely break free from the microchip's control. Phoenix is the perfect example. Therefore, as long as we were able to find the core controller, we would be able to change the microchip's fidelity command, 0541 said. Jiang Fei asked, I'm afraid I cannot do that right now. I have only just taken control over this experimental laboratory. The only thing I am capable of changing now is the fidelity command of these bio-experimental hounds, 0541 replied. That would work as well. Jiang Fei nodded as he said. These bio-experimental hounds were in between level 2 and level 3. The total number of 500 of them would be enough to form a formidable army. Chapter 389. 389. The Lost Samples. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation after 0541 had modified the fidelity command of these bio-experimental hounds. Jiang Fei immediately ordered for the opening of the experimental laboratory's main door. Jiang Fei then commanded the bio-experimental hounds to get rid of the Japanese guards and researchers in the compound. There are two reasons why Jiang Fei wanted to annihilate these Japanese people. Firstly, he could not risk having the biotechnology in the laboratory being leaked externally. Although the Japanese had already transferred some parts of the lower-ranked biotechnology to the outside, this was still their core experimental laboratory. The highest level of biotechnology was stored here, and, hence, it was necessary to kill every one of the researchers. Secondly, Jiang Fei had to make sure no one else survived in the compound. As he had already occupied the bio-experimental laboratory, Jiang Fei planned to shift the entire compound into a spatial ring after 0541 had thoroughly synced with the laboratory. For such a huge experimental laboratory to disappear into thin air, someone was bound to discover the linkage between this incident and the time when Jiang Fei stole the research and development lab. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to kill all the Japanese people in the compound to ensure nobody would spread the news and thus lower the chance of him being a suspect of theft. After the bio-experimental hounds, whose fidelity command had been modified, received Jiang Fei's orders, they immediately charged out of the experimental laboratory to assassinate the Japanese fellows. The humans did not stand a chance, as these bio-experimental hounds were adept at sniffing out their locations. Within half an hour, the entire population of Japanese people had been annihilated. The Japanese people had become a fulfilling feast for the bio-experimental hounds. After the hounds were done with the feasting, they returned to the intersection of the experimental laboratory and went into hibernation mode, as per Jiang Fei's order. How was it going? While the hounds were assassinating the Japanese fellows, Jiang Fei and 0541 wasted no time as they tried to establish a connection with Braveheart's fragment. I have successfully connected to it and taken over the bio-experimental laboratory, 0541 replied. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. According to the experimental laboratory's records, some parts of the alien life samples have gone missing, 0541 said all of a sudden. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. The lost samples include 2 alien viruses and 3 alien beasts. I am uncertain as to whether they were accidentally tossed out of the vessel when Braveheart crashed or if someone else retrieved them afterward. 0541 explained. The *M in it, Zhang Fei asked as he frowned. Among the lost samples, the 2 viruses and one of the alien beasts are supposedly incapable of surviving in Earth's environment. If the containers break, they would perish in 3 hours. Nevertheless, there's the possibility that the viruses may have adapted to Earth's environment through some transformations. 0541 explained further. Zhang Fei asked. The 2 alien beasts are capable of adapting to Earth's environment. If the containers were to break, they would be defrosted within 48 hours. Their capabilities are equivalent to a peak level 4 metahuman and a middle grade level 5 metahuman respectively. 0541 explained. Zhang Fei asked. According to Earth's history, Braveheart's crash occurred over 7,000 years ago. 0541 answered. Since Braveheart crashed during the ancient times, these alien beasts and viruses should have already been released a long time ago when the vessel crashed. Zhang Fei let out a sigh of relief. The thing he was most concerned with was that Japanese may have taken away these alien life samples. Let's put aside the thoughts on the lost samples for now. Zhang Fei shook his head. Regardless of how long ago those samples were lost, or if the Japanese had taken them, Zhang Fei had no clue how to find them. Therefore, he figured it was better to not think about it for now. After Zhang Fei walked out from the intersection of the experimental laboratory, he stepped into the living compounds that the Japanese had built on their own. It was eerily quiet. All life forms had been annihilated or eaten by the bio-experimental hounds that not a single sound could be heard in the area. Zhang Fei placed the ring on Braveheart's golden exterior wall. A silver light flashed as 0541 transferred the experimental laboratory into the spatial ring through a spatial manipulation technique. Zhang Fei asked, Captain, the act of transferring Braveheart used up a lot of my energy. I am severely in need of energy, 0541 said. The asterisk RN. Zhang Fei was stunned. There is less than 5% of energy left. I am only able to maintain the basic functions. Even if we find a bigger Braveheart fragment, I would not be able to store it, 0541 said. Zhang Fei cursed under his breath. He could not believe that blocking Phoenix's attack twice had used up so much of 0541's energy. He only had 2 options left now. Firstly, Zhang Fei could opt to look for Braveheart's missing engine room. If Zhang Fei were able to locate it, he would acquire a stable source of energy and would never need to worry about a lack of energy anymore. Secondly, Zhang Fei could return home and look for another source of energy. Although it would not solve the root problem, it would at least temporarily relieve Zhang Fei's concerns. There were pros and cons to both options. Although the first option could solve the problem completely, Zhang Fei had no idea where the engine room was located. Moreover, if he were to get into trouble, 0541 would not have enough energy to protect Zhang Fei. Although Zhang Fei could now summon Phoenix to help, he did not know how long it would take for her to reach him. If she were to show up 2 days late, Zhang Fei would already be dead by then. In the past, Zhang Fei, who had never experienced true danger, would opt for the first plan. He would continue to look for Braveheart's fragments across the great oceans. However, after today's episode and encounter with Phoenix, Zhang Fei became much more cautious. He had many opportunities to look for the fragments, but he only had 1 life to do it. Zhang Fei finally made up his mind. When Zhang Fei returned to the waters, the sky already started turning bright. Although Zhang Fei had only been away from home for a single day, the experiences he encountered in the past 20-odd hours made him feel as if an entire lifetime had passed. Zhang Fei summoned the gigantic saber and flew in the direction that led him home. After collecting his thoughts, Zhang Fei focused his attention on the newly acquired bio-experimental laboratory. 0541 said excitedly. Chapter 390, 390 Benefits from the Bio-Experimental Laboratory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation O. Zhang Fei was pleasantly surprised. Firstly, you can summon those bioexperimental beasts to fight against your opponents when needed, 0541 said. Jiang Fei nodded. Those bioexperimental beasts were made of steel and had stronger battling capabilities than most level 2 metahumans. Moreover, there were as many as 500 of them, and that indeed posed a significant threat. However, the only problem was that Jiang Fei must eliminate all his opponents once he summoned these beasts. Otherwise, if news of the bioexperimental hounds were spread externally, the Japanese would realize the connection between him and the missing bioexperimental laboratory. By then, they would probably also expose the truth about the research and development lab. 0541 said. Jiang Fei asked curiously. After all, even without the bioexperimental laboratory, 0541 was able to produce healing potions, the empowering pill, and even the ant milk. Those were all low-grade potions. 0541 said. Jiang Fei still could not quite understand what 0541 was saying. 0541 displayed an image through Jiang Fei's ring. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. Energy crystal, strengthening item, legendary. Use, provide you with an extra energy pool. Remark, you may only unlock the energy pool that matches your class. Backup energy pools cannot recover energy automatically and must be replenished via potions. Jiang Fei murmured in disbelief. That's right. 0541 affirmed Jiang Fei's thoughts. Jiang Fei exclaimed excitedly. Although he can acquire some abilities akin to a metahuman through his equipment, the equipment skills had long cooldown periods. While this was not a huge problem to him in the game, it was a huge obstacle in the real world. Therefore, when Jiang Fei found out he could acquire his own energy through the energy crystal, he became very happy. To be more accurate, after acquiring the energy, you will become more like a mutant than a martial artist. The reason is that the energy acquired through such methods cannot be enhanced through training. 0541 explained. Jiang Fei was slightly dissatisfied with his findings. He already had capabilities stronger than a level 2 metahuman. If he could only acquire such a small amount of energy, what difference would it make? Of course not. Although you can only use this potion once, you can still improve your capabilities by combining it with 2 other types of potions, 0541 said, as he projected 2 other items from the game. Ant Egg Essence. Potion, excellent. Effect. Every 10 milliliters permanently increases 100 maximum mana points. Elemental Water. Potion, legendary. Effect. Instantly replenishes the drinker's mana points and establishes mana recovery, which permanently increases the rate of recovering mana points. The asterisk emin. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had obtained these items some time ago. However, he had kept them in the spatial ring for so long that he almost forgot they existed. With the 3 of these potions combined, not only will you acquire a significant amount of power, you will also be able to recover the energy in your body through resting, 0541 explained. Whole CR *P. Come on. Jiang Fei laughed as he said. 0541's words nearly made Jiang Fei choke. The asterisk eminent. Jiang Fei said unhappily. Jiang Fei had changed from being overjoyed a moment ago to now feeling utterly disappointed. When he first found out that 0541 could produce these kinds of potions, Jiang Fei had a thought of forming a group of metahuman soldiers to fight the Japanese biohumans. This was the only effective way he could think of. First of all, producing these potions require a tremendous amount of energy. 0541 said helplessly. Jiang Fei nodded. In order to rescue Jiang Fei, 0541 had expended nearly all of its remaining energy. Therefore, Jiang Fei could fully sympathize with its inability to produce the potions. Besides, energy alone is insufficient to produce high-grade biopotions. 0541 said. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He saw it coming. That 0541 would make him do more work. Spill it out, Jiang Fei asked. The biosamples needed for the energy crystal and elemental water are readily available in the bioexperimental laboratory. However, there isn't much in storage, and I would only be able to produce 10 units of each. As for the ant egg essence, The biosample needed is rather easy to acquire. All you need to get is a level 4 metahuman's blood. Of course, the higher the level, the better, 0541 said. It came across obviously to Zhang Fei that if he wanted to acquire a level 2 martial artist energy, then 0541 would be able to produce the energy crystal and elemental water as soon as Zhang Fei replenished its energy. However, if Zhang Fei wanted to become even stronger, he would have to find a way to obtain a level 4 metahuman's blood. Diastiriskemen, are you kidding me? Zhang Fei said as the corners of his mouth twitched unpleasantly. It does not have to be from a human. 0541 added. Rubbish, Zhang Fei said angrily. 0541 said helplessly. Forget it. There is no point in pondering on this any further. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes again. That's right. I am in urgent need of energy right now. If you do not find any new energy in the next 7 days, I will have to enter hibernation mode to reduce energy usage, 0541 said. Sigh. Energy, energy, energy. It's always about energy. Zhang Fei sighed helplessly as he steered the gigantic saber toward home. In the evening, when Zhang Fei finally made his way back to the suburbs, he landed at a place where nobody else was present. He was fortunate enough to hitch a ride back into town. Once he arrived back in Manda Square, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He had a quick bite before walking sluggishly back into his own room. When his mother saw him, she felt conflicting emotions. As Han Tianyu had given a very good excuse with the help of Zhang Fei's school, Zhang Fei's parents were made to believe that he was constantly joining competitions in various cities due to his excellent grades. Therefore, Zhang Fei's parents were both very proud of him. However, seeing how Zhang Fei looked tired all the time made Zhang Fei's mother slightly worried too. When Zhang Fei lied down on his bed, he could finally relax his mind. The past 2 days had been overwhelming. However, despite the dangers he faced, he had made quite some gains too. As long as he could find some more energy, 0541 would be able to produce the energy crystal and elemental water. With those items, he would be able to use his energy to attack and defend himself like a real metahuman. Chapter 391, Forbidden Spell Magician. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Fei logged into the game. As he had infiltrated the bio-experimental laboratory the night before, he had not logged in and therefore did not know about a lot of things that happened in the past day. Firstly, Twilight City's teleportation point was finally completed. Dawnlight City and Twilight City were connected at last. The inner city battlefield was also finally open to the public. Right then, no players could be seen training in the wilderness of both Dawnlight City and Twilight City. Similar to players from the 2 cities before, players from both Dawnlight City and Twilight City wanted to try something new and hence scrambled to enter the battlefield. As deaths were not accompanied by huge losses, and only a small amount of experience points and honor points were deducted without any loss of equipment, players went all in to fight in the battlefield. Although major guilds could still attack strategically, most pub players did not adhere to any command and barged in to engage in chaotic fights between Dawnlight City and Twilight City. Without any proper commands, the battles were aimless, and therefore a victory for either side was nowhere in sight. However, many players were able to earn a lot of honor points, and some had even managed to exchange equipment. Such ease of accomplishment in acquiring equipment made players even more interested in the battlefield. Therefore, even though many of them had played in the battlefield for hours the day before, they continued to enter the battlefield through the teleportation points after logging in today. When Zhang Fei went online, Billy Boy was in the midst of gathering the members of the Imperial Dragon to farm honor points. Although the Imperial Dragon was drowned out in the crowd of over 1 million players and could not act as a leader on the battlefield, the guild was still able to do quite well under the leadership of Billy Boy. Despite not being able to influence the battle, the Imperial Dragon's guild members rarely died and were able to acquire a lot of honor points. After Zhang Fei went online, the first person to message him was Han Tianyu. After all, the only reason Han Tianyu played the game was because of Jiang Fei. Therefore, he always paid attention to Jiang Fei's every move. Yeah, Jiang Fei nodded. How about fighting alongside your brother? Han Tianyu said and laughed. Not this time, Jiang Fei said as he shook his head. After all, he was the guild leader of a guild which was not any smaller than the aristocrats. If he were to abandon his guild and fought alongside outsiders instead, it would be quite unreasonable. Han Tianyu did not say anything else. He did not ask about what Jiang Fei had done when his supposed master summoned him. All right, what happened to all the nuclear fuel in the Japanese nuclear power plant? Jiang Fei asked nonchalantly. Bullsh *T. These uranium ores were all imported by the Ito household from Australia. The Woodlouse country is truly short-sighted. Jiang Fei felt he should not have brought the topic up. As soon as he did, Han Tianyu went into a fit of rage. As the nuclear fuel in the underground experimental laboratory had gone missing inexplicably, and the proof against the Japanese were all gone, Han Tianyu could not declare war against Tokyo despite the backing of the army and the government. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Yeah, Han Tianyu said. This information was available on the internet and was not a secret at all. Jiang Fei nodded and did not ask any further. All right, I am entering the battlefield. Han Tianyu laughed as he terminated the voice call. 0541 should be able to use unpurified nuclear fuel. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Right then, Billy Boy was also calling out for Jiang Fei to enter the battlefield. It was Jiang Fei's first time entering the inner-city battlefield. It was a completely new map. According to Billy Boy, it was a spacious area with mountains and rivers and looked almost like a small, excluded world on its own. The entire battlefield was symmetrical with both sides having 3 occupation points, a frontline post, a midpoint army post, and a main camp. All players were now fighting in a chaotic battle on the ground before their respective frontline posts. The main objective of players from both sides was to kill everyone. Therefore, no one cared about winning or losing the battle. The only reason players entered the battlefield was to have a good time. As a result, everyone there only focused on killing each other. Jiang Fei's greatest strength was being humble and admitting to not knowing something. Therefore, with regard to the battlefield, he still decided to let Billy Boy lead. Based on our current capabilities, there is no way we can occupy the opponent's frontline camp. Billy Boy said and laughed. All right, whatever you say. Jiang Fei laughed along. All right. Jiang Fei laughed his way over to Little Rain and handed him a bunch of potions through a trade. Egg essence. Potion. Excellent. Effect. Every 10 milliliters can permanently increase 100 maximum mana points. If not for 0541's mention of the item during the day, Jiang Fei would have forgotten about it completely. Since 0541 had already recorded the data for the item, it was now worthless to Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei did not need mana points in the game at all. There was a total of 10 bottles. Each bottle contained 500 milliliters. Therefore, consuming all the content in the bottles would increase a magician's mana points by 50,000. Brother Fei. After receiving the 10 bottles of potion, Little Rain was so overwhelmed that he became speechless. By now, he had already reached level 40 and had started wearing a full set of fine quality Phoenix's Downfall. His mana points had already exceeded 14,000. If his maximum mana points were to increase by 50,000, he would be able to use the forbidden spell. Little Rain had no choice but to wear the fine quality set of Phoenix's Downfall. Although Rosette Rose was able to hire a hidden class couturier, he did not have as high luck as Jiang Fei did. Therefore, the success rates and high-quality rates were very low. It was already very fortunate for him to be able to create fine-quality sets. He could only dream of creating a superior quality set. All right, drink the potions. The asterisk imen. The likes of Billy Boy and Lady Casanova, who had joined Imperial Dragon much later, all stared at Little Rain with widened eyes. Originally, Lady Casanova and other players who joined later, especially the elites from the 2 main guilds, did not think much of Little Rain. After all, he was merely a second-job pyromancer. Why should he receive so much attention from the guild master? They finally understood today that the seemingly normal little Rain was actually a forbidden magician capable of turning the tables in battle. Chapter 392. 392. Leading Bravely. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After swallowing the ant egg essence, little Rain hurriedly consumed mana potions. Having now over 50,000 mana points, it would take some time for him to fully recover without the use of potions. Now that we have a forbidden magician in our ranks, I've come up with a plan, said Billy Boy, just as everyone was still taken aback at the revelation of little Rain being a magician who knew forbidden spells. Do enlighten us, said Jiang Fei. Could you contact them? Said Jiang Fei. Ha! Guildmaster, these are the things that you should have learned. Even though we are the lesser few in the war, as long as we remain undefeated, the players of Twilight City will have their morale lowered. On the other side of things, Dawnlight City players will be easily swayed to our cause. Once they know that we cannot be defeated, players will join in to fight. Said Billy Boy. That indeed is something I should have learned. At the meantime, I'll leave you to it. I'll contact the other guild. Do inform me if there are any changes in your plan, said Jiang Fei. While Jiang Fei was a champion in PvE content, Billy Boy was the champion in PvP. If he ensures that victory is at hand, Jiang Fei had no say in the subject. Jiang Fei would not mind even if they lost. He did not mind having to run amok fighting in the field with Billy Boy. As predicted by Jiang Fei, the moment he asked Han Tianyu about fighting together, Han Tianyu immediately replied with a yes without even asking for further details. Aha, said Han Tianyu. Said Happy Drunk. He was very cooperative when Han Tianyu pitched the idea of fighting along Imperial Dragon against Twilight City. It was not Jiang Fei, but Billy Boy that Happy Drunk had his utmost trust in. Besides, even if they lost, there was nothing that they would have lost literally but time. Two guilds, as one would bring over 200,000 players to the front lines. It was a powerful force to be reckoned with, and that had not even included Little Rain, the forbidden magician, and a priest with divine art. The divine art skill book was purchased by Han Tianyu from Jiang Fei for a hefty price. After so long, he had already let one of his members pick up and learn the skill. Currently, the two guilds had an extraordinary advantage in magic power, which Billy Boy knew would greatly change the tide of war. Billy Boy took charge as the commanding leader and led the two guilds of over 200,000 players to the war zone. He bellowed loudly, sending powerful fervor to all players that heard him. Soon, the massive army arrived at the war zone. Jiang Fei, who stood amongst those in the front, saw the scene where players filled the field until the ends of the horizon. There was literally no end to the number of players who took part in the war. There were approximately over 1 million players present then. Luckily, the system had made things much easier. Opposing players were given striking color hues, red and blue. Try not to reveal your trump card. Follow the strategy we used yesterday. Players of Aristocrats, keep up behind Imperial Dragon, said Billy Boy. With that, players of Imperial Dragon started to get into formation. They had the experience, hence the almost perfect cooperation. An organized army of 200,000 would definitely cut down an enemy army of chaotic formation like a hot knife through butter. Even though they were significantly overwhelmed by sheer number, an organized army would stand out victorious. It was not that Twilight City was lacking any strong guilds, but the Iron Blood Alliance had received orders from Zhang Yangshu to not wrong Jiang Fei. However, the battlefield was large, and no one could really identify anyone. Eventually, the Iron Blood Alliance had allied itself with 6 other guilds of Twilight City and surrounded Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrat with 550,000 players. Arg, even the enemies know how to work together. Look at our own people. Happy Drunk roared angrily. He had only just sent a request for assistance to all guild masters in Dawnlight City, but had yet to receive any reply. It was unfair to the others when compared to Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrats. The two guilds had made their progress too fast and had taken what was almost considered as non-renewable resources. Naturally, the others would not dare to challenge the two guilds. As a result, it was challenging for the rest of the guilds in Dawnlight City to even move forward. On the other hand, things at Twilight City was rather harmonious. When Ironblood Alliance had obtained their territory order, they built their territory slowly without posing any threat to the other guilds in that city. Even when they had become the strongest guild in Twilight, they had governed themselves with the structure that the other guilds did not see them as a threat, but as an ally. Hence, when Ironblood Alliance made the call to arms, all the guilds were more than willing to lend a hand. Concurrently, while Happy Drunk was rather anxious about the war, Billy Boy was calm and composed. He had absolute confidence, knowing he had by his side 2 weapons of mass destruction, ready to be deployed. If he still failed to destroy the enemy's outpost, he would not play in PvP fields anymore. "Change formation. Compact formation," cried Billy Boy. The entire army followed his command and began to shrink in size. Without losing speed, the army began to charge toward the enemy's left wing and attack. "Guildmaster, if it isn't too much, could you join the fight?" said Billy Boy with a sincere smile. "Aye, today, you are the commander." "Ah fei," said Han Tianyu. "You? Please." "Shen xi scorn dot Han Tianyu." The lazy bugger had been lazy to train his level or even considered looking at his equipment. If he fought alongside Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu would fall faster than a man slipping on a banana peel. "Just let me roam alone," said Jiang Fei. He then made his way to the front and summoned the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon. The roar of the dragon was so loud that it attracted the attention of all players, be it Twilight or Dawnlight. All eyes were locked onto Jiang Fei and his dragon. At that moment, Jiang Fei had become the beacon of hope amongst all Dawnlight City. The appearance of Jiang Fei was like a powerful adrenaline rush to all players of Imperial Dragon and the aristocrats. The previous day, Jiang Fei not showing up had made everyone think that he was not interested in the war and might not even make his appearance today. So when the dragon roared and Jiang Fei showed up, they knew that him alone could change the tide of war. At the far end of the spectrum, the players of Twilight City expected bad news once that dragon appeared. Jiang Fei alone did not pose much of a threat. However, his presence meant that the powerful black dragon was at his command. That alone had decreased the morale of Jiang Fei's enemies by a notch. Chapter 393. 393. Imperial Dragon, the Soaring Victory. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. With a powerful roar, Jiang Fei rode the dragon and plunged toward the enemy's left wing and attacked. The leading commander of the enemy began to respond as Jiang Fei started to descend. However, Jiang Fei was still not in range. No matter how eager they wanted to bring Jiang Fei down, they would have to wait until Jiang Fei entered their attacking range. "Bella," cried Jiang Fei. Even without transforming, Isabella's skill was still powerful. Rain of Fire was so wide and strong that those hit by the initial attacks would never be able to escape its range. In no time at all, the wide area that Isabella had cast Rain of Fire was emptied out. Jiang Fei immediately dropped down and landed on the landing zone and unsummoned the dragon. Even though the dragon was cool and all, it was too weak to handle multiple players' attacks. Alas, Jiang Fei had to tank it all. When Jiang Fei was alone with Isabella, the surrounding players came in like tsunami and attacked. Jiang Fei retaliated swiftly with instant ice burst, which was followed by Isabella's berserking attacking. One by one, she sliced down player after player like they were weed. At that moment, Isabella had decided to give up her ranged attack. When she touched the ground, Isabella immediately used Demon Flame Infusion and attacked. Even though the enemies had managed to land a few hits on both Jiang Fei and Isabella, they could not deal much damage since they both had uber-strong defense. Additionally, Jiang Fei's powerful lifesteal effect was enough for him to regenerate and reverse all the damage taken in a bat of an eye. There were close to several tens of thousands of players that were in the left wing. However, those that were able to land hits on Jiang Fei were only about a few hundred. The rest were either blocked in sight or have too short an attack range. "Brothers, do you want to let your guild masters fight alone?" cried Billy Boy when he noticed Jiang Fei had managed to cause chaos in the enemy's left wing formation. Moved by the words of Billy Boy, members of Imperial Dragon followed him. Empowered and organized, 100,000 players of Imperial Dragon charged into the mass of enemies fearlessly. Once Imperial Dragon made their move, members of the aristocrats followed closely behind. In total, 200,000 players of Dawnlight City moved in densely against the tide of the enemies. "Shit! Ignore that Verger glider! Retreat!" cried the left-wing commanding officer. The tens of thousands of players that were in his command behind the front line were still standing neatly in formation, but the ones that Zhang Fei had attacked were in a mess. With Zhang Fei having single-handedly taken out a few hundreds of players, the entire formation of tens of thousands of players had turned chaotic. Everyone was focusing on Verger Glider and not on the oncoming 200,000 players of Dawnlight City. "Reform! Damn it! I said reform!" cried the left-wing commander. No matter how much he yelled, the players that were surrounding Zhang Fei heeded not to his calls as they were too focused on Zhang Fei. Most of them were thinking the same thing. So what if you're strong? You're just one man against a sea of players. As such, players could not help but lunge themselves at Zhang Fei in order to prove themselves right that even the orders of their commanding officer were ignored. To thinking that Zhang Fei was just one man against a sea of enemy would be the wrong way of thinking. Was Zhang Fei that easy to kill? All debuff and crowd control skills could be easily dispelled with ant milk. Melee attackers would be instantly killed by Zhang Fei. Even if they came in a swarm, Zhang Fei could easily eliminate them all with God's wrath. No one was able to fight the same level as Zhang Fei. In no time at all, Billy Boy had arrived to support Zhang Fei with 200,000 players. When the organized army of 200,000 entered the sea of chaotic players, the outcome was predictable. The first wave of attack had magic that tore through the formations of the already chaotic players. The second wave of attack was simple, which was to let all melee fighters take the front lines and attack. After a short time frame, all melee fighters would retreat to allow the healers to restore their health while magicians would land another wave of magic attack. Cried Billy Boy. At that moment, Lady Casanova, 7-star warrior, and other top players brought their own team of players and started to attack the enemy's healer and magicians. In an instant, the tight formation changed. The Dawnlight City formation had split into two, the assassination team and the supporting team. The assassination team had just headed off to kill the enemy's healer and magician, while the supporting team remained with Billy Boy to act as a contingency plan. The left-wing commanding officer started to panic. Not even in his dreams had he imagined that he would lead an army that would refuse to listen to his orders, resulting in a mass of hysterical players that did whatever they pleased. That was the difference between an organized army and a chaotic one. Even though the enemy had the advantage in terms of number, what could a capable officer do when his soldiers would not listen to his commands? Even if his own guild members were obedient, the rest of the allied guilds were not. No one besides his own guild of 10,000 players would listen to him. How could he fight efficiently against an organized army of 200,000? The left wing was his goner. Close to 80,000 players were unable to stand against Imperial Dragon and the aristocrats for even just 5 minutes. In no time at all, Zhang Fei and a few other players behind him were able to break through the formation and reach the center. Rear team, front team, change your position. Everyone else, retreat. Once the army had broke through the left-wing formation, Billy Boy gave out an order. When Imperial Dragon and the aristocrats were surrounded by the enemy, Billy Boy attacked rhythmically. However, now that he had broken past the left wing, he would not let the enemy escape, especially since he had 2 weapons of mass destructions in his hands. In an instant, the army heard Billy Boy's command and moved in accordance. There was no mess or complications. Imperial Dragon and the aristocrats were considered as allies in war. Han Tianyu was good to Zhang Fei. Concurrently, Happy Drunk respected Billy Boy. That was why even though Dawnlight City Army consisted of only 2 guilds, the cooperation between them was flawless. Brothers, we cannot allow the guild master to take the spotlight. It is time for us to shine as well. Fichet formation. All hands, cried Billy Boy, for Imperial Dragon, repeatedly. With such raging fervor, Jiang Fei could not help but cheer along. At the same time, he summoned the juvenile sky-gliding dragon and soared above the army. The dragon was like a compass needle and drove all the players with Jiang Fei to attack. At the same time, it gave unparalleled motivation to all players of Imperial Dragon. Han Tianyu was unfazed when his members chanted along, but Happy Drunk was feeling a little complicated. They were not part of Imperial Dragon, yet they were cheering for the glory of another guild. However, Happy Drunk knew that that was not the time to pour cold water on their heads. Right then, all players had their morale boosted. Even though Happy Drunk was not too happy about it, he would let it slide this one time. Twilight City players started to panic as they could feel the overwhelming morale of their enemies. Even though they still had more players on their side, they could not stop the oncoming attacks despite having their enemies surrounded. Now that the enemies were attacking purposefully, with Jiang Fei amongst them and not knowing when he would summon his magical dragon, the entire Twilight City army was devastated knowing that their loss was sealed. Chapter 394 Apocalyptic Flame. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Iron Blood Alliance commanding officer decreed as the approaching army of Imperial Dragon and the aristocrats were pushing strong. Currently, if the entire battlefield was a painting, it would be a touching scene that rivaled the scene of Spartans attacking. The army that had an advantageous number was being forced to be on the defense, while the little army was on the offense. The Iron Blood Alliance commanding officer made the decision to go with the flow. There was nothing he could do when the enemy had a forbidden spell in hand. Twilight City players may have one in number, but they lack the resolve and the morale to fight and repel the enemy. Prolonged, they might even lose the war before the enemy even used their trump card. Billy Boy laughed. If he had witnessed how Isabella used her partial forbidden spell, the enemy commander would never have had his army be so tightly grouped together. However, Billy Boy's thoughts was not entirely accurate. Even though Iron Blood Alliance was playing on the defensive side, the commanding officer was smart enough to move his army into a valley and not remain in an open field. If he had, he would be lining his army to the slaughterhouse. On the other hand, if he had chosen to spread his army out, it would minimize the total damage done by the forbidden spell. However, it would only give the enemy a chance to weed out the weak ones. Then again, in that battlefield, dying would not result in players losing their level or even dropping their equipment. Hence, the Iron Blood Alliance commanding officer came up with a plan. He was planning to sacrifice one large group of players to take the hit of the forbidden spell and to retaliate after that. Since the Black Dragon could only use its forbidden spell once, the Iron Blood Alliance commanding officer had concluded that he could still somehow make a comeback with his army of numbers. It was indeed a good idea for Iron Blood Alliance. However, the problem was that Isabella was not the only one who could use forbidden spell, said Billy Boy when they were roughly 500 meters away from the enemy's base camp. Billy Boy turned to Little Rain and sent him a private message. Rejoice, my boy. I could see that you have been suppressing your urge for so long. At this moment, only Jiang Fei, 7-star warrior, Billy Boy, and Zhao Feng knew about Little Rain's forbidden spell. Little Rain laughed. He had been trying his best to keep the secret of the forbidden spell to himself. Not even his own little sister, Gale Eversummer, knew about him owning a forbidden spell. After all this time, he could finally unleash the devastating power of his forbidden spell. Apocalyptic Flame summons the flame from the heart of the world. Choose anywhere within 1,000 meters. Deals 1,000% magic damage to an area of 100 meters diameter. Inflict burn, dealing 5% maximum health points as damage per second to all targets within the effective range. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cast time, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 60,000. The potency of Little Rain's forbidden spell was not as strong as Isabella's. First, the skill's area of effect was only a circle of 100 meters in diameter. Even if the enemy were all grouped up like sardines in a can, the skill would only hit a maximum of 50,000 players. Isabella was able to hit over 200,000 players. Secondly, the damage dealt was far weaker as well. However, against a player, 1000% magic attack was strong enough to instant kill a tank. In the surface level, the two forbidden spells were on a whole other level. However, a player's forbidden spell had growth potential unlike NPCs. First and foremost, players would be able to further enhance their forbidden spell through equipment enhancement. Some higher-tier equipment had a special effect to increase the range or even area of effect of a forbidden spell. This sort of growth potential was non-existent for NPCs. Secondly, a player's forbidden spell did not have a cooldown period. Even though their mana cost was absurdly high, a player would only take up to 1 hour or 30 minutes to fully recover one's mana gauge. An NPC would have to wait for several hours or even a week to wait for the cooldown to end. Little Rain was hidden among the crowd of players when he cast his spell. From the perspective of the enemy, he was practically invisible. However, the longer he cast, the more the surroundings were affected, and players that were sensitive to changes noticed it immediately. The surrounding temperature was slowly rising, and the air was drying up by the second. 5 minutes cast time was not short, but since it was the first time anyone felt this effect, no one knew that the surrounding changes were leading to a forbidden spell. Part of Twilight City players were in a fervor. However, their attention was focused on Jiang Fei and the beautiful girl that was by his side. Once she changed into her dragon form, everyone would immediately scram. No one would expect that the danger was not her alone. Billy Boy noticed that Little Rain was about to finish his casting. Little Rain was positioned nicely at the front lines where the tanks and the magicians were grouped together. Once the tank and magicians were eliminated, he could easily attack on without interruption. By then, the healers and the ranged attackers would be slaughtered like pigs. A fist-sized fireball flew out of Little Rain's palm. Its size made it look far weaker than a fireball cast by the weakest magician in the game. However, with lightning speed, it flew across the field to somewhere 700 meters away from where Little Rain was. It was a range exceeding any class ever. The Iron Blood Alliance commanding officer cried when he noticed the fireball was not hitting any player as it flew across the map. No one knew what it was. All they know that it could not be something menial. Poof! In the midst of charging, players noticed the little fireball coming toward them. However, the fireball evaded the players instead of hitting them. Until one point, the ball of flames stopped and just hit the ground, disappearing into nothingness. Nothing happened for some time, and everyone thought it was just a fluke. After a while, the ground shook violently underneath their feet. Fissures started to crack open from where the little fireball had disappeared. No sooner, a bright golden light started to leak out of the ground. Not good. Magicians, use your magic shields, cried the Iron Blood Alliance commanding officer. He had no idea what was going on, and he could only pray things did not escalate further. Every magician in the vicinity activated their shields, and even the priest had managed to cast barriers on the warriors and melee attackers. However, it was too late for them. Boom! A giant pillar of fire came out bursting from the group, soaring to the sky. In a split second, another giant pillar fire came out bursting. Like an uncontrollable chain reaction, pillars of fire started bursting out. It was as if the devil himself had struck the earth from hell with spears of flames. Little Rain had been tagging along with Jiang Fei in dungeon runs. His equipment was good. He had even managed to upgrade his equipment to level 40 recently. Even though they were green grade set equipment, it was the Phoenix's downfall. Why else would he have discarded his violet grade equipment? His magic attack was already strong. With 1000% magic attack, the damage dealt was undeniably powerful. When the first pillar of fire burst out, the magicians who had their barriers erected had depleted all their mana gauge. When the second pillar burst, they were all instantly killed, so were the tanks. No one was able to survive past the second pillar. Only those that were originally at the edge of the area of effect were able to somehow escape death by getting out just in time. The rest of the unfortunate players perished before the forbidden spell could even finish its entire spell effect. The total death count had easily reached over tens of thousands. Chapter 395, when morale was gone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, all hands. When Little Rain's forbidden spell had left a completely empty spot in the middle of the enemy's army, Billy Boy gave the order for the entire army to attack. Brother, don't rush into the battle. Your duty now is to recover your mana as soon as possible. Drink potions, said Billy Boy to Little Rain before he rushed to the front. Little Rain had never felt more satisfied in his life until now. Even though he was a core member of the Imperial Dragon, he had never felt important. Lady Casanova and Rosette Rose were important to the guild as their skills in leading and managing were crucial. Billy Boy was important as no one could replace his spot as the PvP battle captain. Even though Little Rain had gotten to know Jiang Fei the same time as 7-Star Warrior, 7-Star Warrior stood out more prominently since he had hidden class. If Little Rain and 7-Star Warrior were put in a cage fight, the latter would definitely walk out unscathed. Little Rain was nowhere close to 7-Star Warrior in terms of power. Even in a small party, Little Rain was pretty much useless when compared to him. However, in a large-scale fight like this war, his forbidden spell made him the MVP of the fight. To tear up the enemy's formation with brute force was something not even 7-Star Warrior could do. Perhaps not even Jiang Fei. That was the power of a forbidden spell. Even though it came with a heavy price, the destruction it brought was devastating. All the tanks that were in charge of blocking oncoming enemies were wiped out. Even the magicians that were tasked to deal with large-scale AoE spells were eliminated. The enemies were practically sitting ducks then. The weak, ranged attackers, as well as the healers, could do nothing but run at the sight of the oncoming enemies. At this time, Lady Casanova and 7-Star Warrior led the front whilst being protected by their own team's healer. Since Billy Boy had already given out the order, they did not have to hold back anymore. It was time for bloodshed. A person's first instinct when seeing an angry mob coming their way was to run like hell. Hence, when one started to drop their swords and run, the rest started to follow suit. All of the ranged attackers, as well as the healers, left their posts immediately and ran away. In less than 5 minutes, chaos ensued. Being part of an allied army, one would not wish to be killed. Iron Blood Alliance included. Most of the higher commanding officers could only wish for the survival of their own guild members. At this point, cooperation was gone. No one would be willing to throw away their own guild for the sake of others. When they knew that death was coming for them, no one was left standing to fight. Everyone was running away with Imperial Dragon right on their back. Kill them. Hey, who wants your prey? Even though they were squabbling, they were still cooperating really well with each other. Anyone under Billy Boy was either pro or good at PvP. He led the army to chase after the Twilight City players. Now that the tide of war had changed completely, Dawnlight City had the upper hand. Those that were left behind summoned their mounts to rush to the front. When they were close to the enemy, they dismounted and attacked. At the same time, those that were behind the formation did the same to increase their killing efficiency. It was akin to waves of attack. Naturally, it was all planned and organized by Billy Boy. The chasers had time to mount and dismount, but those being chased did not have such leisure to stop and attack. If they tried, the chasers would have caught up to them. All they could do was run, not only hoping that they could outrun the enemies, but also hoping that their allies would run slower. The chase continued on for several kilometers. There was nothing but dead bodies lying everywhere as the chase continued. At that point, out of 500,000 Twilight City players that had participated in the war, 300,000 had been killed. Enough, Billy Boy commanded, since they had already approached the outpost of Twilight City. When Dawnlight City was chasing and killing, the rest of the surviving enemies were affected, morale-wise. Compared to the enemies, Dawnlight City was on fire. Their powerful fervor was so contagious that other players that were not affiliated with Imperial Dragon or the aristocrats were affected. It was the bandwagon effect. When one side gained an overwhelming victory, other allies would naturally join the cause. On the other side of the war, Twilight City was greatly affected. Unlike Dawnlight City, Twilight City was seen retreating all the way. Some were so oblivious to the situation that they had only run along with the rest of the retreating army. With that war, Imperial Dragon and the aristocrats had become the sword and shield of Dawnlight City. Other players that were in the war joined in, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Once there was free lunch to grab, everyone would be satisfied. Over 1 million players had joined in the fray, ignoring the concept of formation and leadership. All they did was follow the army of 200,000 from the back. Even though they could not elect a leader in the brink of time, following the army was a simple task that even an absolute greenhorn could do. Players that had perished in the war would be revived at the main camp. If they wanted to run back to the outpost to defend, it would take them more than an hour to do so. Many of the pub players did not know the importance of that concept. All they cared about was killing as many as they could to earn honor points. The good thing was that players of Dawnlight City were fighting as if they were on crack. They were several times more violent than yesterday. As such, when the enemies were killed, they left the map and returned to the original world to train. Dying on the battlefield had one drawback. One would lose a few honor points upon death. Losing 10% experience points upon death would eventually lead to a decrease in level after several deaths. That was why, while the odds were not great, many had chosen to leave instead of continuing to fight. 1. When the news about Twilight City suffering an irredeemable loss started spreading, players started to retreat and quit. On the other hand, Dawnlight City was winning. The news spread out to the outside world, leading to more players coming in to join the war. Pub players were that simple to predict. When there was something to take advantage of, they came in like a swarm of locusts. When there was nothing to take, they left like the wind. Hence, in no time at all, the numbers on both sides started to change. Defending the city's honor and pride meant nothing to these pub players. Hence, even when Ironblood Alliance and other guilds had used broadcast channels to plead for the players to stay and fight, none heeded their calls and quit the map. Back into formation. It is time to attack. Mr. Rain, are you ready? Little Rain's forbidden spell was pretty much useless against monsters or bosses. Its main usage was during PvP, especially during a large-scale war. Hence, at this scene, Little Rain was Billy Boy's #1 friend. Soon, said Little Rain. 60,000 mana points were hard to recover even with potions. The speed of recovery was just too slow. I'm done, said Little Rain in less than 2 minutes. All hands, cried Billy Boy. With a single cry, 200,000 players marched onward. Millions more of players followed closely from behind, eagerly waiting for the chance to kill enemies that had slipped past. Translator note: the author had clearly stated in the previous chapter that a player would not lose anything when dying on the battlefield. All of a sudden, this penalty exists. Chapter 396. 396, Worthless Struggle. Translator: Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Dawnlight City was dominating. Twilight was fading. Morales were gone. All they could do was to retreat and run. In the end, all they could hope for was for the defense of the outpost to hold up. In city versus city war, both sides would have 3 camps, the outpost and 2 other base camps. The middle ground and the main camp had strong walls to protect the camp. The main camp itself was almost like an impregnable fortress. At this point of the game, it was impossible for anyone to break the walls and completely destroy the walls. Even with forbidden spells, it would take days before the walls cracked. On the other hand, the outpost was far weaker. There were a few obstacles and barbed wires surrounding the outpost. Even though it was somewhat useful, it was only as useful as a player. At this point, Twilight City could not even properly utilize the terrain advantage to attack Dawnlight City. When it came to taking advantage, pub players were the first to react. In this case, it was a disadvantage for those in Twilight City. Many had already left the scene, making it far easier for Dawnlight City players to attack. Useless piece of crap. Iron Bloodheart spat as he clenched his fists in anger. He was utterly disappointed at the pub players of his own city. It is as foreseen. Guild activities like this would only benefit the members. All their losses and penalties would be paid back in full. Pug players have no one to support them, said another guild master who was beside Iron Bloodheart, calmly. Losses? Penalties? Iron Bloodheart roared. Guild master, do not speak such nonsense. This is not something we could accomplish, said the vice guild master of Ironblood Alliance. Although they were a large guild and was even the #1 guild in Twilight City, with over tens of thousands of members under their insignia, reimbursing millions of players would not be enough even if Iron Bloodheart sold the entire guild. Dawnlight was approaching and Twilight was pushed back so far that there was nowhere else to run. The outpost general would always be in the center of the outpost. If he was killed, the outpost would fall. Time for your light show, Mr. said Billy Boy with a satisfied smile. At that moment on, Billy Boy really loved the forbidden spell user. With his ultimate killing spell in hand, attacking cities would be like child's play. Little Rain, with full mana points, walked forward to get closer to the enemy's outpost. The maximum range of attack was 1,000 meters. Little Rain wanted to position himself 800 meters away so that the AoE range would cover the outpost while keeping Little Rain safe. All hands, protect Mr. Rain with your life. Billy Boy commanded when Little Rain started his casting. This time around, he must be protected at all costs. After having attacked once by the forbidden spell, the enemies immediately picked up the changes of the surrounding and knew what was coming. They would have started their defensive maneuvers. One forbidden spell user would be powerless as he was casting his spell. A simple stealthy bandit or assassin could easily kill him. Guardians, surround Mr. Rain tightly. Magicians and priests, take turns and use your skills to scout for incoming stealth enemies, said Billy Boy. He could not afford to spare a single mistake at this point. He had thought that the enemies might have planted a spy in their ranks. Hence, Billy Boy had warned his troops to kill any stupid players who dared to approach Little Rain in stealth. That magician cannot be allowed to continue his casting. Everyone must charge, and now Iron Bloodheart Heart was racing madly. He knew the power of the forbidden spell, and he would die trying to stop it from being cast. When reports came in that the surroundings had begun to dry up, Iron Bloodheart spared no time at all to plan a counterattack. If he dared to ignore it, any form of fortification, including players, would be decimated. Losing players were accounted for, but losing fortification on the outpost would only fully expose the outpost to the enemy. A few other guild masters of Twilight City had answered Iron Bloodheart's call and taken the liberty to charge into Dawnlight City army. At this point, there were more than 1 million players rushing out from the outpost and toward Little Rain. Billy Boy smirked. If he could, he would applaud their efforts, but he had already planned something in advance against that counterattack. Guardians with shield were already in place, and he had even arranged a large army consisting only of magicians, ready to unleash volleys of AoE spells. When enemies came, the Guardians held their shields up high, while the magician unleashed hell from above. Waves and waves of enemies were instantly killed by the AoE spells, yet they did not seem to stop. The players had recognized that if they did not stop Little Rain from casting the forbidden spell, the war would end as them being the winner. Billy Boy smirked. Despite being the sword and shield of Dawnlight City, Imperial Dragon and the aristocrats had only 200,000 players. It was not easy to fend off an army 5 times the number. However, behind the two guilds were millions of pug players eagerly waiting to take advantage of the situation. Brothers, here come some honor points. What are you waiting for? Said Billy Boy in a broadcast message. In that instant, the pug players behind the two guilds went into a frenzy and rushed forward. So what if 1 million of Twilight City players came out to defend? Dawnlight City had millions. There was no way Dawnlight City would lose this round. Kill as fast as you can before the great Verger Glider summons his dragon. Billy Boy had specially arranged a few of his own men to be within the crowd of pug players. Their task was to rattle the players to kill faster. It worked like a charm as the pug players, fearing that they might be fast enough to grab as many honor points as they could, rushed in like mad cows. Iron Bloodheart could not believe his eyes. He would never think that the players of Dawnlight City were so lustful for war. When his army came out, the enemies reacted much fiercely instead of being intimidated. For Pete's sake, he thought he had 5 times the number of players to begin with. Where did the pub players of Dawnlight City come from and how? How would his own army that was still shaking with fear fend off the incoming sea of enemies? "Screw this," cried Iron Bloodheart disgruntledly. Even so, players from inside the outpost had all came out to fight. 1 million players was a large number. Telling them to turn around and retreat would not have an instant effect. By the time the message was relayed, they would all have been surrounded like dumplings. "It'll be useless if we retreat now." Iron Bloodheart laid down the attack command as he knew that the outpost would fall. All they could do was to fight until the end. Killing a few might be better than none. As long as they could reduce their numbers, the war could still be won. 2 armies clashed into each other like tides against the rocks. Even though Dawnlight City was dominated by pug players, the number alone was enough to secure victory. Once swords start clashing with each other, the efficiency of commanding would decrease. At this point, the number of players was what mattered most. Chapter 397. 397. A surprising hidden reward. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. By the time the main players of Dawnlight City and Twilight Cities were all mixed up, Little Rain's forbidden spell casting was done. Said Billy Boy to Little Rain. Even though killing more players would earn more honor points, forbidden spell attack type was indiscriminate. Friend or foe, both would take damage from the spell. If Little Rain had tried to land a hit on the enemies, many of the Dawnlight City players would perish. That sort of friendly fire would not be tolerated, especially by the pug players. Hence, to play things safe, Billy Boy decided to destroy the enemy's obstacles. Killing was not his main objective, as it was to defeat and destroy the enemy's outpost. Phew! A small fireball sped past the battlefield and landed in the middle of the mass of obstacles. Tum! Boom! Tum! Flames burst out of the ground and destroyed most of the traps and obstacles of the enemy's outpost. What was left was the outpost itself. Iron Bloodheart roared. He knew that once the outer obstacles were destroyed, the enemies would be able to attack the outpost easily. "Boss, it's time to leave now. There's no defense here," said another officer by Iron Bloodheart's side. Even though he was greatly disgruntled by this event, there was nothing he could do. One word was uttered under his breath. The war was concluded then. Like the officer said, there was no need to stay there and die and let Dawnlight City earn more honor points. Once the Iron Blood Alliance guild started to retreat, the rest of the army followed instantly. When they were fighting, things were chaotic. Twilight City's army consisted of more than 10 guilds. When the leading guild retreated, the rest followed like ducklings. The problem was when the entire army retreated, it turned into a stampede. Dawnlight City players were good in chasing. The pug players, especially since they had already learned the art of chasing by watching Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrats previously. Waves after waves, Twilight City players were being chased and killed. The entire progress was so fast and smooth since Little Rain had already destroyed a large area of obstacles and traps earlier. As the chasing continued, more players came out from the outpost, not to fight but to run. The apocalypse known as Dawnlight City had arrived. What else could they do but to run? Defending the outpost would be a pipe dream. When the dust settled as the sea of players had left the outpost, only players of Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrats remained at the outpost. The rest of Dawnlight City chased the enemies past the outpost. Surround the outpost and do not allow anyone to approach. "Guildmaster, come down," said Billy Boy. Dawnlight City army was not just Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrats. Pub players would never be interested in boss fights, but other guilds clearly wanted a piece of that mega-sized pie. The problem was, their rivals were Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrats. Who would dare to fight with them? On top of that, when Happy Drunk called for help when the war had just started, no guild had answered his call. Right now, who had the face to show up at the boss fight? The social structure of Dawnlight City and Twilight City were so different. When Iron Blood Alliance called for help, other guilds would be more than willing to answer. In Dawnlight City, no one would dare to stand on the same level as Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrats as they were too strong. No one dared to work together with them, as they feared being engulfed by the prowess of the guilds. When Billy Boy ordered the two guilds to stop chasing and stay at the outpost, other Dawnlight City guilds dared not stay to steal some pie crumbs, and so they joined the rest of the pub player to chase after the enemies. Killing an outpost boss would reward better than killing players for honor points. Since Happy Drunk's earlier request for help was ignored, if they dared to show up, who knew what would happen to them? Jiang Fei descended. At the same time, the NPC soldiers who were protecting the boss was almost cleared by 7-star Warrior and his team of elite players. "Hoo-hoo-hoo," said Han Tianyu as he approached Jiang Fei. "Yeah, get your team of elite players. This boss fight should be just as hard as fighting an open-world boss," said Jiang Fei. The outpost general was a human NPC. Approximately 400 to 500 ranged attackers should be able to attack simultaneously. On the other hand, only 4 to 5 melee attackers could surround him. At this point, it would be unwise to send in more melee fighters. The height of the boss was only a normal man's height. Ranged attackers might find it hard to even see him. Hence, this boss fight might be hard for a mass attack, unlike the boss fight during the Mana Node quest. Twilight Full Frontal Gabriel, Human Lord, level, 60 health points, 8,500,000 attack power, 18,500 skills, Tri-Slash, Shockwave, Brilliant Pierce, Continuous Victory, Berserk. Tri-Slash, Gabriel's most used skill. Attacks 3 times in a row. Shockwave, sends out a powerful energy wave 50 meters forward. Deals heavy damage to all target within 50 meters. Brilliant Pierce, charges at a random target and deals a powerful strike. Continuous Victory, every enemy killed will increase attack by 5% and recover 5% total health points. Berserk, Berserk will activate if Gabriel is not killed within 5 minutes from the start of the battle. Increases 100% attack power and attack speed. Gains life steal and cleaving effect. Cooldown time on Brilliant Pierce is removed. Note, the general of the front lines of Twilight City. Killing Gabriel will reward Dawnlight City players with permanent buff. Permanently increase experience gained from monsters by 5%. Permanently increase item drop rate from monsters by 10%. Note 2. Letting your own frontline general be killed will result in a permanent penalty of 2% experience reduction gain from monsters. Penalty inflicted would not be announced. When Jiang Fei gained the boss information, he drew in a deep breath. Besides being a freakishly strong boss, the reward for killing him was grand. Permanent 5% experience gain and a 10% increase in item drop rate was a reward much better than a celestial tier weapon. The penalty for letting one's own city general being killed was rather sad, especially since the system would not announce it. When players were grinding, the loss of experience was so minimal to notice, and even if they did, they would never have suspected that it was due to the loss of their city's frontline general. If Jiang Fei was able to kill Gabriel, the experience gained by 2 cities would be 7% difference. In a short time, the effect could not be felt, but in the long run, the gap would be visible. Crap, I should have paid more attention to what happens on the battlefield. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. It was obvious that Twilight City had no clue about the penalty of losing their outpost general. If they did, they would have fought until the last player in Twilight City fell. It was lucky that Jiang Fei had the ring's ability to read hidden information, or else he too would not have known about the importance of the outpost general. Chapter 398, 3 against 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Billy Boy asked Jiang Fei. Fighting players was his forte, but never fighting the boss. The boss's level is too high. Jiang Fei shook his head. There is also other information about the boss, such as Berserk and Lifesteal. Having more players would not be a good thing this time around. Billy Boy frowned. According to what Jiang Fei had explained, having more players would only be fodder to the boss. I have an idea. I'll have 7-star Warrior with me. Everyone else must stop anyone else from interrupting the boss fight, said Jiang Fei. Both Jiang Fei and 7-star Warrior had attacks that completely ignored defenses. That way, they could fully attack without being suppressed. Jiang Fei had already prepared his skills for the boss fight. After morphing, he would gain 70% lifesteal effect. Pair that with the Crimson Reaper, he would have double the lifesteal amount. If he hit 10,000 damage, he would be recovering 14,000 health points. This way, there was no need for him to even have healers backing him up. Just the two of you? Yeah. Jiang Fei smiled. All right, I have your word, said Billy Boy when Jiang Fei was so confident. 7-Star Warrior, come with me, said Jiang Fei as he invited 7-Star Warrior into his party. He then led him and Isabella to fight the boss. Huh, asked Han Tianyu. Yup, the boss level was too high for anyone to attack properly, said Billy Boy as he relayed what Jiang Fei had told him. The two guilds retreated as they created a safe space for Jiang Fei to fight the boss. Their main task was to secure the boss fight and not allow anyone to approach them. Warrior, go behind the boss and only attack from there. That's all you have to do. Bella, skip melee attacks. Stand afar and just attack as much as you can. I don't think you can deal much damage anyway. Jiang Fei ordered. Isabella, in her normal form, would not have much special attribute to her attacks. Hence, when the boss was higher level than her, it would be hard for her to deal much damage. However, since she had a large pool of health points, there was no worry of her being killed. In fact, she would be perfect to be the tank. The skill that Jiang Fei wanted Isabella to take was Brilliance Pierce. That sort of boss skill was usually used against range attackers. Jiang Fei had predicted that and arranged Isabella to stand further. 7-Star Warrior might have strong attacks, but his overall durability was akin to a tofu. A single poke from a boss might actually kill him, said Jiang Fei. With a flash of violet thunder, Jiang Fei morphed into his demon form. Wild Charge, minus 23,164 after morphing. Jiang Fei's attack had doubled. Wild Charge had managed to deal over 20,000 damage due to the skill's own 400% attack potency. You dare attack me? Foul invaders, cried the boss, signifying the start of the battle. Minus 14,892, the boss's normal attack was not too over the top, but it was still powerful. Jiang Fei, having more than 47,000 health points, had no threats of being killed at the moment. Bash, minus 2,370 minus 2,370 minus 2,370 bash dealt damage based on Jiang Fei's maximum health points. Against this boss, the skill was pretty much useless. The only reason Jiang Fei used this skill was not to deal damage but to stack Ruthless Barrage. Minus 7,752, a split second after Jiang Fei attacked. 7-Star Warrior got into his position and started to attack. Even though his attacks and skills consumed health points, Jiang Fei's lifesteal effect was able to negate the health point loss. 7-Star Warrior had no need to restrain on his part. After attacking speedily, Jiang Fei stacked 10 stacks of Ruthless Barrage and pushed his attacks to 17,000. Each attack would restore more than 20,000 health points. With such high regeneration speed, the three of them would be as good as immortals as long as the boss did not use any instant kill skill. Qilin's Fist, minus 26,060 Lightbringer's Armaments equipment skill, had now become Jiang Fei's main attack skill. 6 seconds cooldown. Was not short, but it was good enough to be used repeatedly. Paired with the Nephilim's passive skill to expose weak spots, Jiang Fei's attack soared to the sky. Minus 17,373, minus 3,475. Dragon's Breath. Jiang Fei had the Black Dragon scale on him. Hence, when his normal attack did not hit the enemy's weak spot, the Dragon Scale effect would kick in, pushing his damage to surpass 20,000. Having Defense, Ignore Attack, and Chaos attributes, Jiang Fei and 7-Star Warrior were literally boss slayers. 7-Star Warrior had Holy Attribute to his attacks, which also granted him Ignore Defense attacks. Because of that, he was able to deal over 10,000 damage on a level 60 boss. Compared with the two, Isabella was rather pitiful. Each time her black flames landed on a boss, it would only deal a few hundred damage. Whenever Jiang Fei turned to look at Isabella, he could figuratively see comically annoyed, squiggly lines. With his morphing, Zhang Fei's damage per second, DPS, had surpassed 30,000. Paired with his ungodly lifesteal effect, the boss could not even cause Zhang Fei to flinch after Tri-Slash and Shockwave were used on him. Brilliant Pierce. Minus 27,586. When the boss had 70% health points left, he jumped forward and used Brilliant Pierce. In a flash, he zoomed past Zhang Fei and struck Isabella. Although she was attacking from afar, she was not the same as other range attackers. Compared to the players, this NPC pet had over 80,000 health points. The damage dealt on her was strong, but it was nothing to be worried about since Zhang Fei could heal her in the instance of an attack. After the activation of Brilliant Pierce, the boss did not clear his aggro value. When he could not instantly kill Isabella, he turned back to attacking Zhang Fei. The total damage on the boss by Zhang Fei and 7-star warrior, excluding Isabella because she was too weak, was over 40,000. Even though the boss had over 8,550,000, he could not last long in the battle since he did not have any recovery skill. In less than 3 minutes, the boss was left with less than 5% health points. Phew! Luckily 7-star warrior was here. I alone could never kill this boss in time, thought Zhang Fei to himself. He knew that once the boss activated Berserk, there was no way Zhang Fei could tank the boss even if all of his skills were used. Chapter 399. General's Medal. Translator. Endless Fantasy. Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. The outpost of Twilight City has been destroyed. An announcement was made when Zhang Fei and 7-star warrior had killed the general. At the same time, all Dawnlight City players had received a permanent buff. Experience gained from monsters was increased by 5%, and item drop rate was increased by 10%. Zhang Fei and 7-star warrior, being the only 2 players who fought the boss, had received a massive amount of experience points, allowing them to instantly gain a level. At that point, Zhang Fei had reached level 45, leaving him with only 4 more levels before reaching level 49 to use the Abyss Crystal. The rewards did not stop there. Once the boss dropped to the ground, there were items for Zhang Fei to loot. The first item shined with a golden hue. General's Medal, Accessory, Legendary. Vitality plus 100 equip. Grants a passive skill, Aura of Leadership. Increases attack and defense by 5% to all allied players within 100 meters. Seom, Akib, grants a passiva skill, Flinching. Reduces all incoming damage by 20%. Effects stackable with other damage reduction skills. Akib Rakiramin, Major General rank. Ho ho, Lu Qi here. Asked Zhang Fei. The accessory was powerful, but the requirement was just too much. Even though Zhang Fei was performing well today, he was not able to reach that rank. In fact, there was no one in the guild who had the requirement to put on the medal. Even Little Rain, who had just killed a few tens of thousands of players, was only promoted to Senior Colonel. He was 1 rank to Major General. The game designers had made the boss to be able to be killed when the average player level reaches between 50 to 60. By then, most of the PvP enthusiasts would have already reached Major General ranks. Zhang Fei and 7-star warriors combination had broken the game's design. Having defense, ignore attack attribute, and superior lifesteal effects, the level 60 boss was able to be killed by a pair of level 40 players. Even though the item did not have a level requirement, the ranking requirement was too high. Currently, no average player could reach that level anytime soon. I don't need it. I think you should give it to Billy Boy, said 7-star warrior nonchalantly. Currently, his rank was 2nd lieutenant. It would take them at least a month of constant fighting in this map to reach lieutenant general, which, quite frankly, was a waste of time. Quite true. Zhang Fei nodded his head in agreement. Even though Little Rain was rising in ranks fast, the item was not suitable for a magician. On the other hand, Billy Boy could gain the rank of Major General very fast if he used Commander's mode in his party configuration while leading a large group of players to kill in this map. The second item dropped from the boss was a quest item, Enemy General's Head. It was the boss's severed head. This item was used to submit a quest which in turn would reward the player with a good amount of honor points. At best, the amount could increase a player's rank from 0 to Lieutenant Colonel, said 7-star Warrior as he rolled his eyes. Even though the boss was killed by Jiang Fei and 7-star Warrior, this type of boss that spawned in the battlefield map would most likely not drop any useful equipment. He was not like Billy Boy, hence, he did not care about ranks. Okay then, said Jiang Fei in an attempt to console the poor fellow. COM. Due to the fact that Jiang Fei and 7-star Warrior were able to defeat the enemy's general easily, the worry he had for his own city's general grew much more. He could only hope that his own general was just as powerful as the enemy's. In the near future, he could at least have some time to prepare for defense and not worry about his general being killed. The outpost general had ridiculous attack power. Killing players at random would even restore his health. If players were not cooperative enough, come a million players, the boss would wipe them all out. The more the boss killed, the higher the damage he would deal, making him harder to kill. This kind of boss that could gain damage and restore health by killing would require an elite team of players instead of a sea of players to fight. I'll leave anything that is related to the battlefield in your hands, said Jiang Fei to Billy Boy after he passed the severed head and the general's medal to Billy Boy. Asked Billy Boy when he noticed that Jiang Fei was preparing to summon his dragon. Yeah, Jiang Fei nodded and bid him farewell. At this point, his priority was placed on farming levels to use the Abyss Crystal as soon as possible. Imagine how one would feel when Jiang Fei reached level 59 from level 49 in a blink of an eye. With the current player's average level and strength, it was close to impossible for anyone to raid another city's camp or outpost. Hence, Jiang Fei was confident to place the responsibility of guarding Dawnlight City's outpost to Billy Boy. When Jiang Fei returned to the main world, Jiang Fei took Isabella and roamed the map. He was looking for the perfect level 40 farming spot for the guild. He had also sent a message to Smart Tomato, looking for information about level 40 dungeons to buy. When Jiang Fei reached level 40 and above, farming levels through monsters in the field was too inefficient. If he did, it would take him more than 10 hours a day for several days to gain a level. It was so long and boring, not to mention repetitive, that it would bore him to death. With his capabilities, the best and fastest way to farm levels would be solo raiding a dungeon. Sadly, bottom of the blood pool was too weak for him now. The experience gained from that dungeon was too low. Hence, he decided to spend some time and effort to find a proper dungeon, or even better, a secret dungeon. Early in the morning, Jiang Fei logged out and left the house after breakfast. This time around, Jiang Fei did not go to school. He found an internet cafe to search for Europe's uranium mines. This sort of information was not discreet. A simple quick search on the internet would reveal the largest deposit of uranium in Europe, and 0541 recorded its position. Uranium mines were important, but harvesting uranium was no easy task. They are not the same as gold mines, as thieves could easily sneak in and steal a few. Uranium mines were closely guarded as it was dangerous to get close to. Without high security clearance and protection, you could die before you even reached the mining zone. The position of the mines was not a tightly kept secret. Unless you had military-grade protection and trained professionals, mining uranium would be suicide. I'll have to find some time to visit that place. Chapter 400 Constructor. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the uranium mines positions were recorded, Jiang Fei did not act hastily. Instead, he tried to think of excuses to leave home for several days instead of leaving unannounced. His mother would have something to say about that. After preparing himself, Jiang Fei went to the training room. He had been diligent, as he had never once skipped training his nameless fist style that the old Hai had taught him. When school time was over, Jiang Fei timed himself nicely and headed back home. Jiang Fei informed his mother. "Remember, I went to some competition a while back," said Jiang Fei. "Oh my, that's great," said his mother happily. Why would a mother stop his own son from getting his glory? After dinner, Jiang Fei headed to his room and discussed the plans to steal the uranium. Before that night, 0541 was constantly in hibernation mode to preserve as much energy as possible. There was no telling what would happen in the mines, hence 0541 would have to prepare for the worst. 10 p.m. at night, Jiang Fei logged into the game again. The atmosphere on the battlefield had subsided after the Great War, especially since everyone in Dawnlight City had gained a permanent experience boost buff. They had been vigorously training to enjoy its benefits. Hence, there are not many players left on the battlefield map, as they were all returned to the original world. Maps that were desolated were filled with players. Many small and average-sized ones had already dominated several fields for their members. Approximately 2/3 of players had left the battlefield map. Even so, Billy Boy remained in the map to make a stand as the absolute champion of PvP. There were many pub players who preferred large-scale PvP warfare. Those who did joined Billy Boy's cause. With Imperial Dragon's own PvP enthusiasts, their numbers totaled up to 45,000 players. Even though the numbers were not too great, they were still able to make their stand as the undefeatable city with Billy Boy as their commander. "Ho ho," said Jiang Fei happily after listening to Lady Casanova's report. Billy Boy's incredible leadership had attracted numerous numbers of pug players to become Imperial Dragon's backup. Best of all, those players were independent. Jiang Fei need not spend anything to sustain them. In a crude way of saying, they were expendable players who would march into war with Billy Boy leading the army. Said Rosette Rose. Jiang Fei had no need to meddle anything related to the guild management. Leaving things behind for the others to take care of, Jiang Fei headed out to search for level 40 dungeons. All of a sudden, Smart Tomato contacted Jiang Fei. "What's going on?" asked Jiang Fei hopefully. "No." Smart Tomato winced. "Oh." Jiang Fei could not think of anything else that could make Smart Tomato contact him. "Well, I have a rare profession player here," said Smart Tomato, smiling. You should have talked to Rosette Rose about this," said Jiang Fei, annoyed. He knew that the profession player would be a matter of fishing from another guild. This sort of issue should be handled by Rosette Rose. Well, Smart Tomato winced again. It was obvious that Smart Tomato knew that Rosette Rose was a cunning businesswoman who could easily lower the price of anything she was planning to buy. That made Smart Tomato very much reluctant to talk to her, since he wanted to earn more from Jiang Fei. Based on his past records, Jiang Fei had never been more generous when it came to buying information. Asked Jiang Fei without thinking too much about it. This player is a hidden class, called the Constructor. An advancement if the Blacksmith class. Currently, he is in a large guild, but I had accidentally met with him. He mentioned wanting to venture into better places. Said Smart Tomato. What Smart Tomato said was only half the truth. He was being truthful about meeting a Constructor, but that player had no plans in changing to a better guild. When Smart Tomato knew about the value of that player, he purposely lit a fire in that player's heart to fight against his own guild. In a way of saying, Smart Tomato had engineered the entire facade in order to sell that Constructor to Jiang Fei. It was a method which players like Smart Tomato loved to use. They did not care about the means, only the end. Not only did he sell information, but he went ahead and even ventured into fishing players to another guild. "Constructor," said Jiang Fei. If it was a normal profession, there would be information about it on the official website. Rare class and hidden class would have little to no information on the internet. No one could really put a finger on their perks. A Constructor could help in strengthening guilds' territory building. Constructors were very useful, especially to Jiang Fei. That was why he had rushed to contact Jiang Fei about it. The Constructor was useless in his current guild. Since Dawnlight City guilds with territory were only Imperial Dragon and the Aristocrats, his value would never shine in other guilds. Hence, if he was part of Imperial Dragon, his value to the guild would outshine Jiang Fei as an equipment producer. "What?" exclaimed Jiang Fei. He was worried that his territory building was slow. The arrival of the Constructor would be a lifesaver. Now that Jiang Fei was excited about it, Smart Tomato's plans had worked. This was why he wanted to talk business with Jiang Fei instead of Rosette Rose. "Tell you what, get that man over to my guild, and when he's in, I'll send you the money via the system contract. My price for that Constructor would be real cash." And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, Smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.